may well one day close the Strait to Hormuz. That's going to cause all sorts of problems. So we can't, it doesn't look like we can really do what we want to do, which is smash up a few factories. And it's very difficult for us to interdict the supply line of them actually building these things and moving them, because you can move them by air, if nothing else, and that's well out of everyone's reach. Or they can move them across the Caspian Sea, and that's well out of everyone's reach. So if I was the Russians, do you know, I would be happy for that state of affairs to continue, because once I move the manufacturing facilities into Russia, I suppose really I'm going to have to move them way out east, insanely out east, because I'm nervous, and I'm going to have to put tight security on them, because I know that somewhere someone like Craig is thinking, well, if I can't hit the factories, can I get at the logistics chain for these things? Now, yeah, it's going to cause them they're going to need a lot of man guarding. They're going to need a lot of security around them. But I think if I was them, I would just be content with the status quo. And Iran is going to continue to supply ballistic missiles. We keep hearing about this big shipment. So much as it pains me, I'm not really for escalating this out of theatre unless we have to. But I do wonder if it's been a consideration now to give the Iranians an ultimatum and say, get back in your box or stand by, and you're going to get T-lammed across
Gunny, the daughter of one of Putin's closest advisors died in a car blast. I think we're past the borders.
Yeah, which means that, you know, I mean, we were talking about this about 6 weeks ago, and I said the best way to close down a threat is close it down at source, and that may well mean military strikes outside of theatre. I didn't at the time feel that was really justified back then. I'm still not 100% convinced, but I take on board your argument that we're treating the disease symptoms rather than looking for the vaccine. If there are no UCAVs being or very few UCAVs being fired at Ukraine, that's more air defences with the mechanized units at the pointy end doing the land fighting. So I suppose the ultimate question is, and serve the Iranians notice and say, no. Now you knock it on the head. They'll kick and scream and they'll say, well, you're supplying weapons, and we'll just go, not our problem, mate. Yeah. And they may lay threats down. Do we have the kahunas to do that and potentially start a little bit of a scrap in the Persian Gulf, which we're probably due for, to be honest.
I'll just note that Dugin's daughter was, probably a Russian on Russian. That's my guess anyway. But there are plenty other cases where Ukraine struck within Russia's borders, including some very expensive infrastructure, like that oil refinery in northern Rostov Oblast. So it doesn't really matter one way or another. I want to keep people not waiting too long. I'm going to go to Ziad first, then to Gunther, then to Jörn. Because I think that Craig, in talking about logistics and infrastructure, that's going to take a while, because he always gets excited when it's about those things for good reason. And everybody here is to realize how good a reason that is. Ziad.
Thanks very much, and good morning again from Alberta, Canada. I have maybe a minute or so of update with a question in it due to discrepancy about which pipeline was ruptured. And Dom, I want to thank you for your help. We exchanged some links by DM earlier this morning, so thanks for your contribution to that. So yes, there is some controversy or dispute over which pipeline exploded. Most of the early reporting is saying it's the large export pipeline that feeds the Nord Stream 1. but it looks like TASS has come out and said it's a different pipeline, a much smaller domestic one that ends in Leningrad. So let's just look at the geography, which is, excuse me, I'm winded a bit, I was running across the room. Let's look at the geography, which is not controversial, and this will help stitch together some of the different videos and photographs that we're seeing on Twitter, for example. So the best way for me to think about this is to hold up my right arm and my right hand as if I'm going to have a cup of coffee. And think of St. Petersburg as the curve of your hand. So St. Petersburg is a crescent-shaped city in a bay at the east end of the Gulf of Finland. And the explosions that are happening, or the explosion, sorry, that happened, is being reported in the forest near Merino, and also it's being described as on the pipeline between Birgedovka and Kovalevo. And this is in the Vezovolovsk region, sort of a suburb or a region just east of St. Petersburg. The other geographic measure that's being cited is the Raya-Borsko Highway. So the Raya-Borsko Highway runs east of St. Petersburg, and it seems to be part of what might even be sort of like a ring road, which is A118. I haven't been to St. Petersburg, but that's what it looks like from the maps, and some of the reports about the fire that was reported to the governor, to the fire department, was that it was viewed from the Raya-Borsko Highway in the territory of Vezovolovsk. So let's look at the pipelines that could be affected. So the initial reports are saying it's a much larger pipeline, which is the Gryazovets to Vyborg pipeline. So Vyborg is northeast of St. Petersburg. It's the terminal for the Nord Stream 1. And the Gryazovets to Vyborg pipeline, which is about 917 kilometers long in total, had the third line built between 2005 and 2010 to extend to feed the Nord Stream 1 terminal at Vyborg. And there's also a compressor station there, coastal compressor station, at Portavaya, which since September 2022, Russia is trying to redeploy as an LNG terminal and to ship LNG to Kaliningrad from there. So if this is the pipeline that feeds the export terminal, it may not be useful right now for Nord Stream 1, but it may be useful for Russia's backup plan, which is the LNG terminal to Kaliningrad. This is a large pipeline of 33 billion cubic meters per year. So that is approximately the full capacity of the Nord Stream 1 pipeline of 55.
It's about two-thirds. Sorry, you were going to say that, and I...
33 billion cubic meters a year, which is fairly large compared to the 55 billion cubic meters per year of the Nord Stream 1 pipeline. So, sorry, Daman, was either the 33 or the 55 number wrong?
No, they're correct, but you said the 33 and then said similar to the Nord Stream 1, and I was going to say it's about two-thirds as much as Nord Stream 1. That's what I wanted to say, but then you said compared to 55 Nord Stream, they said that after. Anyway, never mind, carry on. Everything is exactly correct.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, the information that has been coming out until a TASS news release is saying it's this longer Gryazovets to Vyborg pipeline. The new extension built, completed in 2010, to feed the Nord Stream 1 underwater pipeline, as well as the Portoyo coastal compressor for the LNG shipping. This pipeline is also important because it feeds a large power plant in Vezovolovsk region, just east of St. Petersburg. And it's a combined natural gas and oil power generating station built in 1975, which has 500 megawatts of capacity. So it feeds the eastern suburbs of St. Petersburg, as well as this region in Merino, Kovalevo, this part of Vezovolovsk. So the media reports are saying that this power plant was immediately switched over from gas to oil. I'm not really sure that's possible. I think that's part of the optimistic, oh, we bounce back, like, you know, like click, like turning on a generator. I'm not sure that's really happening. We're seeing very large explosions. So this pipeline, the Gryazovets to Vyborg pipeline, is a 1.4 meter diameter pipeline, and it's pressurized to 9.8 megapascals, or 97 atmospheres. So you can imagine when a pipeline like that ruptures and ignites, you're going to have a very big and long burning fireball. Now, the TASS news agency has come back and said a different pipeline was affected. And this is the pipeline from Belosłowo to Leningrad. So Belosłowo is quite far southwest of Moscow. And this pipeline was built in 1964 for domestic use, primarily for heating use. So it sends natural gas from Belosłowo to Leningrad, only 7 billion cubic meters compared to the 33 of the export pipeline. And that was built in 1964. So TASS is saying that just a small domestic pipeline of 7 billion cubic meters was struck, and that it's near the end of that pipeline at the 700 kilometer point or so, that pipeline was struck. But other reports earlier are saying it's this bigger Gryazovets to Vyborg pipeline, which feeds heating and electrical generation in the Leningrad Oblast, as well as terminal gas export desires. So I'll leave it at that. If people have clarifications or questions, I'll hang out for a bit.
Thing is, yeah, I'll just say the size of that flame, I think, is the bigger one. I think TASS might be telling not the complete truth. I know, shocking. That never happens. Not with TASS. Go towards drones or pipelines. Either way, I'm happy with either. Gunther.
I'm going to go with drones. So just some, kind of observations. One is that, a country that can produce caliber missiles, I think, could easily produce something like the Shahed drones. It's not clear to me what they actually would be gaining from Iranian know-how in that. They also seem to have a problem just providing basic drones to their frontline artillery units and on the ground. So I think we should have sort of a wait and see to see like what really this is versus the announcement. One thing I've often wondered too is like, so if you look at the impact strike of one of those caliber missiles, it's like a big hole in the ground. And I look at that, I'm thinking, well, that's about how far you have to dig in order to put your transformers down to protect them. Because, one advantage or one aspect of the thing is that you don't necessarily have to protect your electrical infrastructure. You have to protect the soft points, right? And so it's these big transformers, the power plants, the big substations, because at some point it's not economical to throw a multi-million-dollar cruise missile to take out power in someone's neighborhood, and so by focusing on those key points, it becomes a lot sort of harder. And also, it seems like they would probably have to try and throw everything at those points. So if you know that they're coming there, you can have better defenses. Also,
sorry. Break.
Yep.
Break. Axel. Host connection issues. Host connection issues. Axel, hope you hear me, because this is the most effective way of getting Axel. I just hope we don't crash again. I hate crashes. Sorry. Axel, host connection issues. That's the last warning. I hope he heard me, because sometimes with quick action. The left of my face on your screen. Gunther, carry on. I hope we don't have issues. Go ahead.
And just another observation is that historically dictators tend to get fixated on things, and this whole idea of like punishing and making the Ukrainians suffer, I think seems to be a theme that's out there. And so I think accepting that that's probably part of the plan and adapting to it seems wise. Thanks.
Thank you, Gunther. I'll take that as a comment. That I hope Craig listened to all of it, because I think he's the one who have to address it a little bit. And let's go to Jörn. Jörn, you were accused of being Swedish by someone. How do you feel about that?
That's basically the worst thing that could happen. We talked about surströmming earlier, and if you've actually smelled that, I would say that in all of our debates, we've said that using nuclear weapons is a big no-no, except if it's in retaliation to surströmming, then you're getting to a gray area. So I'm absolutely not Swedish. And they're occupiers as well. We could talk about that, but they occupied us short of 100 years and stuff. But going back to the air defense thing, isn't it a partial Russian success when they do this? Because they're forcing the Ukrainians to spend time, energy, and resources, as was very well described here, to mend symptoms instead of the disease itself. Because no matter how good air defense you get, you're never going to win the war through air defense. You need to actually reclaim the territory. So in some perverted way, they actually have some partial success with this strategy, don't they?
I reckon as much, at least a partial success. Oh, where did we lose Craig? It was very disappointing. Craig was the one who called the Swedish.
Domin, can we at least highlight that NATO will not go on a surströmming first strike?
No.
Well,
strategic surströmmings are only for...
Traditionally, that would be true, but now we have the Swedes enter. So is it really true still?
Not a Hackal first strike either.
Does the Swedish embassy in Moscow have, for behind the lines warfare, surströmming?
Yeah, that's sort of what you see in Bond movies. When everything go to hell, you push the red button in the end to destroy everything.
Because
red button or orange can?
Because that fish is an existential threat. It does qualify.
The doomsday button. If that shit gets into the atmosphere, we're all gone.
We're hoping it's droplet and not aerosol.
Okay, I'm sorry, I need to jump in. This is such a nonsense distinction that was peddled for years just because it was convenient. I am very frustrated because clearly people who made that distinction have no understanding of soft matter physics. George, to get me off of one of my hobby horses, go ahead.
Okay, so really quick with surströmming, I'm just going to mention this. If the Swedish embassy in Moscow can bring about maybe like 400 or 500 cans, and then have their operatives just open them, on their subway, and just leave it on the train or on buses and things, will bring the whole Moscow transportation system to a grinding halt, because no one will ever want to get on one of those modes of transportation again. But getting back to like the airstrike, the strikes of the Russians that they're doing on infrastructure, it's not changing anything on the battlefield. That's where, for the Russians, it's not going to win them the war. They're still losing ground. Instead of using these weapons against maybe key points of the Ukrainian military, they're trying to do what the Allies did during, well, kind of during World War II, right, with a strategic bombing campaign. One of the things that was it was going to break the will of the Germans to fight, and never did. And this is not going to break the will of the Ukrainians to fight. And as they're wasting all these $1 million missiles trying to do this, they're still losing on the field. Yes, Ukraine has to use certain troops to man these systems, but it's not troops that would have made a difference in the ground campaign. And that's the take-home message, as we used to say. This air campaign by the Russians isn't going to change the reality on the ground. They're losing the ground campaign.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. But at the same time, if air defense jumped to the top of the wish list to every donor country instead of, for example, CV-90s or other personnel carriers, it extends the war, at least, because if they've gotten tools to win the ground war instead, that could have gone faster. Because even though they get a perfect air defense system that shoots down 100% of the incoming missiles, that alone isn't going to win the war for the Ukrainians. They need kits for ground war.
As a personal opinion, I'm not a military, but as a bystander looking at from outside in, I don't think the Russians are using this to win the war. They are using this to stall, right? To make Ukrainians use valuable anti-air missiles on drones to keep them occupied by fixing their own grids, and keep them preoccupied on that, because at this point Russia is losing on the battlefield, and there is nothing they can actually do on the battlefield to win at this point. So they are stalling for the time being. This is it's like when you fight with someone, and you trip him in order to kind of, you don't win by that, but you cheat, right? To I'm not saying it's okay, it's not, but this is my this is how I see it.
Yeah,
George?
I was going to say, and really quick, to Jorn's point, I'm going to get to yours, but really quick to Jorn's point, Jorn, I could see that if for some reason these countries that we're talking about that are donating kit and equipment had limited airlift capacity, but they don't. You can still send CV-90s just because you're sending air defense doesn't. There's nothing handcuffing these countries from sending Leopard 2s or CV-90s, right? So that would be a point if we only had, 3 trains that could roll into Poland and unload things, but we don't. We don't have only 3 aircraft. We have multiple aircraft. The United States can move divisions in like days.
Yeah,
So
I agree, but I don't think the transport or logistical restraints are the problem. I think it's the political capacity to give something that there's not a willingness to give everything at once.
So sending, if I'm a country that has NASAMS and or Iris-T and Leopard 2 tanks, it's the willingness. Whether I send Iris-T or not, shit has no bearing on whether I send Leopard 2s. It's just I just don't want to send them. And back to Anda's point, Anda, I think it's not a stalling tactic. I think what the Russians are trying to do is cause a new influx of refugees to Europe to make it unbearable for the neighboring countries. And that, in other words, try to empty out the cities so that it becomes unbearable for the neighboring countries, where they get to the point. I know this is pretzel logic. This is not, well, I'm not saying this is going to happen or it would ever happen, but this, you got to understand, the Russians, they don't use logic. They use pretzel logic, that somehow that the West will then tell Zelensky, oh man, look, this is getting too much for us to bear. You gotta get to the peace table and call for a ceasefire or something. In their pretzel logic, that's what they're going for, and obviously it's not going to work.
Actually, one of the funny, let's say, not funny, but ridiculous things is that most of the people who ran from Ukraine didn't stop in the neighboring countries. So most of them migrated to center and west of Europe. For example, in Romania, we had 2.5 million Ukrainians passing the border, but we have in the country 85,000 who left, who are currently living here. So not many remained in Romania. I know in Poland there are a lot more anyway, and there are in Moldavia, but most of the Ukrainians who left for the central and western countries of Europe, as there are better opportunities and a better way of life, if I can say so. But yeah, bottom line, I think you might be right, and they might try to do that actually. I somehow in the morning, it's not always, but in the morning I have the same thing. No hands, Domen. Lovely people. You can come up and ask questions.
Yeah, you know what happened now. Did you know what happened?
What happened?
Ziad and I got chatting about colloids and about hydration, and it's very interesting. So I got distracted by physics. So blame physics, blame the natural environment, because you got distracted away from Ukraine.
So it's not me. It's not me. I see a common denominator.
It's not you, Anda. It's soft matter.
We were colluding on colloids.
Exactly.
Because I have this in the morning. Sometimes I have an hour or so. People not coming up.
You said physics.
So it's the physics. Oh, I need to learn some physics. This was one of the subjects which I had a problem with it. I loved it, but I didn't love the teacher. And if I don't understand what you're telling me, I cannot learn. So yeah, we have had some problems. Jorn, I love your hand up, please.
Well, maybe physics turns away the hands, but the reason why people keep coming back to this.
Jorn, I came up because of it.
Oh well, what the reason I can always come to this room is chemistry. So anyway, back to the politics points. Maybe Norway's different, but we're a country that have both NASAMS and CV90s, and I worked in politics for 20 years, and I actively work with lobbying the government to send more weapons, and we absolutely are met with comments like, well, we just sent NASAMS, we can't send everything we've got. So we're happy with NASAMS for now. So I think there is there's the political will to send something isn't open-ended. Yeah.
But it showcases the fact that some people actually believe that this is a political game, which it isn't. And that needs to be explained to people. Because in political gamesmanship, often enough, these kind of things, oh, we gave this A, B, C already, we shouldn't give that now, because we should keep something in our pocket. That is completely wrong. This has no relevance in wartime. This needs different leadership so people understand that this is a different age, different requirements. It's a serious time. This is nothing for horse trading. I'm sorry.
I think you're right. You're both right, and I think some of the leaders that we have right now understand that and took action, and I'm really happy. The Ministry of Defense, the UK Ministry of Defense, has remained in place regardless of the switch of the Prime Minister, and also I was looking how, because we were talking about the neighboring countries, right? And one of the things that impressed me very much was the fact that Poland, which is not a very influential country in Europe or between the European in EU, right? They are important, of course, but as we are all, but compared with Germany, France, Italy, they have had so they didn't were preeminent, let's say, right? But they took a stance and they stood by it, and the same did Estonia, the same did Finland. I love the fact that Finland and Sweden are working together so closely. I find that amazing, and I think we will see a change in the future. Maybe I'm wrong. Not only at political level, but also at economical level, at the general approach on how we take care of our countries, of our own. What side is up, right? We are seeing every day what being how should I put this? For me, the army, right? The army is like the immunity system, right? If you don't have a strong immunity system, you are prone to various diseases in various ways. You don't want an overworking immunity system, because at that point it attacks your own organism, right? So it has to be a balance, but I think all the countries could use Finland's example, for example, if I can say so. So and prepare better for basically everything or anything. So that was my general point on what's happening, and also talking alone again, but maybe Domen can help me, or you, Axel. I was looking at what's happening in Hungary, and how they influence not only not doing, not only not helping, but how they influence and blackmail. And it's inevitable, I know, that in any group you will have someone who will be biased, or who will create problems. And usually I enjoy a good debate and a good intellectual opposition on a subject, because I think this is what drives people further, right? Brings up new ideas, better solutions, better implementation, and everything. But I don't feel like they are doing this in good faith. And I don't know. At some point, I'm thinking, how can we counter this? How can we prevent this from ever happening?
I mean, ever happening is a high standard, right? But I just say, look, if you're running a country, if you're in government in a country, and right now you go to Iran saying, yeah, Iran's pretty good, doing pretty nice things. We should bring them in, and we should normalize relationships with them, because why are they being so economically isolated? I don't really get it. When you do that, under current circumstances, with what Iran is doing with Russia, with what Iran is doing at home, you should probably ask yourself if what you're doing is really the most sensible thing, or maybe, just maybe, you should readjust and look deep into oneself and think, you know what? Can I find some better friends? And I
You know,
really don't get it.
I have I read something, and maybe you can correct me on this one. Ziad is waving. Do you want to
He's waving
ask?
goodbye.
He's waving goodbye. Okay. So in Iran there is the mullah, right? The government, let's say, and right now they are facing a revolution. So it's not just some people protesting on the streets. Uh, I think it is safe to say it is a revolution, right, going on. I hope it won't escalate. Sorry, to a civil war. I hope it will end up with the current regime being thrown away. But they have a lot of problems back home. It's not like it's a peaceful country, or everything is under control. You have Belarus, where more or less things are under control. You don't have people on the streets. You don't have mass shooting. You don't have um, big problems. North Korea, you don't have big problems. They are isolated, but internally they don't have struggles. Iran has struggles internally, so it's not. Um, it's very hard to fight on all the fronts, and I simply don't understand um, what's the end game. Usually when you get into power, you think of bigger, greater things that you want to do with the country that you govern, right? um, it doesn't look they are going in the right direction for anyone, and from any point of view. But anyway, I can get on rabbit hole on every other country I don't understand. probably enough. Uh, I wanted to hopefully talk with Craig about an article I saw on the Institute of Study of War, which is discussing the limited number of roads and railways that supply and resupply at this point Crimea, and the connection to the mainland, and the bottlenecks that are formed with the ferries. And there is an entire article on this in Washington Examiner. The main idea is that Russia is preparing, or they say bracing, to have Crimea under attack from Ukraine. So they are fortifying. They are trying to dig in. Probably considering the fact that Crimea has a milder somehow weather during the winter than the north of Ukraine. And I wanted his opinion because, well, we all know he loves logistics, but he's also it's not just that it loves logistics, he's very knowledgeable on this. But maybe if I'm talking long enough, and I can get Wendy to talk long enough on this, maybe we can compel Craig to come up and discuss this with us. Wendy, what do you say?
Wendy's going to say trains 3 times quickly, and that will summon Craig.
Thanks, Ander. Thanks, Doman. I just thought I'd pop up because I heard the end of Ander's wonderful little oratory, in which she mentions that repressive regimes such as Belarus and North Korea have a long history of terrorizing and oppressing their people. And I think she made a good point in contrast with what we see in Ukraine, which the Muscovy has tried to use as one of its peripheral nations, and has done historically in the past. And we've certainly seen within the last 8 years that Ukraine refuses to be a peripheral nation. It refuses to belong to one of the 4 sinews of power that empires need to retain control over their periphery and the territories which basically feed the metropole and the core nation. Those 4 sinews of power basically being the military, the economic, the bureaucratic, and the cultural. Those ties have been severed. They were severed quite evidently before 2014. They were severed through the brave actions of the president, for example, that they had in 2008. They were severed back in 1991. This process has not had an exact date in which it started, because this struggle for freedom from control of the Muscovy has lasted hundreds of years for Ukrainians, as we've heard Ukrainians on this space testify before. And I just thought it was quite interesting. I mean, you know, as the Moscow Empire currently exists, it's mainly a land empire. It does of course have it has a maritime presence, but whenever it invades its neighbors, it does so by land. And Ukraine has been an exemplary You know, we've seen this year how the actions of Ukrainians have put an end to the kind of regimes that do exist around the world. They exist within their kind of insular form in Belarus and North Korea. But it takes something absolutely extraordinary to end an expansionist, aggressive empire such as the one currently known as the Russian Federation. So yeah, I just want to say thanks for making that great point, Ander. It was wonderful to hear.
Thank you, Wendy. I kind of am passionate about that. So sometimes I'm long-winded. Domen?
Wendy, today your new prime minister went on his first ever trip to visit a single country as prime minister. Now, it's his third trip overall, but the first two were to COP27 and G20, which are all major summits. What does it mean that he chose for his first ever trip to just a single country, Kiev? And what does it mean that he not only chose Kiev, but came in bearing gifts?
Good question, Doman. I think he recognizes that the previous prime minister's most notable, or perhaps in other people's opinions in this country, only success, depending on who you ask, was to support Ukraine and its and President Zelensky at this historic moment. And he recognizes a cause which is popular with the British people, perhaps when he sees one. I mean, I'm sure there are going to be many other British people who are going to argue quite differently when it comes to the domestic issues, the tax cuts he's currently levelling against various sectors in the UK. But when it comes to Ukraine, Ukraine is a cause which unites British people. And you know, and it is a cause where our domestic issues and our disputes on political matters are put to one side, because we recognise this for the inspirational and historic moment that it is. And I just think it would be suicide for any UK Prime Minister to do anything differently to what the preceding UK Prime Minister did. And I think it's just sensible politics for Rishi Sunak to go to Kiev, which we saw today and was really welcome, and to meet Zelensky and to promise an increase, I believe, in what Britain has pledged to support Ukraine during this time, which is most welcome. Nick might have a different view to me, though.
No, simply that you said that he's imposing tax cuts on various sectors, when I think what you meant are spending cuts on various sectors. It was his predecessor as Prime Minister who was keen on tax cuts. While I'm here, Wendy, I wanted to ask you what you consider a working class cocktail.
Oh, geez. Right. It's just that to label something as a high Mars drink, I take umbrage with that, sir. All right, I'll just put that there, because I think people can identify this, you know, with their own form of drink. I really like your cocktail, Nick, but it's just not for me, mate.
Ah, well then, by all means, I'm looking forward to the Bayraktar cocktail, the Attackham's cocktail, or any one of a dozen excellent beverages. I claim no monopoly here.
It should be the Attackham's Twist.
Attackham's Twist.
Yes, because once it reaches terminal velocity and goes for impact, it twists at the end. So
I'm thinking also
it
should be
the Attackham's Twist, and you could do this with a curly lemon zest.
It should also be based, I think, on a single shot.
I agree, and it has to be a double shot given the amount of ordnance.
Well, yes,
I was thinking more of a full highball.
So for the context here for bewildered listeners is that I put a tweet up, which maybe Doman can put in the nest, last night. Last night I came up with a cocktail that I decided to call the High Mars cocktail because it was Friday evening, and I set out to make a French 75, which is a cocktail that is so named. It is named after. Was invented in 1915 in Paris and was named after a French field gun, the French 75mm field gun, because like the cocktail, it packed a punch. And so I'm having one of these. I didn't have the exact original ingredients, but essentially, so I thought I would call it a High Mars, which is something that also packs a considerable punch. And I even managed to dig out a photo of it. So it's should anyone be wanting to have High Mars o'clock. You met most people, I think, are familiar with the idea of beer o'clock. So you make one of these, and it's High Mars o'clock in your own living room. In the good way of having High Mars o'clock in your own living room, not in the sense of being a Russian command post and having High Mars o'clock arrive, which is altogether less pleasant experience.
Thank you, Nick. So, Wendy? What's the whole working class element of it? I know this is a British obsession, but
I just think there should be a cocktail which is inclusive of what people drink, and I just like arguing with Nick Doman. That's basically the bottom line here. We enjoy a good guest.
Class is, of course, context dependent. So the when you read, if you live in Northern Europe and you read this and it says strawberry gin and pink cava, you might think that this is a rather upmarket or even effete cocktail. But I get my pink cava for €2.50 for a 75 cl bottle, and I get my pink gin.
Is effete a price question?
Listen, I'm not the one invoking class here, and I get my pink gin for €6.90 for 70 cl from Lidl. That admirable purveyor of better living at lower prices, really, to the whole of Europe. I really think Lidl is one of the greatest German inventions. They're not paying me anything at all. So,
the correct order is Audi Sud, then Lidl, then Audi Nord.
Very niche. Well, we only get one Aldi here. I can't remember which one it is, because it may be Sud, but there isn't a perfect relationship between which half of Aldi you get and which direction you are from Germany.
No, ironically, it's Nord in Spain, which makes no sense. But hey.
It's certainly Nord in France. But yes, here in Spain, including going out and buying raspberries, providing you spread the box of raspberries out over enough of them, a High Mars will set you back, made at home with discount supermarket ingredients, which is what I use, about €1 per glass, which I think is a price that the workers of the world can get behind.
And on that happy note, let's recognize that we have our dearly beloved Verlaine joining. Hello, Bombshell. Do I need to sing? I mean, has it really come that far?
No,
I think that's the only way.
Okay, see, under immediate said, no, please, no. Verlaine.
She's here.
Good
She's
evening.
the only one who can really sing.
I don't think I'm the only one. It's just I'm the only one who
Is willing.
who was willing, yeah, and was bold enough to do that in the audience of 500 something ish people, multiple times, having no
Do
regrets.
you remember that we did this all
whatsoever.
the time? When we ended the space and restarted, that when we switched over, that you had a little chit chat and a sing along.
I did. I was the one who kind of introduced this kind of I don't know, fashion.
I missed that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I did sing in Ukrainian once. I recited a poem. What else did I do? I sang in English as well. I don't know how people were actually like bearing that. Yeah, wasn't bad. Wasn't the best. Still, meh. How have you been, guys?
You know, Colin,
Yeah.
I, if I remember correctly, you said something at some point, and I love you for that. You said when you helped with Free the Leopards, you said that you actually don't have the print, anything of that print as a clothing material. And if I remember correctly, I wanted to let you know I didn't either. I had to borrow. So yeah, we do what we can for Ukraine, including this. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. And it's like that was a funny thing. Like I don't know why. Like I apologize for this, but I don't know why man assume that every woman has that pattern. Like why? Why?
I know better than to assume that.
I don't even like pink. This is the thing. These stereotypes are freaking me out. Anyways,
I thought it was a Pink Panther, not a Pink Leopard.
Exactly, and the Pink Panther evidently has never disclosed as to whether it is female or male. Having said this, I never ask why. I have one answer. Yes, dear.
Jesus. Anyways, greetings from Ukraine. It's been a day. How have you been? Once again. Any updates that you would like to share? Maybe there's something in my country that I have no
Well,
info
Rishi
about.
was visiting. I don't know if you saw him.
I saw videos with him, yes, and I had a heads up by our by the friend of space that he was coming. So yeah, I knew about that in advance.
So he finally met a president who is not taller than him, but certainly bigger.
I have an American colleague who looks a lot like Zelensky physiologically, and he runs a startup, the kind of startup, unlike Twitter, where you can call the boss what you like. And they used to call him Action Figure Man. And Zelensky looks like a powerful man. He looks like he works out, and you know, a solid package. Like you say, he's quite chunky guy.
No, but for Lane, we really didn't have that many new things. We're talking about the speculation, but some CV90s deployed with or without surströmming cans on the outside. There's a biological add-on. We covered Rishi, obviously, and his promises. Now, he said 125 anti-aircraft guns. We figured out it's probably 124 Rapiers plus a pair of Oerlikon autocannons that the Brits captured on the Falklands after the RG's unfortunate trip over there. We talked about the EU Parliament resolution that's going to be discussed and voted on next week, designate Russia a terrorist actor or some such. Nick can explain more details. And we had an hour and a half on the Prague Spring with Peter Doran and the lessons to be learned from 1968. What else did we talk about today? I think that's a fair summary. Colby, you had something important. Oh yes, Iranian loitering munitions being manufactured in Russia, Esheran-2. And the confirmation seemingly coming through of the Ukrainian strike at Novorossiysk a couple of days ago. I can't think of anything else, Verlin, I'm sorry.
That's pretty decent recall, I would say.
Do you want to tell
recap.
us, Verlin, do you want to tell us about an address Zelensky made?
You're asking about the address for
Yes.
the Donbas defenders? Okay, yeah. So for those of you who haven't seen the tweets, because in my timeline, because they were posted in the time which is not so relevant to your time zones. Zelensky had recently posted the address for the nation and for the allies, where he specifically commended and expressed his gratitude for two units. The first one, or two divisions. The first one is the state border guards units from Kharkiv and Sumy that are right now being deployed in Donbas region. And for, guess who? The Rapid Response Brigade or Rapid Reaction Brigade, who we have been helping. I have been helping since my time during Op Unifier, but the space community and Twitter community has been helping them with the help of MriyaAid and myself for substantial time. Sometimes I haven't been this vocal about that because I was too modest, I apologize. But we have been supporting them with all we can. We have been conducting a fundraiser for the Recce element. Can't disclose detail about that, but we are doing it as we speak as well. I got the paperwork done. And so Zelensky in his address commended the Rapid Reaction Brigade Yuri 3018 from Hostomel, specifically pointed out the smart on-point decision, which usually is all about mission command. And once again, that's the brigade of the future, as we call them, as they call themselves, as NATO forces trainers called them, because they from the very beginning of the establishment, they have never knew the USSR or old Ukrainian doctrine. They have only seen and used and utilized NATO SOPs and procedures, and they have been having a really hard time in Bakhmut axis, but we're managing. I wouldn't say that it's easy. They had been having losses. Unfortunately, that's war, and what we will mourn the fallen heroes properly once we are victorious. But as of right now, every loss hurts. Like part of your soul is being ripped apart. But anyways, the fighting goes on. As of right now, all the attention as to the heavy hostilities and combat are towards Bakhmut axis. Enemies have been relocating and redirecting potential reinforcements to that axis, and we're still holding the ground. Hopefully, we will eventually cast them away. I've heard that more and more leaders from different foreign states have been more open about their opinion and their support for Ukraine. Yeah, we are really grateful. It took some people a while to figure out what's what, but yeah, better late than never. And on another note, this time I will be the one to doing the handover. So hopefully, I will also maybe provide you with some photo or video of evidences of what we've been doing. But once again, it's a Iraqi unit, so I will be mindful of some potential complications. But thank you once again for the support, for the info support. If you have been sharing the space or sharing information about Ukrainian resilience and fight, thank you for helping out financially, or maybe if you had donated some hardware or some medical equipment, anything. Words can't express how grateful we all are. I tried to convey, as I mentioned in my tweets, everything that's being said on Twitter, in DMs, replies, on space. If I'm here, I apologize. I'm not always here like I'm used to. Blackouts are more and more frequent. Daily schedules don't work really well, to be honest. Today we didn't have electricity for 7 hours during daytime. That was a little bit strange because we're not close to the front line. So anyways, yeah, so thank you so very much. If you have any questions, comments, suggestions, words, I'm trying to pass them on to the troops. Usually those are like voicemails or just short translation of what was said. It really helps them. Even that video from Zelensky that he had posted, it's not that long, it's nothing special, it's his daily briefing, so to say, but it helps to remind the guys that we haven't forgotten about them. Society knows about their contribution, about their challenges. Everyone keeps supporting them, and it helps. It honestly helps, because when they are there fighting on their own, just like, you know, to receive some parcels is a great joy for them, because like, oh, they were able to get this kit. We didn't, like, quote, we didn't even expect that it's gonna happen. We just asked for that, but we didn't know that it will happen. Or if someone makes a video and just share it with them, they're like, oh, cool, we haven't been forgotten. Because being there in a fight for such a long time, and once again, the RRB have been there since late January, and they hardly ever had some rest because of the nature of their capabilities. It's really important. So thank you once again for helping out. The drive is still on. If you have any questions, once again, I'm here on the panel. Yeah.
Thank you, Fernine. And I've put Ferlane's thread from a few days ago at the front of the nest, and please do check it out. They are, they're truly heroes out there in the front lines, and they deserve every bit of support you and your wallet can afford, really. Thank you, Ferlane. Nick, question, comment? Nick?
Oh, sorry, I forgot the button. I said my point was about the cocktails. So if anyone has a question for Ferlane, I will defer. Otherwise,
I have a question for Ferlane. What do you think about Nick's cocktail?
I have to admit, I have no clue what the heck are you talking about, because I tuned in, and this happened with Spaces all the time. So when you join in between of a conversation and you were slightly distracted before, and there's something comes and then you try to link or connect some things and it doesn't work. Like I'm thinking about Molotov's cocktail when I hear cocktail. I apologize, that's the only association I have at this point, plus I don't drink. So can you educate me, or
It's the second tweet in the nest, really.
I haven't had the chance to look at the nest. I was looking at your beautiful profile picture, and I'm actually packing my backpack. I'm going back to Kyiv. So, second. Okay, let me see.
So somebody has sent me a Ukrainian cocktail bar menu, which I'm translating with the help of Google Lens. So there's a cocktail called a Dead Russian, which is like a White Russian, only it's been improved. They have a cocktail called HIMARS, like a Long Island iced tea, but tastier and stronger. Anyone who's ever had a Long Island iced tea will tell you that that's quite a stretch. There's one, the
that's really
Ukrainian
what's
word
needed
is,
to improve the strength
Oh,
of the
that's
Long Island iced tea.
that's the Tanse bar. So that's one of the places I really like. That's a Korean restaurant at the end of Podil district. I have actually brought one of the Estonian friends who came with Ragnar once there. He was impressed with Korean-ish cuisine, but actually it's really, really cool place. And I'm not surprised that they have modernized the menu they had. It's something highly recommended. It's not that big, but the food is decent. So please keep on. Now at least I have an idea what is happening.
No, so Nick's HIMARS
there's one
cocktails
that-
is separate from that. I just want to say, for Lane, next time Tim comes over, you should take him there. He's going to drink them dry. I trust.
One of these cocktails, I think the word is bavovna, which is translated by Google Lens as cotton. So I guess, does that mean vatnik?
No,
No.
it's the accidental fires in Russian occupied territories.
Okay.
Smoking accidents.
Okay. Based on gin with the addition of pomegranate juice, as in Crimea, but not so dangerous. And then the next one, Google couldn't translate, shmonia.
Shmonia is a sad-looking guy. For Lane.
Yes.
For Lane? Shmonia.
Let me see how it's actually written, because it sounds like yeah.
It's the prisoner word that was very sad-looking early on.
Yeah, because like I need to explain it. So there's like a search more, and they made it sound cute.
And the final one is called Tears of Russian Mothers. So any cocktail for 189 hryvnia. I have to go and look up the exchange rate.
About €4.
Okay. So yes, there is already a HIMARS cocktail, and I'm sure it's more authentic and superior to mine. I'll see if I can work out from this translation exactly how I could make a version of it myself. Well, okay, somewhat like Long Island, but it's tastier and stronger. I guess one can improvise around that.
I do believe that by the end of the war, you will have all possible things on the menu, like in every restaurant. So I would recommend firstly reading at the ingredients and then accepting what's actually, because the names sound really like alluring, but it might be really deadly. It's just like in an alcoholic kind of way. So be careful with that.
I do like the sound of a cocktail called a Dead Russian.
Feels like a moment of silence for dead Russians. Meh.
I'm sorry, I was busy. Yeah, things like that happen. Wendy, go ahead. I just want to say that's a pretty good menu, but it's not very descriptive. They could have done better. Wendy?
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Verlaine and Dermot. I just thought I'd take this moment of reflection to pose the question: what would a MriyaReport cocktail be? Any answers?
I have a pretty good answer, but I'll let others go first with wrong answers.
No wine.
Doman?
It would have been Domin's wit, Axel's on point facts and arguments, Yehuda's 100%, then Wendy's. That's a good question. What we for and Wendy? I think I will leave it to Wendy to say. Then
I think empathy.
Teams UK-ish empathy, exactly. Then teams, but once again, it's for Wendy to decide. Then teams, glorious Britain humor, and so many more ingredients that I think we will be listening them in lines for eternity.
We will have a pudding, actually. The truth is in the pudding. Like,
Doman?
The truth of the pudding is in the eating, is the actual phrase, and the truth is in the pudding is the abbreviation. Nick was going to say
proof.
that. I just had to beat him to it.
No,
the proof of the pudding, not the truth. The proof. P-R.
I said the proof.
Did you? I'm sorry. My ears are thick.
Have you heard of a sandwich and that with a Bayraktar topping?
What's the Bayraktar topping, George?
It's crispy bacon. It says the sandwich has been Bayraktared, so you get crispy bacon. There's an actual place somewhere in New York City that's serving the sandwich like that.
That's amazing. See, my answer for Lane, and you're going to appreciate this, is going to be: imagine a Kir Royale, but instead of champagne, you have Novi Svet. Instead of the crème de cassis, you have a Massandra Muscat.
That's beautiful. I only realized, because I'm not such an expert, I only realized what were you talking about when you started mentioning Ukrainian brands. I apologize. I'm really not an expert on that, but thank you. That was really heartwarming.
See, I think it's perfect for the winter Crimean beach party.
I have a suggestion.
Oh, you can't top this. Come on.
I mean, it's just a little bit related it's a cheap alternative. So since the Maria is an airplane, it should contain tomato juice. And I just would put in a little bit of Horilka. So yeah.
I'll stick to Horilka.
Okay, so Bernardo, you just advertised a Bloody Maria.
Very good.
Can we specify that there should be some form of watermelon juice in a MriyaReport cocktail? That seems Ukrainian.
Yeah, I think we should keep it simple. Ukrainian vodka and watermelon juice.
That's a special Kherson cat.
Yeah, I like that. Actually, that's probably not bad. If you take Nemirov on ice, dash a soda to spice it up, because otherwise the melon juice is too sweet. Yeah, that could be it.
What about Uzvar and vodka? Have you ever had that, Doman?
Nope.
Not a fan of Uzvar, actually. I have to admit, I'm not a fan of that.
You have to turn in your Ukrainian passport right now for Lane. That's it. You're done.
It depends, but I have to explain. I don't like sugar things and sweet things overall. So that's why Uzvar is like.
No. You're having the wrong Uzvar because Uzvar does not contain sugar.
It contains sugar from the fruits that are being smoked and then boiled in large numbers. That's why it's really, really sweet. I have to explain.
No, that's because they're using fruits that you see. The fruits have to be smoked, then dried.
I know. I made it. I cooked it. Still don't like it. I even don't like
There's
this
hardly any sugar in there.
fresciata cake as well.
Anda, help me. Anda, help me.
I cannot fight Verlaine, and you can.
Oh no! It's not a fight. I'm just saying.
No. I'm just teasing him. Like what? We are girls, so we stick together, right? So whatever you say, we will say the opposite. So that's that.
No, but Roman Uzvar, if it's done right, it's a smoky flavor. If it's got to have some pears and apples in it, and other fruits, plums and things of that nature, and then you just add some vodka to it. It's really, really good.
You're basically describing mulled wine, except for there's no wine, but the alcohol's vodka.
No, it doesn't taste like mulled wine at all. It's Uzvar is very refreshing because it doesn't leave that aftertaste that you have with other drinks.
Is it served hot?
No.
Cold.
Cold.
Verlaine.
Yes, it's served cold, and that is why it feels for me really sugary. So once again, guys, right now I'm a perfect survivor in Ukrainian conditions when we didn't have, now it's kind of enough salt and sugar. I just don't like it. I don't add sugar to tea, to coffee. When I bake for someone, I do add it because I know that the other people will be pissed. Because it feels like a prank, but I'm not pranking them. Yeah, so that's why maybe Uzvar feels a little bit off. But I do love kvass, if you think about it. So
kvass is so sweet.
Kvass is great, George. Depends on what you get. If you get the cheap stuff, yes, it's sweetened. But the good ones are not.
Even the good ones are sweeter. Domin.
Nope.
Even the good ones are sweeter than Uzvar. Completely.
Exceptions. It's like in the grammar. There are more exceptions than the rules.
No, good kvass, George. Good kvass, George is off dry. Dry to off dry. Trust me. Right, Verlaine? Back me up.
Well, I've had good kvass, and it's not that dry. It still has that sugary taste to it. Okay. Uzvar has, I don't know, Verlaine, we're gonna have to send you to get your taste buds checked because yeah. Anyway,
I already sorry for I think and we have been doing this for a while. You will be the next one to speak, but just like I literally just mentioned, George, I don't like sugar and salt. my taste buds are already not in the right place if you think about it. And
very medieval.
Yes. She would have been good on those sailing ships that crossed the Atlantic back in the 1600s.
So I actually have a question for you because one of you must know, one of you must be able to answer. What is horinka made of in Ukraine?
See, this is where Verlaine and I disagree.
I don't remember us being in disagreement on that.
I do.
I don't remember us being in disagreement at all.
I think this was the only bit. Okay, so Verlaine, what does horilka mean? What's the etymology of horilka?
To burn, horite, to burn.
Yes, but what does it mean? Where does it burn?
I mean, it's ethanol that's being burned.
Okay, so I think the disagreement is because on a previous occasion, Renane said that it burns when you drink it. It burns in your throat.
It was a metaphor. Metaphor.
Yes, but see, I think it is, but it burns because you're cooking it, right? In order to distill it, you're firing the mash, so to speak. So I think it's to burn, but it's to warm up the thing that you're cooking in order to get the alcohol out. So what we were disagreeing on, and this was months ago, so I understand you don't remember it because there are many important things that happen in between that actually matter. But I think what we were disagreeing on is whether the burning occurs in one's mouth or one's throat, which was your argument, I distinctly remember, or the burning occurring in the pot still, which is my etymology.
Daman, I'm an interpreter. I remember things as they happen. I remember the meaning. I don't remember I might not remember the exact wording, but I remember the meaning. And I do remember that I doubt that was a disagreement. That's how you perceive that. And usually the burning happens. So I will explain you an example of Ukrainian grandpas who are mostly the ones who make it, or moonshine or horilka, whatever, something alcoholic, especially horilka. So in order to like my late grandpa did it. So once it's done and he has horilka like already on here on the table in the bottle, he takes he takes a spoon, literally pours horilka on the spoon and lights it up with the flashlight, or sorry, with matches, usually with matches. So yeah, and it burns. If it burns, it's good. The bigger the burn, the greater is the percent of. So that's why it burns. Usually, in order to check how great it is or how alcoholic it is, they burn it inside the spoon, and you can literally see it's like a chemical reaction, but instead of chemical classes, you are doing it at your home. Kids, don't try to repeat this thing at home with the Ukrainian horilka that you buy. It might not go as you plan it. The only ones who are allowed to do that are fearless Ukrainian grandpas and grannies.
To my recollection, horinka has like somewhere between 45 and 60 degrees alcohol in it.
That's when you add water. So when you distill, the lowest you're going to get is about 72. Depending on your still, you're unlikely to get below that, and you might be getting anywhere up to 95, 96. But then you dilute it with water. You do that with basically all the spirits, because not so many people actually want a 70%, whatever.
And isn't it done through, so from fruits? Don't you use fruits for it as a base raw material? So it's not from grapes. It's from, I don't know, pears or plums or something like that.
Fruits are optional, but usually it's wheat or some kind of grain.
Oh, okay.
Never in my life I expected to chat about it with anyone, because once again, I don't drink alcohol almost. Like sometimes I have to, because the reality here is a little bit too much. So I allow myself to drink wine, like homemade wine, every now and then. I haven't bought wine since the beginning of war, because priorities, I don't think I should invest money on that. No, and my parents made homemade wine, so yeah.
All right.
Can we
So
buy
how did
idea
the
for drink
donation
then? Sorry.
how did the donation run go, Feline? Can you talk a little bit about it? Feline.
So apologies, my mic didn't turn on as it should have, and I also received a message from one of screenshots from the listeners, which is a little bit disappointing. I will go for the drive. Though I am a woman, I am an interpreter, so that's why I remember the meanings that were said, and I usually don't put words in other mouths, even though it's a joke. Anyways, and I never tell the words that weren't spoken. Yeah. Axel, so the drive, we the initial sum was $30,000, and we were able to, once again, that was for the essentials that had been destroyed during one of the missions, and we were going to restore some of the fighting capabilities. We have been able, with the help of the community, to raise those 30Ks within day and something. And then people were so generous that they kept on adding, and we are able now even get some things that we didn't even expect. So it's a little bit over 30K. It's going going great. So the support that we overall providing for Rapid Response Brigade won't be stopping on this. From time to time, I will come and explain some of the things that they need, and we can't cover it here in Ukraine, and we need the international support. But as of right now, we have almost completed procedures to get that essentials, and they will be in Ukraine hopefully as soon as possible. Yeah. Once again, Maria A team had so I have to explain. In Ukraine, there is a limit of funds that can be used throughout the month by individuals. But fortunately, we have Maria A that can get all the supporters help, connect those funds with the manufacturer or with the seller as soon as possible with their means, and it won't have any extra cost getting those materials or getting those equipment from other foreign countries, which is absolutely great. If it's a Ukrainian NGO or some kind of fund, there are usually extra expenses from the bank, because usually the banks are in Ukraine. But guess what? We were successful in saving hopefully some funds, and the seller heard about the overall situation and was also generous enough to make us a small tiny discount. But it's still not. There is no such thing as small discount in our situation, and there is no such a thing as small donation, because every donation helps to keep us going, basically. And I see that there is Wendy and David who want to speak about it.
David.
Okay, hi. How you guys doing? So my cocktail drink idea would be take a tall glass to represent all the ideas in Twitter, salt the rim for the saltiness of Twitter, add 4 shots of tequila, because drinking a lot of tequila is always a bad idea, like invading like Ukraine getting invaded by Russia, And then you would add some apple juice to that and top it off with a watermelon bit of fruit. And then you put a paper cope cage over it as a kind of like an umbrella thing, because it's just there for decoration. There you go. That's my idea. What do you think?
I think we
Paper cope
definitely need
cage out of it.
That's brilliant. Yeah.
David, go write it down under Nick's tweet for more ideas, so that we don't forget the recipe and we don't have to ask you again.
Oh, okay. I'll try. I don't recipe. It's just in my head, so I haven't gotten any mixtures or anything done. It's just an idea.
Just write it out. Just type it out.
Okay.
If you don't write it in the
All
next minute, you'll forget it. But do it as a reply to my tweet.
Exactly.
All right. Also, I would suggest for a beer idea, you go with like a wheat / sunflower seed type beer, ferment that, and see how that turns out. Some type of thing, anyway. If you want to create a beer based on the beer, there you go. Take sunflower seeds and wheat seeds and see what you can come up with. I don't know, just an idea.
All right. Cheers, David. Wendy.
Okay.
Cheers, Stoneman. I commend David's idea. That was absolutely wonderful. I was just wondering if we could get the recipe for Verlaine's homemade wine. I for one would like to try making it.
Well, you need to ask her mother. I think, right, Verlaine?
True. I know I have seen the process. I don't know the ingredients by heart. I mean the measures. So that's usually done by my parents. Yeah, but that's not a problem. Once I find her in this darkness, I'm gonna do that.
Could you give us a rough estimation, Verlaine, of what the ingredients are and of what quantity we should use to make this wine? I mean, it sounds absolutely wonderful. I'm just wondering if I need to buy, loads of different types of fruit from the supermarket and trample it down on.
Oh God, no, Wendy, that's not anywhere ripe enough to give you anything useful.
Oh, that's good to know, Dermot, because I drink my wine as I am right now out of a bottle. So I think my first attempt would be pretty horrendous anyway.
No, trust me on that one, Wendy. There's nothing you can buy in the supermarket that's anywhere ripe enough to make any useful wine at all. The raw materials that Verlaine's parents use are far superior when it comes to making wine from them than anything you ever find in a British supermarket. That's my expert advice. Just don't even try. I've made mistakes similar, and they were less costly than what you were about to do. So just don't.
How about I'm gonna bring that to Crimea beach party?
Yes, that is the perfect approach.
Deal.
Thank you, Verlaine. Nancy.
Hey, Verlaine, I just want to know if your mother is the expert at that particular concoction. Can you invite her to the space for a mixer?
Oh, I mean, I can try, but I can't make her do that. It's her willful decision to come up and speak with foreigners. She might be really shy. Plus, it's gonna take me to translate that, so she might be really confused for a bit because I've never done it with her. I never had a necessity to translate my parents to anyone. So usually when they see me working, they have you ever seen the German Shepherds or any other dog tilting their head slightly because of confusion? So that's what my parents do.
Oh, that's priceless. Yes, I have.
Yeah, so you can imagine my parents doing that. See, like, especially when the first month, so they haven't seen me for such a long time. I mean, even when COVID started, they haven't seen me for such a long time because I was going back and forth. But since the beginning of war, I was here at home for 3 months, and they had to see a lot of me. Obviously, hosting or co-hosting spaces, so I was mostly predominantly speaking English all the time, and they don't know the language, so it was like abracadabra. And then it was also me like working, so at some point they were joking like, "Ти ще українську не забула? Haven't you forgotten Ukrainian?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm translating like backwards as well, so why should I?" But that was actually a joke that my she also knows English commands.
I'll have to teach my American dogs some Ukrainian commands then.
I would argue, and they can back me up on this one, Alsatians have really learned English over the past few decades.
Are you equivocating to your advantage here, David?
Yes, I am.
Wendy.
Thanks, Ander. I was just imagining that that it would be a logical assumption to make that when Ukraine has liberated all of its territory through the most support the Western nations and its many allies and friends around the world can give it, and has won this war, that ferry services between Odessa and Crimea will be resumed. And if that's and when this happens, can we possibly have a MriyaReport ferry cruise, just a one-off perhaps? And if that happens, what particular drinks would you like served? What particular music would you like played? I just thought I'd put that out there.
Can you hear me right now because I'm outside?
Yes, Verlaine.
I would like for all of you to think about it. It's hard for me to think about the future because I'm living in today. So you get what I mean? I mean, I'm trying to plan something in advance in a week or so, but I can't plan that long. Sorry. Like even if I had, I can't do that.
That's totally understandable, Verlaine. I think I definitely look forward to the day when all Ukrainians are free and Crimea is returned to its to its rightful place within the sovereign territory of Ukraine as it exists at the moment, and the day when it's liberated. And I for one just can't wait to hop on a ferry from Odessa to Crimea, and yeah, hopefully that comes as soon as possible. Just as I say that, I think Verlaine's had one of the many standard dropouts.
Can I say something? And I think Verlaine can relate. And a very strange thing. We all have memories and things that connect us to our childhood, I guess. And every sea has a different sound. I know it sounds for some people when I discussed this at some point with someone, and that person said I'm crazy, but I'm not. Really, I'm not, because it depends on the winds and shores and everything, and it sounds differently, including the rhythm of the sea is differently. And I listened. I found in an app, absolutely accidental, a record the Black Sea. It was recorded in Sevastopol, and it sounded very, very much like how it sounds when I'm here in Romania on the shore. I used to go camping, right? And it's really, really quiet during the night, and you listen to the waves. And I think this is one of the things that, for example, sparked something in me, because I also went and listened to the Mediterranean Sea, mostly Aegean part of the Mediterranean, but and that's when I realized it's not the same. Some things are not the same, and you get connected to the land you're born in, to your country, and it's closer to your heart, right? This is what drives you further, and I think this is what drives Ukrainians further. It's their land. They are fighting for their land, their people, and it's not something that you can replace or change. You can change. You can go to live in another country. You can adapt to it. You can love it, just like your own. But you still know which country is your original country, right? George is here, and he has some roots in Greece. I do too. And some things will always be, you feel a connection to that person, to that culture, to some things that are specific to it, basically, and you love it. Even if someone might say, okay, why would you love Greece? Because it's always sunny, and I like skiing. Okay, go ski, but it's something that resonates with your soul, basically. And I think this is one of the characteristics or things that drive Ukrainian further. And this is one of the things that Russian don't have, because being such an amalgam of populations, being so disconnected from one another, as a culture, as traditions, there are differences, including in a small country like mine, or Greece, or even in Italy. Northern Italy has some dialects and some customs that are different from the south, and but that doesn't make them two different nations, right? They know who they belong to, where they belong to, and I think Russian don't have that. They identify with an idea, with an image which was portrayed from the center, but which has no bearing, no physical or emotional connection with, for example, with the Tajiks or any other nation which is within Russia, towards the east, north of Mongolia, right? So they cannot understand. They don't understand this fight. They don't understand why Ukrainians fight so much for their land, because they cannot connect with this. They don't have this connection. I don't know. Just an opinion. Sorry. And the long one, as always. Prince, please continue to.
Hello. How is everybody today? It's good to see you all. I'm going back to the cocktails a little bit. Excuse me for a second. Sorry, I had to cough. It reminded me that a while back in June, I saw a post on Facebook from some friends of mine in New Zealand who own a brewery. They make some amazing beers, and they have a restaurant, and they're working on expanding to the U.S. actually. But 3 of their beers appeared in Ukraine, and I posted them in Nick's thread about his cocktail. But the beers are named. 3 cans of beers are on Russian artillery that was in Kyiv. Remember that this summer. The 3 beers names are Glory to Ukraine, Glory to the Heroes. The another one is I Don't Need a Ride. I Need Ammo, not a ride. And the third one is Russian Warship, Go F Yourself. So I posted a couple picture of those in Nick's thread there for some good Ukrainian themed beers. Now, don't ask me. Oh, it might say on the cans. I see one of them is a hazy IPA, and I don't know what the others are. Regardless, they make some amazing beer, and they're always doing these kinds of themes with their beer names and labels and things such as that. But I just thought I'd add that little bit to the cocktail conversation for those who just want a good beer and you're in New Zealand. Their Behemoth Brewing Company does have those 3 Ukraine themed beers.
That could be an idea, but as I am, I have
not in New Zealand.
not in New Zealand. No, I have a slight intolerance at gluten, and therefore I get drunk really fast. So from beer, it's a really bad combination. Like half a bottle, it's enough for me not to stand up from the table. It's that fast. So I really need to stick with whiskey and hard stuff.
So basically, when we have the beach party in Crimea, everybody knows to slip a little bit of beer into Anda's drink if y'all want to have a little bit of fun, because just we'll just slip her and Mickey somehow with some beer and just let it go from there.
No, I can laugh and have a good time without beer. So I don't.
I'm just teasing you, and it's all good. I just people can drink what they can drink. I can drink whiskey and I can drink beer. Those are my 2 favorite when I do drink.
Well, and because of Domen, because Domen it's his fault. So I want to highlight this, to underline it twice. It's his fault. Um, I drank wine, and I tasted wine this summer. Um, a little bit too enthusiastic, and I swore it off for a year, because I said that was enough, and I will get um, dragged on this dark path. Um, so until 3rd of August next year, no wine. All right.
I mean,
So
now we know. Now we know why the leopards are still in their cages.
why?
Well, because obviously, Scholz wants you to enjoy Crimea properly next summer, so he's not allowing you to get to that stage at Lezuni Berek before that.
I can have Horinka. I can bring Horinka. Actually, we do have. I sent you, Domen, this. In Romania, we have two types of beverage, which is basically the same, just that Horinka is stronger, much stronger, and it's only prepared in the north, very very close to the Ukrainian border. Ours is that's why I was asking, actually, Ferlane, because ours it's done from plums, and very very rarely from pears, and it has a special smell because of that. And yeah, what she said about lightening it up, it does, unfortunately. So don't play with that at home. Um, I can drink that, for example. I'm allowed. It's not beer, so it doesn't have gluten, so it's good, and it's not wine, so, and it's Ukrainian, or so. Uh, I think I'm good, and he can release those leopards, and I made the effort of wearing leopard print in order to take some pictures. So yeah, I want, because Michelle is listening, I hope. I will make a special lady night some morning next week when she's back, in which we will touch upon this, and we will kind of ask for the leopards. We will have a program of 2 hours or so, in which we will address the leopard issue, and maybe we can drive the idea home, and get the chancellor to free the leopards, right? So yeah, and Verlaine is coming back. Yay! Okay, so that being said, what is new? What is different? What had happened during the last hours or days, which is important, and we haven't touched upon at this point?
Well, there are some interesting HIMARS strikes in Luhansk Oblast, just outside of Severodonetsk. Maybe it wasn't HIMARS, maybe it was 155. Who knows? Another one just across the river from Kherson, sort of halfway between Oleshki and Holabristan. Feels like July, honestly. I'm just looking for Russian ammo depots going up in flames.
So are we waiting to see when is the next one blowing up, or actually I have a question. I you know I always come up with the weirdest questions for you. So this one is it's not directly about Ukraine. It's about political context. So I think 2 months ago or 3 months ago, there was a release of soldiers from Russia to Ukraine, which, if I understood correctly, was mediated, was negotiated by the South Arabia prince. And starting from that point, I kept seeing his name in international politics. And the last time I heard his name was yesterday, when I read that Biden administration will provide immunity in a process, in a not process, that's the Romanian word, or the direct equivalent, the trial. He's been on trial for an assassination of a journalist. So I was wondering, looking at this, if we would see, so is this a kind of how to say this, Domen? When you give and get something, like a quid pro quo, when you help me with this, and I will help you by negotiating further with Russia on behalf of
Like a favor or something?
sorry?
Something of a favor?
Yes, something like that. So this is how it looked to me. Like, this is a favor that US is doing right now, and in exchange they are hoping to get more help from Saudi Arabia for Ukraine, I suppose, and for probably on oil extraction, and so on and so forth. So I was wondering if you have an opinion on that, or anyone else has an opinion on that, and maybe shed some light, because I'm really not familiar with the topic, but I do remember he was involved in releasing the I think it was the first group of soldiers that were released from Russia to Ukraine.
I believe he was involved in the release of the foreign soldiers, or soldiers with the foreign identities, who were either part of International Legion or Ukrainian Armed Forces. Specifically, those who were who had the trial in the so-called DNR, or whatever they call themselves. and they should have been executed but instead they were released with the help of the Saudi prince.
The British, the two Brits, and you mean the two Brits that were condemned to with which had a death sentence, a mock trial and a death sentence, and they were later released.
Yeah, but I think it was more than that. I think that was like 6 or 8. I think 8 individuals overall.
Oh, okay.
I mean, numbers in my head are a little bit all jumbled.
So is my idea too far fetched? Is my mind running ahead of me, or does anyone have any opinion on why do we see this today, or not? Probably not. I have no hands, and it's totally silent. So I will move forward, right? I will dismiss my own idea, and we will consider this as a comment, and we can move forward to other topics, which might catch more interest from the group. And Domen has his hand up, right?
I have an actual serious question. Fernand, are the unscheduled blackouts any less regular or less common than they were?
It's vice versa. Actually, they're getting more common. Either due to the let's say it, attempts of our emergency workers in the world to restore everything, because obviously in order to restore it they need to shut it down, or because of the sense of overall overload of the system and the numbers of power cuts. They need to some kind balance it all out. But since we don't have anyone to speak about anything at this time, I mean, urgent things, I probably will share with you some good news in the midst of this horror. For those of you who have been here from the very beginning, you remember how there was a global citizen, a Tory who lived in Russia, who has finished his education in Edinburgh, who was sort of like, let's say, imprisoned due to the unfortunate circumstances during COVID time in Russia, and wasn't able to get back to his studies. So although he has a Russian passport, he was against the war from the very beginning. He was here, so he once we chatted a little bit, I got to know that was his friend in Donetsk Oblast, and who needed his family to be brought to safety, and I helped him with that. They stayed here literally across the street for a couple of for half a year, and now I got to see them today as well, because they had some time to be out of the city and got back to reconsider everything that's happening. They happen to be, so they are from Pokrovsk. They happen to be there at the time where Russians hit the ammo depot in Pokrovsk, and it was literally 1 kilometer away from them. So I also heard a lot of explosions while speaking with him, because he called me. So anyways, the ecological the ecology there and overall the situation is getting more and more unbearable, because the region has always been industrial to the point of no return, but now, since of the explosions and ashes all over the place, it's really hard there just to keep on living for people with certain respiratory diseases. Anyways, short story short, they came here today to tell us first that they're gonna be moving to my hometown. They've already made first payment for the house, though their houses are still intact. Let's say they haven't been demolished. There were some things which were destroyed, but not completely. But they decided to settle down here. At least the elders will do that with kids, because it's like, though the times are uncertain, they still have to keep on living. And now they're gonna be like either on being focused on the life that and their past that might be destroyed. They're gonna try to move on and think about you know restoration, renovation, and sort of new chapter. So yeah, it's a little bit hard to explain the whole story, but I'm really happy for them. At least, like, you can't be completely happy in these circumstances, but at least I'm still happy that the kids will be safe, and that the elders will keep on living without thinking that they might just perish because they can't breathe in their own house. Yeah, it's bittersweet. I imagine you also feel the same.
Domen? So, Domen is a bit busy. I will take the reins, and I will. I have here on the panel Verlaine. I have Ioana, and I was wondering if you, Verlaine. So, Ioana is one of our new co-hosts. I heard only awesome reviews about her, and I was wondering if you could share with us how were your first days as co-host here in the space, at the beginning of the war. How was it? How was it with you? For you, how did you feel?
Thank you for the question. Now I need to get going the memory lane. It was a little bit different in my case because I was in co-hosting and a hosting spot from the very beginning, when the spaces were completely unstable. No one knew what kind of a beast it is. So some functions were still unavailable. Yeah, and apart from that, the first weeks of war in Ukraine were really indescribable. They still are. I don't have words in my vocabulary, though I know a couple languages to describe what kind of horror it was. I was anxious but composed, determined to keep on helping in every possible way, even though I'm introverted. People were it was really it was really touching how almost every soul that came to the panel, excluding bots or trolls, try to do whatever they can, even though they felt helpless. It was really hard because of technical parts, because my phone didn't see all of the requests, and then people were grumpy. I had a lot of DMs, and I tried to manage hosting, co-hosting, answering, monitoring, evacuating, everything was at once. So I wasn't probably, I still am not in my best shape, but I try to answer everyone at least with some kind of emotion. At some point, I felt like my batteries, and we obviously didn't have so many volunteers who were able to help out at that moment, because everyone was skeptic of spaces or of, I don't know, public speaking. But for me, there was just no other way. I would have hated myself if I hadn't stepped in at that moment, even though it's not something I do on regular basis. I'm mostly of texting kind of a person. If you think about it, it's much easier for me to express my opinion or speak with someone with texting. Once again, calling someone freaks me out. Like even a thought of calling someone, especially someone who is completely unknown for me, the whole idea is just, yeah. And like picking up the phone when I don't know the caller is makes me sweat. Not right now, but before that it was definitely making me sweat. But yeah, I just had to figure it out, keep on going. And usually when you speak with someone for 40 seconds to a minute, you can kind of guess the intention of a person if you are witty enough. You may be really sleepy, and then it takes you 5 minutes to figure the intention of a person, and yeah, and it's really hard to when you are here 24/7. I think the guys can support me on that. You might just run out of energy that you had at the beginning of the shift or beginning of the day. The news that come might completely throw you off track, because the situation changes and people die here, and you keep on seeing some videos or footage about torture or rape or whatever. And there is a difference in hosting spaces about some kind of educational stuff or just key step. But when you were having space about war, like, I don't think that you can be ready for this. I don't think that there is a school who can teach you how to behave. Yeah, like it's not related to hosting and co-hosting, but that's just adding some extra implications. So the most important part for all of this is just remain being yourself and remain being true to yourself, to the listeners, and just don't overuse the power of mute everyone all the time, even though you want to sometimes. But yeah, like for those of you who have never been a co-host, there is a beautiful mute everyone button, and and yes, it should have been used in the very critical times. Then you want to, yeah, when you want to, don't stop laughing. When you want to, but keep on laughing. You want to hear the point, but not the noise that comes from everywhere. But once again, be mindful of the distortion, and be mindful of the delay. And I am guilty of speaking over some people because of the delay. And I obviously that's an excuse, but it's true. The connection here is great, but not all the time. Yeah, just ask something specific, and then I can answer that as well.
How did you deal with emotions? Because usually, I don't know, usually I'm happy-go-lucky, making jokes about everything, even if the subject is serious. It's my way of putting it into perspective. I think sometimes we do take some things in far more serious than they are in reality. So I had a moment, I think it was last Monday. I have seen some videos and pictures which triggered me. And when I entered the space, I was not exactly myself. Therefore, it was really, I usually co-host early in the morning, and I didn't have my coffee, and I was kind of, not myself. And someone came up with a narrative, and basically I took their head off, like in 2 seconds. Sweet as it may be, sweet as I may seem, usually, and fun. Yeah, I received DMs, including from colleagues, like, "Are you okay?" Yeah. So how how do you um, how do you do that? How do you manage your emotions when you because for you, I think it's more intense, and more close to your heart, to your family in the end, right? You have friends, you lost friends. How do you process? How do you address that?
Thank you for the question. It's really complex. I'm going to try to explain my perspective, though it's not the same for everyone. Situation diverse. The thing is, I don't allow myself to be succumb to my emotions completely. I think the years of interpretation practice help, because when you are doing something, you have to focus and just be in the moment, present there, because you understand that something bigger than you depends on, on your full, let's call it fighting capability. For instance, as an example, even before the full-scale invasion, the moment when my late granny died, and she was the closest person to me. It's gonna be personal story. So the morning she died, I had to have a very important TLP demonstration, a troop leading procedure demonstration in the training center in front of 100, more than 100, I think it was 130 or something, cadets who have been in ranks of NCOs from private to the master sergeant and a little bit higher, senior master sergeants as well. And they only had a chance to have that demonstration from the foreigner, like from foreigners that day because of their schedule and because of, because of some implications once again. And the next day they should have had their final exams, and that final exam kind of on the exam depended the further service and so on and so forth. So they were really determined to get the full demo, whatever came after it, and then the next day is the FTX, the field exercise. So my mom called me 4 a.m. Then I realized that I need to go to work. I came to work. I did everything I could. I was focused on the work. Obviously, I cried on the bus to the work. Then I picked myself up, did the job, went back to my parents in my hometown, which is like 3 hours away from Kyiv, but 4 hours away from my work. Said goodbye to my granny. Wasn't at the funeral next day because I got back to work. That the next morning I was at work. And that's how you keep on going. You keep on focusing on something bigger than yourself. And all the emotions in my state is, in my case as well, are being postponed for the later. Like if I need to mourn, I will do that. I won't be completely won't be completely completely covered with my emotions, so to say. I know that after the victory we're gonna have the days of grief, the days of processing, the days of accepting, and so on and so forth. But right now we don't have this. At least my friends and I, we don't have this luxury of giving ourselves up for the emotions. Otherwise, it once again, sorry for that, but I think someone will make a meme of this. It won't be productive. So in order to keep being productive, we have to stay focused. And if we want to win this fight sooner, we have to be sharp, as our senses should be sharp. And same goes for everything. I'm very cautious and cautious even when I'm like hearing about your song Liberation was a happy moment, but it came with a heavy price. So I couldn't be completely happy about that. There was a cautious happiness and cautious joy. Hearing about some IDPs buying a house is obviously like a sigh of relief, but I can't be completely happy about them doing that because I understand that they are forced to leave their home, and because they are terrified of another loitering munition explosion, missiles, rockets. They don't have water there. They don't have heating. Hearing about people being evacuated from Kherson right now sounds really like, once again, great effort by our government. But they are leaving their homes. They are going to the middle of nowhere where they are going to be staying in the dorms, and it's not the place they're used to stay. And we are all kind of in mid-air. Every time you feel grateful for something because it might have been worse. And I don't know. For me, it's mostly, if it wasn't for for the unit, if it wasn't for the support from the unit or being how should I put it, this sense that you are changing something for better, gradually, step by step, bit by bit, that you are making an impact and you are affecting something in the positive way. This is what makes you, keep on being focused on and sharp, and seeing the bravery of our troops, hearing about the bizarre stories or their out of the box thinking, or the losses that are unfortunate, but it's war. And you yeah, we at the beginning of war, when we spoke with my friends who are in different units, we kind of agreed, and it's also an agreement within the unit not to get attached to anyone too much. But once again, it's not working this way. So knowing what are they doing for us makes us tougher. Our skin is tougher, not only because sometimes we have to, get to bunkers or get to safety and stay there in basements. The only time I personally had to stay in the basement was on a military base during one of the raids, and in subway, because I just don't have a very proper basement. But other people's our people are there, like they have to stay in the bunker. The kids have to stay in the bunkers for hours and hours during nights. My mom is a caretaker, so she works in a school for kids with special needs, so and learning disabilities. So they mostly stay. Their parents let them stay at night at school. And once there's an air raid, you need to get kids to bunkers. So you like imagine the situation overall. Oh, Axel comes. Would you like to add something?
No, I was just trying to highlight how you said something that there are times when you cannot associate yourself with an event, or you have to detach yourself from the potential, say, harm which may come to individuals in order to be able to carry on and to make sure that you are not going to be hurt whilst carrying out your duty. And I think this is the classic Stoic method in how to deal with a crisis and how to deal with a challenge like a war. So you are, yet again, another symbol as to why Ukraine will win.
Thank you, Axel. I think I have been called Stoic since the day I was in the kindergarten, and by different people. So I at this point I do believe I am Stoic. The Stoicism probably is somewhere in my blood. So yeah, I will just give you an example. I have never told about this on space, of how kids with learning disabilities, with special needs, have to, like, what they have to endure during the night if there's an air raid, not even in the close proximity to the hostilities, to the active combat. So there is an air raid alert all over Ukraine. Let's imagine the caretaker receives the alert. Let's imagine it's 10 p.m., 1 a.m., whatever. Kids go to bed at 9:30. So they need to wake up all the kids, dress them, and that's the challenge itself. So kids are partially asleep, and some of them are crying, some of them are behaving differently. And then you need to make them go to the bunker or basement. Not every basement is properly like let's say you have seen the videos from Ukraine. Even though the schools and centers are trying to make it as comfortable as possible, I doubt every one of them looks like their rooms or like the like special places where they can actually rest properly. It's still not the best condition for kids, and then they have to stay there, and not everyone falls asleep. Some people, especially caretakers, make sure that those who fall asleep sleep in proper positions, but those who were woken up, they can't sleep. So and they're terrified because air raids are still going on. They can hear it. They are underground. It might take them be there for like for 2 hours to 8 hours. Sometimes it's only like 30 minutes, but it's still very like it. The sensation of them being there is everlasting, so to say, because once they are dragged there, they don't know when it's gonna finish, and once they are dragged there or forced to be brought there, they realize that somewhere in Ukraine, someone's house will be destroyed or someone will die for sure, and that's a whole another story, and they are reliving it. It's really it's one thing to see it in the video how it's happening, but that's completely another story when you are here in Ukraine and you see how the kids are living through this madness. Even if the conditions are the best, even if the caretakers are the best, no one still feels safe even in the bunker. Like you can be really stoic when you are an adult, and you can influence the situation somehow. But when you're a kid and there's not much you can do, especially if you have special needs or disability, or some learning disabilities. For them, it's very tough. So whenever I have a chance to get to my mom's job, I try to commend the bravery of teachers and caretakers and everyone who is in the education system of Ukraine. Because apart from this case, when kids actually stay at school during the nighttime and they have to spend the night in the bunker, which isn't supposed to be their, let's say, place for a night. We also have students and who have their both online and offline classes, and teachers who stoically once again say like, what was that? I think one of my mom's friend's son told that his professor mentioned that regardless of regardless of the weather, the match will go on, like in football. So no matter what's happening all around, you need to keep on being educated, because education and knowledge is the driving force of progress, and they should keep on learning. So if you think about Ukraine, schools still work here, kindergartens work here, universities full mode own. It's just a tweaked reality. That's it.
So it is amazing for Len, because we can try really hard to imagine all the things that you are encountering and you are feeling, but it's impossible because we are not in your place. And what amazed us, I believe, in all the free world is this clarity of a purpose and this determination to fulfill the purpose, the common purpose, and the way you work together as a nation. Because very often we think, of things that are composed from other things as the sum of the parts. And with this situation and with this war and with what you have done as Ukrainians, Ukraine is now much more than the sum of the parts. And it's amazing your job, like helping others and volunteering and translating and doing time here on MriyaReport to help people understand. Well, this job is amazing. So I'm really glad that I am here to hear your story, and I hope that we can do together something to help or bring at least bring more information about Ukraine. I see Christopher has his hands up for some time. Christopher, you want to say something?
Yeah, hi, Anda. Thank you very much. Hi, Verlaine. I wanted to get to I guess I just wanted to weigh in and say that Maria Aid, formerly Walter Report, it like Ukraine has evolved over the last 8 or 9 months that I've been tuning in and listening, and from the first days of people making Molotov cocktails in the streets to fight against Russian tanks, and then the report talking about, well, if you hit the tank in a certain spot and making it like it, where many people were on the outside were commentating, wow, that's never going to do anything to a tank. The people in the report went, well, no, that's not necessarily true. We can work with this. This is what we have, and this is what we and I think that that's indicative of the spirit of the country. I think it's indicative of the spirit of the people on this space. And one of my first memories of you, Verlaine, was when you were trying desperately to get another co-host to go to bed because he had been up for 36 hours or something like that in the early days, and you would always be there for others, and you were always giving of yourself. And I think maybe in some respects it comforts you to with your situation, and it because you're positive and you're moving forward and you're doing something. I think that's what your stoicism is. I don't see your stoicism as a negative, but I wanted to see what you had thought about the idea of both of these entities sort of moving in somewhat lockstep, and growing and maturing, and what you thought about that. Thanks.
Thank you for a great question. I think war has already taught us a lot about ourselves, a lot about our allies, a lot about our a lot about the things that we can do as a community when we are united, and how the space has evolved both. Like it's, I think we have matured. I'm sorry, this is the right word. We've already been matured, but we have even matured more in terms of knowing what we can do, what if something, if there's something which we think we can't do, probably we need to reconsider and think maybe it's gonna just take us a little bit more time. Then it's there was like that famous quote, the difficult we do right away, the impossible takes a little longer. The same goes with the space. The difficult issues are usually dealt with here right away, and the impossible ones, with the help of the others, is dealt with a little bit just longer. So yeah, we, with the help of the space, we got to know ourselves a little bit better. Got to know I think just the world a little bit better overall. With I remember that I think a couple of people have mentioned that they had got more relevant and insightful information here then during the years of their studies that they can actually it felt for them like they have already finished a couple of courses at the university, which is true. So on one hand, we have expanded the limits of the things we thought we knew or we were able to process, and it also helped to, like, for some of us to restore the faith of in humanity, or maybe to rediscover humanity in ourselves. At least I hope that someone did that. Yeah. And yeah, well, what can I say? You can always expect that or hope for that.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad to hear in your voice a real, what I sense, in notes of happiness and of everything will be okay, and it will be okay. We'll all make it okay. Thank you so much for what you've done. I've really admired your stoicism over the times that I've gotten to know you throughout this space. So, Slava Ukraini, and I'll drop down. Thank you.
Heroin slava. Slava Nazi.
That's amazing, Marlene. And well, I wanted to ask you about this community feeling. Do you feel the support of, well, maybe this space, or when you work with the troops, or I don't know, do you feel that you are part of a bigger community?
Thank you for the question, Joanna. Yeah, we do. We do feel it. I can tell that on behalf of myself, the units, even the command of the units. They tell every time they happen to pass the word or directly that without the support we wouldn't have been this efficient, and honestly I don't know what state we would have been in if it wasn't for the outside support, both in materials and in information sphere, and just in kind words or words of encouragement. The thing is, when you feel that you're left alone, you feel like you're a trapped animal, and there's nothing that can be done. You're going to be fighting till the end, it, till your last breath. But there is a sense of something inevitable coming. Yeah. But when you feel this support, and you do feel the support, you feel like you still have a helping hand, even or someone backing you up in case something goes wrong. You have a backup plan. Yes, it involves other people, and it involves trust in others and mutual trust, but you know that there is this connection already established, so you have this feeling of being a little bit relieved, and you can give yourself a little bit of rest. You're not being way too hard on yourself, and that helps you to restore your resources. So for instance, just giving you an example, let's use our last fundraiser. So our Recce unit, where a couple people have already been recommended with the Hero of Ukraine title, who have been far behind the enemy lines, who have dealt with the Russians through a lot of years, but specifically in one of the hottest spots, lost their equipment, which is needed specifically for some peculiar missions, they didn't feel hopeless at that moment, like, oh, everything is gone, nothing can be changed, and like let's just keep on going until we're all dead, sort of mood. Yeah, no, they lost it. Well, like, okay, we have executed the mission, everyone came back this time, luckily safe. We just need to restore our fighting capabilities. Okay, so who do we have? Let's go. Okay, we have Verlaine. Everything is good. She will sort it out because she is our support and she has the support. So there is this chain or line of, it's not like line of command, it's line of support. So they know that there is me, they know that there are other people who support them, and they know that something can be done. If I was on my own and they were on our own, we wouldn't be this successful. And that's just a small example. I think it was April or something. I posted a photo from my mom loves orchids, so I have them all lined up close one of the windows, and there was like a chain of support from the bud to the sprout, which was like, basically, if it wasn't for the support, it would have been yeah, nothing would have survived. Even this uh, that photo kind of reminds me of how we all keep on going, like knowing that there is someone we can lean on, even though the people are far away, you have never seen them in person, you have already witnessed their actions, and actions speak louder than words. Yeah, so
that's amazing, Verlaine.
motivation.
That's amazing. The trust that you have in the free world and in the fact that people will see uh, the fact that your fight is for democracy and for the good and for what is right and for the freedom in the world. It's amazing that you have this trust, and we are here to just support you and spread the word and make people help Ukraine in a way. And I wanted to ask a very important and um, maybe difficult question, but do you feel like you won the war? Because I'm just seeing on a Russian independent paper, Medusa, that Russian elite believe that they lost the war already. Do you feel like you won? I know that there is still work to do, and I know that that day is still not quite close, but do you feel that you are winning?
The war has already cost us a lot, and it will never feel like a full victory because of the losses. When we have all the Russians out of Ukraine, when we will be able to get back all of the people who were kidnapped back to Ukraine, when we will finally liberate the last inch of our land, when there are going to be reparations done and every soldier who deserves it will going to have the treatment, and when the perpetrator will be punished, and the retribution will come, only then I think the majority of people will say that we win the war physically. As of right now, do I feel like we are winning? We definitely have an upper hand on some of the things, but I'm very cautious. I'm just staying hopeful. I'm being cautious. I don't want to underestimate the enemy and overestimate ourselves in this time. So that is why we still need the support. We still need air defenses. we don't know the exact numbers of missiles that Russia has right now. We don't have what they have bought. Like we don't have the exact data of what they have bought from Iran. We don't know what's happening behind the closed doors. I don't think that we're gonna be backstabbed by anyone, but you never know in this kind of situations. We still keep on losing a lot of brave soldiers every day. The victory comes with the heavy price. The freedom comes for us with the heavy price, and I I feel like we're winning in the hearts of people. This is definitely because we're able to show who we are and why we aren't Russians and why we shouldn't be even compared to them, so to say. We're definitely winning in the information war right now. The thing that hadn't happened in 2014 when Russian troll farms were able to win with their disinformation and misinformation. We're definitely winning this now. Everything else depends on us. Once again, our soldiers, no matter how brave they are, no matter how courageous they are, no matter how dedicated they aren't endless, and they are weary also. And we're gonna be doing whatever we can to win this fight for as long as we are breathing. That I'm sure. We will win this war. The question is the price of the victory, and in order to mitigate the damage and the numbers that we hate this, but we will lose, we need to get all the weapons that our government and troops are asking. Since the early days of war, we're saying like we are not asking for your physical involvement in the war. We're ready to sacrifice ourselves. Just give us the weapons, and then no one from Europe will have to lose their lives. No one from the America will have to lose their lives, and all the other countries. Like we are fighting for our land, for our freedom first and foremost. And just like in our anthem, we will lay our soul and bodies if needed for our country, for our statehood, and so on and so forth. Are we winning now? That's a philosophical question. We're definitely winning from the perspective of humanity.
Go ahead, Anna.
Just a quick comment, and then I'll let you. I know I can hear in your voice the emotion. I think everyone can, and I think it's wise to take day by day and to look at what's in front of you. But if we look at the bigger picture, Ukraine has already liberated almost half of what was occupied by Russians in February. So there is a significant progress. It has been 8 months, 9 almost. It is hard. We can see that, we can hear that, and we are very lucky to have you with us. You are our connection and our friend, and we really care about you, like about you personally, not just because you're Ukrainian, but for you, for your beautiful soul, and for your courageous heart. I think you have touched a lot of people, and you are making a difference. So yeah, I wanted to say that. Ioana, you wanted to add something?
Yes, I wanted to say that we are here to support you. We are here because we care. We will not look away. We have to be here with you and stay with you until victory, because Ukraine is an independent country and deserves to be free and deserve to be exactly as it wishes, a democracy. And we cannot look away. So we are seeing every day the evidence of what is happening in Ukraine. Like today, there was the picture with the two elderly people comforting each other after their house was destroyed, and it's very touching. They are from Bakhmut. We have seen the picture of the boy from Kherson with the determination in his eyes that is just comparable with other dire times in the history. We have we are seeing every day all those who died in order to obtain the victory. So we are here and we will not look away. And please, if you want to support Ukraine, go to Myria Aid. You can do something. You are not helpless. You can do something. And you can see in the nest, the first thing in the nest is um, demand for assistance from Verlaine for the Rapid Reaction Brigade, which is currently in Bakhmut fighting. So we can help. We are here to help. And I wanted to ask you, I don't know if somebody asked you already this question, are the fighters from Rapid Reaction Brigade prepared for winter?
Thank you for the question. Those guys are always ready because of their rapid response, or so to say, their willingness to keep on fighting no matter the circumstances. They are almost ready. This specific brigade is almost ready. They are doing the fundraiser on the outside, because we are mostly responsible for the kit. I mean, within Ukraine, they are getting for some extra winter gear, but overall, I think the only thing they are lacking right now is heating pads, those small ones. But we're gonna get them those ones. These folks are always ready. That's their motto. Even if they are not ready, they won't tell you that they are not ready. Or if it's something really like crucial, and then they gonna admit like, yeah, we're not ready, so help us now. It should be done yesterday. So yeah, technically, winter has already arrived to Ukraine. Frankly, this year it's an early winter. And feels like there's gonna be a lot of snow. So it's gonna be hard both for Ukrainians and for Russians altogether. But at least we know how to take care of the troops on our land, because that's our land, and we will manage.
And how about the civilians? How do civilians feel? And are you prepared for the winter? Because I know the situation is not good with this rolling blackout, and with the problems with the infrastructure, because the Russians are cowards, and they are, instead of fighting on the front line, they are hitting civilian infrastructure and civilian buildings. How do you prepare for the winter as civilians? How?
We yeah.
No, go ahead.
we have the reoccurring joke that we're gonna just wear more sweaters, and technically everything right now that's happening um, comes with a comparison. So, like, imagine having no heating, but you don't have rations. Imagine you don't have electricity, but you're not in a trench. Imagine that the water isn't consistent, but you still have it. It's just you know that there's someone who's suffering more than you do in your land, someone who is dear to you, someone who shares the same values, someone who it could have been you. Like every civilian thinks that they could have been in the trench if it wasn't for like age, or if it wasn't for the need of them being someone else and they're more productive doing some other stuff and then fundraising or taking care of the kids and etc. There will be problems. There already are a lot of problems in the even in the state services with the heating because it's inconsistent. So it's definitely going to be a lot of colds, but we can endure it. It's nothing in comparison with being enslaved. Trust me. So we're gonna manage somehow. People have already started to find or accumulate some tips. I think I have posted some thread from the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation about the winter life hacks for soldiers. The same goes for civilians. Like if your fridge is not working, you can always do like the Norwegians or someone else from some of the North countries do, just like keep the stuff outside on the balcony. If it's too cold in the apartment, just do some exercises, wear thermal wear, have more layers like an onion, or just have some sort of physical activity to warm yourself up, or ask the soldiers that you know what can be done to to stay warmed up. Some people have started to make some kind of like stoves and bring more firewood. Some people have decided to move families to only one of the houses to save both energy and heating. Um, there are different approaches to the thing. It's definitely going to be cold. It's definitely going to be the day's going to definitely be short because of the electricity. Honestly, I have to admit my productivity decreases significantly when I don't have electricity. I'm trying to like do some translations on just my notebooks and then transfer them once I have time, or doing everything I can on the devices I have once there is light, like electricity power. And then there's like a whole thing of Ukrainians getting adapted to this flow of life, and it's okay. Once again, we're just being stoic. Everything just comes with a comparison, and the first thing that comes to my mind, well, at least you're not in the trench, at least you're not on the front line for now, and at least you're not enslaved. So that helps to bring you back to reality, and you don't have anything to complain about. You just bear with it.
Um, about bearing, I want to say this because I always looked at your avatar, you know, um, with the white dress and the apple in the hand.
That's not an apple, that's a tangerine
Well,
or mandarin. I don't know, like, when did that come? I think Victoria mentioned that it's an apple, and then everyone believed, but that's a lie, that's a tangerine.
well, it looked like an apple to me. I never heard Victoria. So it is red, or the entire picture is a bit yellowish, so the colors are not like true. Um, but what I wanted to say is that in my mind, you are a bit like Snow White. Um, it was winter when it started. Um, you have the well, it was an apple for me. Uh, and you help the guys, lots of them, with translation and others. So there were lots of parallels in my
And I
mind.
speak with animals, yeah.
So I wanted to say it's very fond. Your avatar is very fond for me. I like it very much. And um, yeah, about bearing with what is. Um, I see a parallel there, um, with doing your best in the situation that you are. That is, it's not what you envisioned for yourself, but it's something that you make the best out of. You know, you are doing the best out of um, what you have, and I think that's a phenomenal thing. And yeah, I wanted to say this to you. I will. I am actually pushed out uh, from behind scenes. I'm actually pushed out because
That's all because you called my tangerine an apple.
yes, yes, yes. I will have to behave and not call names, uh, bad names to sweet tangerines.
Why? No, it's all good. Actually, it was. I have to explain this story for those who are listening. So there is a great Norwegian author, Jostein Gaarder. So he has a book. One of my favorites. It's called Appeltingpiken, the Orange Girl, and that was it was so like sort of an homage to his book, and it just stick with me for more than a decade. It stick with me so much that one of my pal friends have done his translation of because we didn't have Ukrainian at that time, of Russia, so from Norwegian to Russian, and from he did that from Russian to Ukrainian, and printed out and just presented me the book, and I was just like, oh, yeah. So yeah, that's a tangerine or mandarin, whatever you prefer. That's in orange.
All right, I will keep that in mind. I will have to drop down from co-host and get to bed, because otherwise bad things will happen. Um, and I will. Björnade is laughing at me. And I guess I will let Wendy up, or Björnade. I don't know who else will take my place next to Joanna. And I wanted to say thank you, Ferlane, um, for everything, for who you are, for being with us, for what you do for Ukraine, for being an awesome human being, and um, always having a good word, always replying to your DMs. Yeah, You are an extraordinary human being, and I'm really happy to have met you.
Likewise, Anda, thank you so much for these kind words. I honestly think that I'm not worthy of them. And I really want to sing you a lullaby since you're going to sleep. So for those of you who want to go to sleep, raise your hands if you want to hear Ukrainian lullaby. I don't see a lot of hands. Okay, so no one wants to hear Ukrainian lullaby. Oh, someone do want to hear Ukrainian lullaby. And do you want to do that? Okay.
Yes. Actually, I told you, Anna, that in the beginning, so in April, I used to hear you singing in the space when we restarted the space, and until everybody jumped in. And I think you have a beautiful voice, and I wanted to ask you if you learned to sing from your mother, or is something was something else, from somewhere else.
No, that's for someone else, actually. I believe so, at least. I'm gonna just sing one verse, so it won't be too much. I promise. For those of you who aren't really fond of Ukrainian singing, though I hope there's not too much of you expressing those words. So for those of you who are going to bed, okay, the Ukrainian lullaby. Sorry, it won't be it will be without the warm up, so might be out of pitch. Котику сіренький, котику біленький, котку коло хати, не ходи до хати, не ходи по хаті, не буди дитяти, дитя буде спати, котко воркотати, ой на котка котка, та й не йшла воркотка, а на дитиноньку знайшла дрімочка. And you're off to sleep.
Thank you, Verlaine. It was amazing, and thank you, and thank you for your help. And because you sang, I just want to say that I love Ukrainian songs. I really love Ukrainian songs. And because the Christmas is coming, I just want to say that there is a very known song for Christmas, Carol of the Bells, which is in fact an old Ukrainian song adapted.
Do you want to hear the original version?
Yes, I would love to.
So it was actually created by Kolovich. It's called Shtedrik. We usually sing it during Christmas time. It's like Christmas carol as well. It's not that big. So once again, I apologize, but this is the original version that's in Ukrainian. So, and it's really high. So once again, I'm without the warm up. So my apologies if I'm a bit out of pitch. Щедрик, щедрик, щедрівочка, прилетіла ластівочка, стала собі щебетати, господаря викликати. Вийди, вийди, господарю, подивися на кошару. Там овочки покотились, а янички народились. Тебе товар весь хороший, будеш мати мірку грошей, хоч не руші, то полова. В тебе жінка чорна брова, там овочки покотились, а янички народились. Щедрик, щедрик, щедрівочка, прилетіла ястрівочка. В тебе зірка чорна брова, щедрик, щедрик, щедрівочка, прилетіла ластівочка. Там овочки покотились, а янички народились. Щедрик, щедрик, щедрівочка, прилетіла ластівочка. So yeah, that's a shortened original version.
That's amazing, Verlaine. I'm so happy. I'm almost crying. So thank you, Verlaine, for this. And yeah, it's really amazing. And I do love Ukrainian songs. Yeah, I think John Stewart has a question. Please, John.
Hey, thank you for that. That was beautiful. Thanks, Elaine. It took me back to the earlier days of the space when you would sing. It was always very touching, especially given what was going on at the time with the sort of the threats to various Ukrainian cities. So yeah, that was really, really beautiful to hear. I had a practical question, which is that you can get hold of power banks for about €100, and they give you about 3 or 4 hours of extra computer life. You charge them up, obviously, when there's power, and then you get an evening's power off them, I guess, if you need to work. I'm looking at them on Amazon Germany. I just wondered if you knew about that product, if it would be helpful, and if you can get hold of them, or if not, if we could get one to you, that was useful.
John, thank you so very much for your kind words and for the suggestion. I do have a couple power banks for 2000 milliamperes. I have a diesel generator and I have a petrol generator in my neighbor's house if needed. Like, I'm all good. It's all good. It's like an emergency assets. I don't need them right away. If anything, I'm gonna use them. It's just I'm just admitting when I'm mentioning that once the power is off, I feel like physically my body's like, oh, you're feeling this like outflow of the energy, so to say. And I have to admit, by the way, that I think in March and April, when my friends were in revision, from time to time, the Rapid Response Brigade platoon Recce unit asked me to sing them a little bit acoustic and a cappella, and I was like, what? And it's like, we don't have enough ways to listen here to anything, and we like, and I also physically felt like I couldn't listen to music, so singing was a little bit a way out of this whole situation when listening to music was unbearable. And they're like, we can only like, some of them were really creative and they wrote their own songs and played with the guitar, but at some point they didn't have guitar, so we kind of sang along together with the voice records and on Signal. It was hilarious and really sad at the same time.
Well, thanks a lot. It's always been really special to hear you sing, just because it's like a voice in the wilderness, and you can identify with what's happening to the people of Ukraine. You'll never really, if you're on the outside, know what that's like. But music's a universal language, isn't it? So to hear somebody singing like you just did, and like you did in the past on a space, there's something very evocative about it. It's beautiful.
Yeah, the situation overall is not the best for singing, but as long as we are singing, our spirit is still there. And I remember this sensation waiting for the IDPs to finally get back to safety here. And I was looking at the stars, and I recalled the song Nicheka Misechna, What a Starry Night. And I was just standing there, and I heard the air defenses working, and one of the Recce UAVs of the air defense base, which is not far away from my home, was flying around doing the usual route. And I was like, "Ничья месячно зоряна ясная," and my mom was like looking at me, staring, is just like, oh, so you still can sing, then we will survive. Like, okay, that's a great indication of survivability.
That's amazing, Lane. So, quick announcement: it is 11:20 p.m. Kiev, 10:20 p.m. Prague, or Central Europe, 9:20 in London, 5:20 in Eastern America and 4:20 in Western America. We are like MriyaReport, 24/7 space in support of Ukraine. And let me welcome Wendy as co-host. Wendy, up to you.
Oh, thanks, Ioana. I really like. I'm really happy Verlaine sang her lullaby in F sharp minor. It was perfect, and just like John Stewart said, particularly evocative. This for me has always been a place for learning, didactic space, and I experienced that yet again tonight. So it was great to hear a bit of Ukrainian culture on the space again. Fantastic.
And I think Bionade has his hand up, but Bionade, do you want to ask something?
Yeah, I wanted to ask something, but I was so impressed of Verlaine's performance that I forgot I wanted to ask. So don't mind me, please continue.
If I sing again and impress you again, will you remember? Because usually it helps.
Maybe
That was a joke.
maybe Verlaine, you should weekly made a little segment about nice Ukrainian songs, because this all sounds really nice and it's really interesting, and I think John Stewart would be really interested to hear all about this too.
Yeah, one of the things I've thought is that I've been a bit disappointed in the response of the music community internationally to Ukraine. It's been a little bit lukewarm, and yeah, I feel there's more people could do, and I think a lot of musicians have been sort of wrapped up in their own issues, kind of post-pandemic, because that did hit people quite hard in terms of income and things, not being able to perform. But yeah, maybe I'll give it some thought and try and make something happen in my part of the world, because there's no reason why you can't collaborate. One of the things musicians learned to do in the pandemic was to collaborate remotely. So we're only good for so many things. To be honest with you, we're not exactly as useful as anti-aircraft missiles, but music's got its own power, sort of soft power, I think. So thank you for singing for us. It was beautiful.
Thank you, John. But actually, like a lot of Ukrainian musicians right now have expressed their creativity from like funny songs about the situation that we're in, to really touching ones, to the ones that just make you sob endlessly. The funny one was about Russians getting ready to get into their trash bags. It's like, Ванька, встанька, що таке? Приготуй собі пакет. Basically, Vanyas from Russia should be ready to prepare themselves to get to where they should go if they don't. Yeah. Anyways, then there were really like cultural ones about Ой на Ивана, ой на Купала. It was by a collaboration by Jerry Hale, Alona, and someone else. It's like a mixture of cultural rap elements and ethno styles. There were some lyrical ballads about the lost home and the everlasting hope. There were some rock elements as well. Obviously, you heard about Kalush, who won the Eurovision, and they are getting ready for new songs. We're gonna have Eurovision this year in the UK, and we will have Ukrainian Vidbir, which is like selection. There are already a lot of finalists in that regards. There are some beautiful reimagining of the old folk songs as well. My mom and dad had asked me to install and set them up. The ringtones, I think all of them are very new. And overall, if you wander like just around the city, you will definitely hear a lot of Ukrainian music set as ringtones all over. I'm not even joking. Mostly modern ones.
That's kind of the thing I was thinking. It's like there's been so much music out of Ukraine, and the response from people who could help in the West, I think, has been muted. And I've been watching it, just trying to wonder what people in the West could do who could help that. There was a lady who busks, she plays on the street in Odessa, who was captured on Twitter a couple of times, and I thought it'd be great to get in touch with her and see if anybody could collaborate with her over here. And I haven't managed to make contact with her yet, but there's been a few, like Anti-Tila have become known a little bit over here because they made a couple of really impactful videos, and I think they're all on the front line working as medics at the moment. And I always mention this to my students, and they're kind of like, "Oh wow, that's interesting." And then I'm like, "Well, let's do something. You know, what can we do?" And nothing ever quite gets followed up because I think everybody's just busy with their own lives in terms of making practical things happen. But I think I'll make some more efforts there and try and do something, because it seems ironic that it's the people of Ukraine that are providing all the great music, and they need to be supported and get it out there, I guess, so that people can hear it, and it can be another thing that can help, just keep interest in the struggle going, I suppose.
Thank you, John. Actually, there are a lot of songs coming from the front lines directly. The soldiers are making poetry and making some beautiful, like writing down some beautiful lyrics. Antitila, as you mentioned, if you translate it, it's antibodies, but Antitila have been Ukrainian rock-ish pop rock band for more than a decade, I would say. But they have been on the front lines since the full-scale invasion. Same goes to the boombox. Nuke has been in the front line as well, and many more. Lev Skripka, same. I mean, you can stumble upon Ukrainian artists wherever you go nowadays. Not all of them have decided to join the forces. Some of them are conducting performances and fundraising. Even though we do understand that there is this necessity to defend the country, everyone agrees that if you don't know how to handle weapon, you are more productive in doing something good, like fundraising or supporting, doing logistics, doing anything. It's worth the fight. And the July is a good one. So it's interesting, John, that you mentioned. Not and a lot of people know about them even in Ukraine sometimes. But yeah, we have a lot of decent artists, and there's something to explore for sure, both in English and in Ukrainian. Probably Ukrainian would be much more interesting for you to see. The really beautiful ones that I enjoy in more like melodic, melancholic slash versions are Odin в Kanoe and Vivian Mort. Those two are really, really touching. They've been like that. Odin в Kanoe you probably have heard because of the song I Don't Have a Home by У мене немає дому. Like справа в тому, що у мене немає дому, because it's being used for a lot of videos nowadays. I remember reading a tweet about a kid who asked about the song, like, quote, "Mom, this song, like, "Woman in my dome," like, I don't have a home. It's so deep. Like, did they write it during the full-scale invasion? Like, no, they wrote it before. And then the kid asks, but why does it hurt so much even now? Like, that's powerful. Like, the power of music shouldn't be underestimated as well, because it helps to overcome difficulties. It helps to boost the morale. It helps as a great asset of stress relief in difficult times. So yeah, same goes to playing musical instruments. I think it's the best rest and occupation that you can get if you have limited space or limited assets as well.
I'm I'm an academic as well as a musician, and I'm a member of a group called the International Association for the Study of Popular Music, and it's the main group that represents popular music scholarship in the world. And they've had 2 conferences, big ones, since the war started, since the illegal invasion of Ukraine. Sorry, and I couldn't go to the one in the UK. It was 4 days. I had a paper to present there, and I thought I'm not going to do the paper. I'm going to do a thing on Ukraine instead. I'm just going to junk what I'd prepared, and then I couldn't go because I was on tour. And I've spoken to a couple of friends who went, and I said, "Did anybody do anything on Ukraine?" And nobody at the whole event did a paper or anything on Ukraine. There was no special panel organized. There was no discussion group. There was no meeting to say how can we help musicians or scholars in Ukraine. And IASPM is the name of the group, and I thought that was really disappointing that didn't happen, and I couldn't be there at all for the event. And I just thought I'll maybe propose it via email to the organizer, because I have run that conference myself in 2016. So maybe I'll propose it, and I thought, no, I'll just wait and see what happens. And no one did anything. And I just thought it was really, musicians can be quite self-absorbed, and academics even more so, frankly. So yeah, I think there's loads of room for that kind of thing to happen, and also the collection and recording of the kind of poetry that people are writing on the front line and songs and stuff. People ought to be able to shouldn't be too much to make that kind of funding available from universities in the West, who arts departments who want to do their bit to support the recording of this and the capturing of it, so that the stories can be told in the future. And they're doing it in other departments. Other universities are lending cloud storage to Ukrainian universities so that they can keep their data safe. So I think there are things that even arts departments and universities can do that might not look like very much, but remotely, just things like lending data space and other areas of support to support the integrity of institutions in Ukraine that could be done still. I've asked my institution a couple of times, but I think we're too small for that kind of thing. But IASPM's not a small group; it's a big group, and I was disappointed that more wasn't done there. And yeah, hopefully the next time they have a conference, something will happen for whatever it's worth. But from those kind of organizations, plans can be made to offer to support and find funding and do things to help people. And it's not going to be provision of weapons or aid or whatever, but there are other ways that people can put themselves forward. And I was disappointed that didn't happen really, but hopefully we can do better.
Yeah, go ahead, Pauline.
Sorry, I'm just gonna say one thing from a military perspective. There is a concept of AAR, after action review, and that's just a point to improve. That's not something which you should be eating yourself about. for not doing that. Just point to improve. That's all. And for them as well. Something maybe to think about next time. Maybe that's not how everyone wanted to have, but maybe that's how it should have happened. Maybe something was once again done behind the closed doors. Maybe there were other meetings that had the domino effect. That's just a point to improve. That's all. Shouldn't be bitter about that.
Thank you, Fräulein. I just wanted to come back to the music and say that in these 9 months, I understood how much Ukrainian people love music. And I remember some iconic images, the Kiev Orchestra playing the national anthem in the central Kiev as the Russians were advancing to Kiev. This was early March. The Odessa Orchestra, the Odessa Opera, continuing to have shows while Odessa was menaced by the Russian Navy, and all the people that play on the street and the teenager girl that went to salute the soldiers liberating Kherson by playing violin, and the soldiers playing in the trenches, and the kids playing in the basement, and people playing in Kiev metro. So it was music everywhere, and it is really heartwarming, and I understand how much you love music. But I just wanted to give the mic to Lisa. I guess she wants to ask a question. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes. You're gonna laugh at me, Lane, but first I'll tell you, it was like 2 days before this all started. My son, he finds this incredible music from different places, and he really likes music. And he found a Ukrainian group. There was 3 women and a man, and they were playing instruments that I'm not familiar with, but it was so hauntingly beautiful. And then 2 days later, when Russia invaded and just did everything, I was like, wow. And I couldn't believe that. And then I was thinking about all that. But now this is the part you'll laugh at. When I first saw your avatar, I thought you were holding a yarn and you were like knitting. So that was, I didn't really look close up at it, but I don't know if you find that comical, but I remember when I first wrote to you, I DM'd you that I was praying for you and your country, and you didn't know me at all, and you answered me in such a lovely way. And then I've spent like the last 3.5 years taking care of my mom, and the last 3 weeks were really hard. But what gave me strength was knowing how strong you are and how strong your people are. And that got me through what I had to go through. And my mom passed away on October 19th. And it was hard, but then I thought it was a peaceful passing and she didn't have to suffer anymore. And then I thought about the people of Ukraine who are fighting for their lives. And I guess when I hear about the children that get killed or raped or murdered, I just, I cry and cry and cry because they're so innocent and they don't deserve that. And your whole country doesn't deserve that. And I know, being American, I really didn't think about the other countries and politics around us until all this happened. And I find myself studying and listening to the space, and I have learned so much, and it has made me aware of so much. And for such a little tiny country compared to some of the countries. You guys are just awesome, and I am just amazed at the bravery and the courageousness of these warriors that are fighting, and to see Americans volunteer that are veterans and from all over different countries. And like you said, they're in the trenches, and they're writing things down, they're making poetry, and they sing. And music is one way of comforting yourself. I know when I was in bad situations, I was adopted, but around the age of 4, but with in really bad situations, I would sing to myself. And then later on, I think that when I was in a really bad situation, I thought of the Holocaust, and I thought of Corrie ten Boom. Her books really inspired me, and I thought of how bad that people have it. And sometimes I express to people when they're complaining and they have a house and they have everything, I'm like, you should be so grateful. These people have lost their homes. They're fighting for their lives. They've lost family. They've lost loved ones. And it really hurts to know of all the children that have been taken away. That just is so painful. But I there's times that I do cry, and there's times that I'm strong and I voice my opinion. And I know from hearing you, I love to hear you talk because you are so eloquent in your speaking and how you tell what's going on, and you let us see it from a personal perspective. And it really makes us aware. And I especially love when you sing. It's just very
Lisa,
comforting.
Lisa, can I just say just before you go on, I really appreciate you coming up here, and I know we all do. And I feel the same as you. When I saw the people from Falane's country, in defiance of the invasion, both this year and back in 2014, I was absolutely inspired.
Right.
It was absolutely inspiring. I am going to go on to Ralph because he's
Okay.
from Ukraine and he's been waiting a while and he's got his hand up. But I really appreciate.
That's fine. But I love you, Verlaine, and I love your country. And I'm praying for you guys.
Thank you, Lisa.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and I want to thank you. Very quiet and positive and good, slow talking to. I'm from Azerbaijan. I am very passionate support Ukraine. I love Ukraine more than and following always situation in Ukraine almost 20 years. And this country of brave people, heroes, obviously. I mean, during 9 months of Russia start to large scale war against Ukraine. I mean, violate international law. I mean, intervention other sovereign country of United Nations, member of United Nations, is an independent country. But Ukrainians during 9 months, I mean, actually, the Ukraine since 2014 war and bravely defend country, own country against Russia. It teach us, despite all these difficulties, and Ukraine people teach us and showing us is a freedom, kindness, and also, I mean, everything. You know, it's not enough say any words. I mean, it's showing us how freedom it's the most important thing in the world, and how it's a moral values, love your country. I mean, family values, and friendness, kindness, people helping each other despite which political ideology, which your lifestyle, help own country for own future, for kids, for own children, for other generation. And Ukraine actually is a fighting for us, for whole progressive world. And
Yes, it is, Ralph. Yes, it is. I'm really sorry to interrupt you, sir, but I would just like to, you've just covered a range of points there. One, values. The values that Ukraine embodies at this moment in time is, like you correctly said, it's the values that we live by, that we bring our children up by. And
yes, it's the universal values. You are right.
Universal values, absolutely, yeah. Well said, sir.
And also I listening to Ukrainian music. I remember 2004 time of Ruslana winning Eurovision, of Jamala, and music of Kalush Orchestra. I listened Ukrainian music and Okeanos, Elze, your Jerry Hell music. It's a very beautiful music of one of the great culture, and that's what I'm saying. I love Ukraine, and I very much love, and I'm also proud that Azerbaijani people in Ukraine are so active inside Ukraine and fighting inside Ukrainian army too. Glory to Ukraine, Slava to Ukraine, Slava Geroim, glory to Ukraine and all heroes. Ukraine. Thank you very much. Have a nice good evening.
Thank you, Rauf. And as Wendy said, what the Ukrainian people is doing now is an inspiration for us all.
Well said, Ivana. And I think on this topic of music, Ivana, as Ralph and John Stewart and Verlaine pointed out, I mean, I think of the Great Baltic Singing Revolution, which it showed us that it contributed through public displays of resistance, yeah, to the fall of the Imperial Soviet Empire. Music has always had a firm place within the cause of securing a safe and free future for entire nations of people. So I was just musing on something that John Stewart said a few minutes ago about how he had experienced a muted response. And I just thought that it's important to note that this muted response is not limited to music. Obviously, there are surprisingly, and in some places unsurprisingly, places where the indifference of 2014 has unfortunately been allowed to continue unchallenged. And thankfully, on this space, that does not happen, because that indifference towards the cause of Ukrainians does not go unchallenged. But in the public sphere, it does need challenging. And wherever wherever it does need challenging, questions need to be asked. Questions like, why not oppose an invasion? And perhaps, why don't you play your gig without a guitar or a cello or a Fazioli grand piano? Because without Leopard 2s, without F-16s and Atacams, you know, Ukraine is in a similar position. This is a comparison which should be drawn. And there are still places in the public sphere, diminishing as they are, where, you know, more Ukrainian, solidarity for Ukraine needs to be shown. So I'd like to thank Ralph and Verlaine and John Stewart for those comments, and Lisa. Those are really great. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy. From what I'm seeing, I think we lost Verlaine. Maybe she will come back. In the meantime, if you have questions or news to bring, please feel free to raise your hand. The little heart button to the right, you can raise your hand, and then you will be invited to speak. And in the meantime, I think I can share some news from the press. For example, there is a very interesting article on Reuters that relates to what you said, in a way, Wendy, that this illegal invasion of Russia in Ukraine is a preview of a possible world of tyranny and turmoil. And that's why we have to fight with all our forces and help Ukraine fighting tyranny and autocracy and the regime that Russia wants to impose in this part of the world, because Ukraine is fighting for the independence, it's fighting for its freedom, but is also fighting for our values and for at least for the Eastern Europe. Because if Ukraine, well, if the war will not end and Ukraine will not win, we are in danger. Every one of us is in danger. So it's the stakes are much higher than we think.
Absolutely, Ivana, well said. And we can see the results, can't we, of what happens when Ukraine liberates its territory. Yesterday we saw the Kherson railway station was the first building in town with electricity throughout. We've seen mobile phone coverage restored to many places in Kherson too. And you know, we've seen the kind of the results that happen when Ukraine is given the tools it needs for liberation, which is what we should all be and all do, of course, press our elected representatives to do.
Yes, and this support is here. For example, today there was a surprise visit in Kyiv from the new Prime Minister of United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak, who was visiting Kiev. He encountered President Zelensky, and they even took a walk in Kiev and admired the Russian tanks that were destroyed and then brought to Kiev in an exposition of well, the destruction that Ukrainian brought to the Russian equipment. And with this visit, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak promised new help to Ukraine, 125 anti-aircraft guns, air defense technology, and a package valued at £50 million that includes also radars and counter drone technology and so on. So the help will be there, and we should continue to help Ukraine, and also put pressure on our governments and representatives, and say that we want Ukraine to be helped. We are democratic countries. In democratic countries, the government should take into consideration the will of the people, and if we put pressure on the governments, they will see that all of us want to support Ukraine. For example, the popular support in Germany is much higher than we could believe, seeing the long talks about the help that will be given to Ukraine. And also the popular support is really high in many other countries. I will mention only Baltic countries and Eastern Europe, and even Italy proved that Meloni proved that there is a big support for Ukraine, which was a good, let's not say surprise, but a good confirmation of a way towards supporting democracy in Italy. I'll
Yeah,
stop for some other news in the meantime. Please, Wendy.
and it's indicative perhaps of the when politicians in Europe particularly step outside the bubble that they sometimes exist in, that they are confronted by a public reaction which may be quite surprising to them, because as we've seen, the public consensus across Europe and the free world is to support Ukraine in terms of everything it needs to liberate its country. That includes things like Leopard 2s, which, according to the consensus amongst Europeans, should be a familiar sight by now on the fields of Ukraine and in the hands of a liberating Ukrainian army against this invasion from the country that lies to the east of it. So the politicians exist outside this bubble, and then they seemingly meet their electorate. I think this does demonstrate a gulf that has existed and is thankfully being closed. But yeah, we've certainly seen some positive news over the last 48 hours. I mean, where to begin? There's always so much news, isn't there, Ivana? I mean, yesterday we had the flying schnitzel. Yeah.
Can you tell me about this? Because
sure.
I'm not sure.
Okay, the flying schnitzel is not my hashtag. It's somebody else's creation. It's Domin's creation. I can't tell you if he uses schnitzel specifically. That's just how I heard it. Hashtag Twitter shutdown or something along those lines. But we had this Ukraine experienced this incident of an X-55 missile, I believe, with a warhead that was supposedly designed for other purposes, but was absent of any explosive charge. And the analysis that I heard concluded that there are about three possibilities for this, 3 or 4 possibilities. Basically, one, it was to deplete Ukrainian air defenses, which of course is, with the support that's being given from the West and will continue to be, impossible. 2, that it can damage infrastructure just by crashing into it. That's plausible. Or 3, that it's an intimidation tactic to try to say to the Ukrainians, look, we could use something else. I think as we've seen over the last 9 months of resistance from this country, which from Ukraine, which has embodied the spirit of fighting for freedom and the values we live by, it does not waver or twitch in the face of intimidation. It stands up to intimidation. It stands up to a bully. Yeah, the flying schnitzel was basically a missile without an explosive warhead. That's basically the long and short of it.
Yes, I remember this, and I think the flying schnitzel is not accurate because the schnitzel is actually full. Maybe the flying donut or something that is empty.
Yeah, I guess with the strikes on Novorossiysk, we could maybe, it'd probably be wrong to term these naval unmanned surface vehicles, let's just call them drones, as probably wrong to call them flying fish zells, because they actually do something. They actually manage to breach the defenses of a harbor, like we saw in Sevastopol, and we saw yesterday in Novorossiysk, and they actually strike legitimate military targets. So unlike the X-55 missile with no explosive warhead in it, the Ukrainian naval drones actually do the job that they're supposed to do.
And it's quite impressive because the distance is at least 600 kilometers or not more, and they have to turn around Crimea. So arriving in the port of Novorossiysk is quite an accomplishment. But by the way, I think Russians do not need really help to set the things on fire, because apparently they managed to do quite well by their own. Have you seen the big fire near St. Petersburg today? It was a gas pipe or something installation, really big fire, like 20-story high.
Yes, and I think that goes to show that smoking near gas stations is generally a bad idea, but it's not something that the Muscovite have learnt to do yet.
Yes, maybe they should not learn. Keep lighting the cigarettes near the gas installation, please. You are doing world a favor.
Spot on. All right. Okay, if I'm going to put a little bit of a call out here. Right, I've got a little bit of a quiz lined up. If anyone wants a quiz on Ukrainian, well, let me just give a bit of a background to this first of all. On the space, we're a didactic space and we cover a range of topics. And we sometimes have the weather. We sometimes have economics, which is really boring. It's with a guy called Ben, who I've just seen come up to the speaker panel. And yesterday he did a quiz similar to this. I'm joking. Ben is fantastic and I love him very much. But yesterday Ben did a quiz like this and I caught the end of it and I thought, well, maybe I should lift this idea and pass it off as my own. I'm joking. No, maybe I should copy this idea because it's a great idea. Yesterday Ben did a quiz on economics, and I thought because sport is one of the one of the cultural topics which is within our remit on the space, I thought I would ask a question on Ukrainian cricket. So if anyone wants to come up to the speaker panel and answer this question, it's a multiple choice question. Please request the mic now. Leonardo.
Yeah, you wanted to ask the question, so I'm really keen.
I'm just waiting for a couple of requests.
But in the meantime, Wendy, you heard what happening in Bakhmut?
Bakhmut is a place where lots of Muscovites meet their fate.
And again and again and again and again. Yeah, seems like they were today busy attacking uncoordinated, and I saw some videos. It's looks not pretty. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, it just keeps happening, doesn't it? What a shame. It's like Groundhog Day.
Yeah, and I remember yesterday we talked about this troop from Tomsk, or was it today? I'm not sure. I remember Doma talked about it, and there was a troop from Tomsk, and they said they should be a territorial defense force, and after 2 weeks basically doing nothing in training, they were told, oh, you're now an infantry unit and you're going to storm on the front, so good luck. They were sent to a firing range where they should try out the weapons and learn to throw grenades. Yeah, sadly, there were no grenades to throw, so they had to walk back 10 kilometers because they didn't even got money to buy a bus ticket. That's the state of the Russian army, and most likely this will be the guys who haven't hold any weapon in their hands since they got conscripted. They will be pretty soon, most likely, be in Bakhmut and Bakhmut. Sorry, I'm all over with the pronunciation today. And yeah, I guess this will be some of the new guys, which will be there, and most likely be the next invasion force or something like this, which will be
Yeah, I think that innovation that force is being rather rapidly depleted. wouldn't you say? And
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we heard some kind of stories that up to 20 to 25% of the conscripted personnel doesn't even make it to the front line because they freeze to death or die on other kind of health issues and conditions they have.
all right, thank you, Bernardo. Okay, right. So we've had our kind of. I'm going to give it a 2 minute limit, and I'm delighted to say that the Mirror Report is going to get it's a sports feature, and it's going to get a very short cricket in Ukraine quiz. So hands up for those of you on the speaker panel right now who want to answer. And the question is this. In which park did the Department of Youth and Sport in Kyiv launch in 2022 a cricket club? And I should say by cricket club, I mean a summer program to allow the youth of Kyiv to play cricket. So the question is, in which park did the Department of Youth and Sport in Kyiv launch a cricket club? Was it A, Sivetsky Park, B, Mariinsky Park, or C, the Grisko Central Botanical Garden? Got a few hands up. Hang on, the clock's ticking.
Boop, 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 boop. Oh yes, even better, cricket music.
All right, so first with their hand up was Lisa. Lisa,
I
Alpha,
think
Bravo,
Ben
or...
was it. Ben was there before me.
That's all right. The quizmaster decides. You're first with your answer.
I would say B.
You're going to say B. Okay. You're going to say Mariinsky Park. Okay. All right. Thank you, Lisa, for your answer. Nick, I think you had your hand up, then you took your hand down.
No, I was just heckling.
You're up here. You've got an answer is expected, sir.
Then I guess I have to say C on my principle that if you don't know the answer in a quiz, it's always the longest answer.
Okay, Ben.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to raise a point of order. I don't want Nick to be able to play with us. He always gets all the answers correct. So I would move for him to be disqualified already.
I've only taken part in one quiz on here. It was the one earlier, and it was something I actually knew something about. I have no idea here.
Doesn't matter. We want you out.
I'm going out for a walk tomorrow with a group of people who call me Nickipedia. So.
All right. So for the record, I think this is a trick question because the club you talked about is actually an entomological club designed to get the youth of Kyiv to observe actual crickets in their natural habitats in the botanical garden.
The stunned silence you can hear is what we call crickets.
We've got A, B, or C. Ben, Nick, you haven't had an answer, Nick. After Ben, you can have your turn. To be fair, we've got A, Sivetsky Park, B, Mariinsky Park, or C, the Grisko Central Botanical Garden. Alpha, Bravo, or Charlie. Ben, what are you going to choose?
C.
Okay, Nick, final answer.
I'm going to stick with C.
Okay, right. So the answer was A. You were all incorrect. I'm sorry. The answer was Sivetsky Park. And I'm going to give you a little bit of information about it, because despite the invasion of 2022, the Department of Youth and Sport in Kyiv launched a summer program in Sivetsky Park to promote sport in Kyiv. And every Saturday, in a festival of sport in the park. Various sporting various sports were promoted. The aim was to promote these sports and create an awareness and encourage participation in this sport. And so basically, cricket was there in Kyiv this year. So this is going to be an ongoing thing as well, because it's going to happen every summer in Kyiv. The UCF, the Ukrainian Cricket Foundation, will make this summer program happen in the park. And they say it presents a wonderful opportunity to create an awareness for cricket and to introduce the basic skills to children and adults alike. So I couldn't agree more. And that marks the end of the MriyaReport cricket quiz. Which we've never done before.
If you want to get cricket going in a European country, what tends to help is large numbers of people from the Indian subcontinent. So perhaps Rishi Sunak has some contacts who could help with that.
I'm going to have to just push back on that, Nick, because cricket is a universally popular sport, and it does not involve. It's popular all over the world, and Ukraine is going to be a great cricket team in the future. Let's just leave it at that.
Well, in favour of your argument is I learnt not too long ago that in 1900 the Deutsche Fußballbund was actually called the Deutsche Fußball- und Cricketbund, and it was because it covered two strange sports that had recently been developed in England. And one of them went on to slightly greater heights in Germany than otherwise. So there is indeed also a precedent of European countries developing cricket without the benefit of Indian subcontinental input. So we'll see which way it goes.
All right. Okay. That was a bit of a levity, and that was our sports feature. What can I say?
It could be argued. It could be argued that Afghanistan, which is currently about the world's 9th or 10th top cricket nation, might never have become a cricketing nation without the Soviet invasion.
Yes, that's a historiographic debate there, Nick.
Before you,
we are though.
Wendy, please let me help Nick on one thing, and then you can close out. Then you can take the wisdom and throw it across the ocean at him if you like. Into the Mediterranean, where Nick is residing at the moment, or resides at the moment. Nick, do you know what the funny thing about the Deutsche Fußball- und Cricketbund is? And why the game of cricket died in Germany?
I don't know, because the Dutch and the Danes kept on playing it.
There you have it. Why did it die in Germany? It died.
Too many rules.
No. It died because the sleepwalkers of the European monarchs and some of their misguided, jealous, envious, power-hungry bureaucrats and politicians and some of their militaries deemed it sufficiently suitable to create the conditions that the powder keg of Europe after 1905 could enter the territory of the original sin of the First World War in 1914, and vintage after vintage after vintage of well-educated cricketers in Germany died at the front. And the game died with the war because it was considered to be English, as opposed to football, which had gotten hold of every segment of society. And it's a showcase of that original sin which has befallen our cultures in Europe and which had created the conditions for the continued war onwards from the end of 1914, which has eradicated most of our culture and humanity for a long time, and which we fortunately have overcome now, given the fact that you've worked at the European Council. You know exactly why I'm saying it.
I did suspect that might have had something to do with it, but I never really sort of knew the mechanics. But yes, cricket survives in quite capable hands in Denmark and the Netherlands, for example.
All right, thanks. Let's go to John Stewart.
So there's been a few really nice trivia moments have come up on the space over the last couple of days. One being the existence of the King of Prussia as a town in America, although that's not trivial to people who live in King of Prussia. And a couple of others. Some film that everyone watches in Germany on Christmas that I've never heard of. That's a British short film that's the most watched movie in history that no Brits know about.
Dinner for One, New Year's
Dinner for
Eve.
One.
It's
Incredible.
New Year's Eve, not Christmas. New Year's
Hey,
Eve. Yeah.
shows you how
Yeah.
little we know about it on this tiny, culturally impoverished island. British short film made in 1963, the most watched film in history. Everybody in Germany watches it on New Year's Eve.
About 6 times. It comes on like every half an hour on public
Yeah,
television throughout New Year's
Yeah,
Eve.
yeah. You
With-
know why? Because it carries on at different times, because the ARD, the one, so to say, following the British model and following the model of the different federal states, and decentralized as it is, have programs for each and every state. And these state programs, following the local customs, culture, and the likes, do actually project that at different times. And it's one of the funniest pieces of cultural heritage Germany has taken over from the West End.
Well, I'm guessing that almost no Brits who live in the UK have even heard of that show.
Yeah, very few. They all have
Yeah.
died because it's well. When did it stop being played? I think 1973 or 4 or something. They stopped
It's
playing.
never been shown in the UK. I think it was shown once on Channel 4.
The theatre piece, the original
Right, it was a
theatre
theatre
piece.
piece,
I think
okay.
they stopped it in the early 70s.
There you go. But in Germany, Merkel, it was reenacted by Merkel and one of the French presidents, even on television, which I found astonishing. Having then watched it subsequently, I would quite like to see that reenactment because
Everybody can recount it by heart.
I'd quite
The
like
whole
to see
thing.
how they tackle the dramatic elements of it. Two world leaders reenacting a comedy sketch from the 1960s. Anyway, that we came very close to the Monty Hall problem then, which is an interesting mathematical trick in the quiz. I don't know if anybody knows is familiar with the Monty Hall problem.
I am extremely familiar with the Monty Hall problem.
You nearly invoked it when, for anybody listening, if you have, and I'll probably get this wrong, Nick, if you have 3 options and you pick one, and then the host it's from a game show in America, and the host takes away one of the others, which is what Wendy effectively did in the quiz, you're statistically significantly more likely to guess the right answer if you then change your guess. And it's completely counterintuitive, but it's absolutely true. And I've done it in rooms with large lectures of students to demonstrate it. And it works every time by a significant number. But it didn't quite happen during the quiz, but it was almost there.
John, are you saying that to improve the Ukrainian cricket quiz, I should take away 2 right answers and leave 2 remaining?
You have
2 wrong answers and leave 2 right answers.
It's difficult to explain on the stream, but if you Wikipedia Monty Hall problem, it's all there. If you have the 3 options, right, and somebody guesses one, and then you take away one of the other options and say it's not that one, would you now like to change your guess? You should always change your guess. And it was the basis of an American game show with significant prizes, and no one really worked out, but the contestants who then changed their guess would win more often. And a mathematician solved it in 1975, because you asked if you change your guess, having had one option taken away, you're now guessing from the best of 2, not 1 of 3. So
I suspect a mathematician probably solved it in about 1750. It would never work in Russia, by the way, because the deal was that the contestant was usually trying to win a car, and so they had to choose one of the windows, and the hope was that the host would open the window and show that behind it was a car, and what he actually did was he showed one of the two wrong windows, and behind it was a goat. And so this would never work in Russia, because as soon as he showed the goat, the contestant would immediately try to change their initial guess to be the window with the goat behind it.
All right, Wendy, as you can hear, with all those goats and hall effects, we'll end up playing, as we said that we will, when this war is won and Ukraine has reclaimed its sovereign territory. We will take the first opportunity and go to Plage Lazurny Breg, the coolest beach Crimea has to offer. And there we're going to put some wicked widgets and sticks in the ground and play some cricket.
Agreed, Axel. I mean, they're called stumps, and collectively it's a wicket.
I know, but I still have to do it to you.
Don't forget.
The only two people who have a wisdom on their desk.
Don't forget the bails. You'll need some. You'll need a pair of bails. They go on top of the wicket.
Indeed. I'm going to bring in some. I'm going to move. We've had a wonderful little segment there of Ukrainian cricket, which, as we've said, will be played, no doubt, across this wonderful, vast country of Ukraine when it's liberated its country. Before that happens, of course, it needs to continue resisting in the way it's done, and defeat this invading army. And on that topic, I'm going to move on to first of all a fantastic guest that we've got returning tomorrow on the show, who has been a regular feature for the last 5 Sundays, 6 Sundays? I've almost lost count. But every time he's been on, his insight has been absolutely exceptional. Ivana, can you tell me who I'm thinking of?
Oh, yes, Thomas Steiner. Tomorrow. So I'm really looking forward to hear from him, because he was amazing. His explanations were amazing. So he will be talking tomorrow at 7 p.m. UTC, which will mean 9 p.m. in Kiev. And as I said, I'm looking forward to hear from him.
Yeah, so quick shout out. Anyone who's got any comments or questions about what they'd like to hear asked to Thomas Steiner and his incredible wisdom of artillery wisdom, please do request the mic and come up to speak.
I see Daryl has the hand up, but I wanted to say that I think we are very unfair to the Russians, and because you did a quiz on Ukrainians, we should do a quiz on the Russians, and maybe test the theory of Monty Hall problem. So do you want to do a quick quiz on the Russians?
On the Muscovali.
No, for example, I wanted to ask this question. The Russians have raised temporary tents in a snowy forest. From what material are the temporary tents done? And it's 3 options: cotton fabric, modern canvas, or plastic wrap. What do you think?
Oh, I like this quiz, Ivana. So could you just give us those options again?
So cotton fabric, modern canvas, or plastic wrap?
I like the
plastic wrap. Plastic wrap.
Yeah. So Axel got it. And I have another question, and I finish. I promise. If a Russian wears 43 at clothes, what size will be the uniform he gets?
56.
Exactly, you know all the answers. Really, really.
I saw the clip. I saw the clip. It was quite funny.
Okay, Wendy, back to you. Thank you.
Nate, it seems you are very well house trained.
I just got to ask: is 56 the average size of an Iranian?
Oh, I doubt so. And actually, I promised to be nice, but I have another one. In a training camp, you know, there are like tents for the soldiers. So what can you find on the interior part of the tents? So you have three options: Putin's portrait, bearskin, or ice.
Ice.
Really? You know all the answers. I'm done. That's because it's minus 25 there. This is in Russia, and they do not have heating, and the tent is like full of holes and things like this. And yes, because of the condensation, there is a lot of ice on the interior of the tent.
Ivana, that was an awesome quiz. Can I just say, give it A, B, or C next time, because your selected multiple choice questions were, I can tell, were really cleverly thought through. Daryl, welcome up. Great to see you.
Hey, how y'all doing? I was just gonna say cellophane. Would cellophane work as an answer?
Well, it was plastic, but it was like, you know, that plastic that you wrap around the pellets, so a little bit thicker than cellophane.
We call that cellophane.
Oh, okay then. Sorry. Sure.
Cling film.
Different.
Cling film.
Yeah, we call that cellophane here. But yeah, most people would say plastic wrap, but some of us older ones would say cellophane. And I hear you guys talking about cricket, and it makes me think of T-ball. That's what what our version would somewhat be if we're not playing baseball. It would be T-ball, where somebody would hit something off the wicket. But in this case, it's a stick. Okay, that one didn't carry off very well.
Daryl,
Okay.
we call that French cricket. It involves a tennis racket and a tennis ball.
But they don't hit it off of a stick though?
Not that I'm aware of, no. Although the great Don Bradman used to practice with a stick and not a cricket bat to improve his hand-eye coordination, but that's a different story. I'm just going to park that one right there and go to Bionada.
I have another quiz. All right, it's about the Ukrainian IT sector. Last year, the Ukrainian IT sector made about around $7 billion. What do you think in the year 2022 happened? Did it increase? Did it decrease? Or did it stay around the same number?
Wait. I missed the question. What is the question?
IT sector in Ukraine. Last year, 7 billion. What is it 2022? Does it increase? Does it decrease? Or did it stay the same?
Okay, I'm taking the bait. I'm going to say it stayed the same, but with fewer people involved. So the money generated per worker has increased, but the total for the sector has remained the same.
Wendy.
I'm going to disagree with Ben, just to be a contrarian about it, and I'm going to go for A.
A was increased, right?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, Wendy, you are correct. It did increase to 8 billion.
I'm very pleased to hear that, Bernardo. Thank you. And I really like the format of this quiz. I like multiple choice.
I have another question. What do you think? How many Ben, yeah, I think you need to help me. Was it diamond level or something like this? Startups which are made over a special sum of money in the first years? I think it's over a billion or something like this was, and it were actually, I think, three companies or something like this in the last 2 years, which reached this level. So yeah, it's really kind of amazing.
Was that a quiz, Bernardo?
No, this was just a fact because I'm not 100% sure, and this was not a fact, a comment. So let's call it this way. I'm not 100% sure, but I read about it, and yeah, Ukraine is really well set up when it's all around startups and in the IT sector.
I have a mathematical quiz for you.
If it's Ukrainian related, Nick.
A Russian ammunition train sets off from Rostov-on-Don at 0600, heading at 50 kilometers per hour towards Donetsk. At 8 o'clock, 0800, the empty train that delivered ammunition yesterday to Kramatorsk sets back off towards Donetsk at 60 kilometers an hour. They meet 15 kilometers north of Donetsk, where they are both destroyed by a HIMARS strike. Question is, what do the HIMARS crew have for lunch?
Could you give us an ABC selection of choices, Nick?
I'm afraid I'm insufficiently familiar with Ukrainian catering, but I'm sure someone who is will be able to give us that choice. And my answer is going to be all three, with an extra helping of with a double ration of beers all round.
I had a friend who was to a study exchange in Kiev and Pereyaslav, and yeah, he complained and said, "Dude, every day, every morning, to every time, the people made borscht," and it was really like, yeah. They made it because it's a cultural thing, and it's yeah, feel good food in Ukraine, and they wanted to welcome the guests and give them all the best borscht all the time. But yeah, he was like, "Oh God, again." So, but I personally, I really love it.
I would have also said borscht. And in Romanian, I don't know if Ukrainians have the same thing, but we have like a saying, made the borscht out of it when you destroy completely something. So they made the borscht out of the two trains. They deserve a good borscht.
Okay, and keeping consistency here, I'm going to give us a little bit of a history quiz connected with Ukraine. And the question is this: hands up for the correct answer. Hands up when you want to answer. When did the Ukrainian nation proclaim independence from the former USSR? A, December the 12th, 1991. B, May the 1st, 1992. C, November the 23rd, 1990. Or D, August the 24th, 1991. hands up if you want to answer. Stop Googling there, Nick. Go ahead, Nick.
I know it's 1991. So what were the two dates in 1991? Oh, I think I know.
You have the December the 12th or August the 24th, 1991. Yeah, not my king.
December.
I'm afraid you're incorrect, Nick. The answer is August the 24th.
Okay. Well, I got I got the year right. The Soviet Union must have fallen apart faster than I remember.
Yeah, it sure did. Given that that context, yeah, it was when it was of course the year when communist leaders of the Soviet Union attempted a coup to remove Gorbachev and to restore Communist Party power. And the 24th of August declaration followed the Ukrainian parliament adopting a declaration of independence of Ukraine in response to these publicly in response to these events. John Stewart.
Yeah, obviously, Nick, having discussed the Monty Hall problem, when Wendy then said it's one of the two 1991 dates, you should have changed your guess. You would have been statistically more right to be accurate according to the Monty Hall.
I thought I said that.
But you should have changed. Yeah, but he then said it's one of those twos. You should have changed whichever guess you had.
No, I think he was saying that because I'd said it was one of them. So that wasn't giving any more information.
But well, no, he took away one, so it doesn't matter. You should, according to Monty Hall, you should always change your guess if one of the three is removed.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
Oh. Are you telling me are you telling me my maths isn't very good? As someone who doesn't have very good maths, I'll accept that. Okay. I just like the idea.
It's a beautiful idea, but the it actually if you understand the Monty Hall problem properly, you are well on the way to understanding probability and statistics as they are applied as statistical inference is applied in scientific writing. So it is quite important. Mathematically, it's trivial, but statistically, it's and in terms of the meaning of conditions and conditionality and probability is the real lesson of the Monty Hall problem.
I was told the other day that 72% of statistics are made up on the spot, but I've no idea whether or not it was true.
Quite a large amount of statistics in scientific papers is entirely fabricated, but that's a discussion for another day.
Okay, and just one more, perhaps, which is more brings us back quite nicely with a bit of cohesion to the day's events. The question is, it's this: how much, in percentage terms, of its territory has Ukraine reclaimed, liberated, since the 24th of February invasion this year?
Or rather, I presume you mean since the high water mark of the progress of that invasion.
That is correct. Yeah. A, 25%. B, 84%. C, 62%. Or D, 54%.
That's the percentage. Am I right in thinking that that's the percentage of what the Russians took since February 24th?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. No one's got their hand up, so I'm just going to go ahead and give the answer because, of course, yeah, it's a very sober topic, of course, but it is also there to remind us, that figure, that the great cost of life that it's that's happened to Ukraine during this time. The more it is supported, the more Ukrainian lives are ultimately saved. And it is 54%, Nick, which I'm absolutely horrified to say. You are correct.
They've so basically I don't know if they've gained anything back that was held by the Russians on the 23rd of February, maybe 1 or 2 villages in Donbass. So basically half of what Russia invaded since then, they have recovered, which is to say they've recovered everything in Kiev and Chernihiv oblasts. They've recovered all of Kharkiv Oblast. They've recovered the right bank of the Dnieper. And so the other 50% is the left bank of the Dnieper all the way down. And whatever other losses, I think they've lost some in Donbass, in Donetsk Oblast. I think the high water mark of the absolute occupation was, I think, something like 18%. In other words, at the highest point, sometime in perhaps June, Russia was occupying 18% of the territory of Ukraine, including Crimea. And I think that's now down to something like 12 or 13. So there's a way to go yet, but half of all that territory that Russia took in basically 3 weeks of pushing forward against very limited, particularly in the south of the country, very limited Ukrainian territorial defense forces. The Ukrainians have now pushed them out of half of that, which, apart from anything else, shows how difficult it is to make progress unless you do have very substantial numbers. But it's a heck of an achievement. It's still a heck of an achievement.
Nick. And when we compare the reaction from certain Western leaders at the beginning of this war, who were preparing to not show 100% solidarity with the survival of Ukraine and its people, it is an achievement beyond any measure that we can adequately put into words. So yeah, it's come at the cost of a great many Ukrainian lives. It's come at the cost of, Moscow has decided to put 80,000+ of its own soldiers into the golden fields of Ukraine, into the soil there, into this war, which Ukraine is evidently winning and will continue to win until all of its territory is liberated. But yeah, I just thought that 54% figure, just I need to remind myself of it. Sometimes I need to look at the statistics of such figures, because sometimes with the news cycle and the things we see, I forget the numbers involved here, the cost in Ukrainian lives, particularly, and we only have to look at videos of, there was one such video today from a Ukrainian cemetery showing the great cost which the fathers and sons and mothers and daughters of Ukraine, the felled flowers, have sacrificed for the safety of Ukraine's future and its children's future. So I'm basically agreeing with you there, Nick, and I'm going to go on to a few hands. I'm going to go on to Martin. I think you were next. Please go ahead. Welcome up.
Thank you, Wendy. Slava Ukraini, first of all. Slava Ukraini, Heroam Slava. Thank you all. Martin in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. I was only listening for the past 10 minutes or so. So when I heard the name Monty Hall, I said, hey, Monty Hall. Well, may I say, he was from Winnipeg. North End Winnipegger, which was a typical working class immigrant area of Winnipeg. Trivia, I know, totally irrelevant to the conversation, but since I heard his name mentioned, I just thought as a point of pride to refer to that. And son of immigrants, wanted to study medicine at the University of Manitoba. Family was poor. Eventually went on to bigger, more famous things in the States, as ultimately as the host of the TV program Let's Make a Deal. So that's a little bit of trivia about Monty Hall. So thank you for mentioning him. And again, let me just say, MriyaReport is just the most wonderful source of up-to-date, informed information about Russia's illegal genocidal war, fascist Russia's illegal genocidal war against Ukraine. And I'll just drop down to listener now. Again, Slava Ukraini, and regards to everyone from North America, Europe, and anywhere else in the world who's listening.
You're right, and Slava. Thank you, Martin. With that, I'm going to be clocking off for the night and handing over to Ben. So I will also say Slava Ukraini. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks for enduring the little segments we've had tonight, and I hope you had fun. And please do continue to listen for the latest information, because we're here 24/7, and we're dedicated to Ukraine, and we're not going anywhere until all of Ukraine is liberated. So Slava Ukraini. Night, night, all.
Good night, Wendy. So we have Iona on the driving seat. How does it feel up there?
Well, it feels good, but also I'm like, I'm really feeling responsible. So I'm glad that Ben will be up with me.
How many trolls have you led up today? I see 1 or 2 right now on the panel. There's this weird guy with a hat. I think he must have taken the picture somewhere else because he's way too handsome like that. And there's this Nick fellow, who's a well-known disturbance.
You ask very difficult questions, in fact. So I believe none, but then again, tell me.
Oh yeah, and there's Lisa. She often tries to appear very nice, and she does appear very nice. And then suddenly she asks a question that puts everyone into a spin. So yeah, beware of her as well. Sorry guys, giving her another ropes. Although she's been on the space way longer than me, so she must know them way better. And by the way, one of the games is to let Jon Stewart's stew. We bring the stew in Stewart's, the same way as the Russian missileers bring the miss in missileer. Okay, let's be gentle. Iona, what do you think we ask Jon Stewart to speak?
Please, John.
Thanks. I was just enjoying the banter, Ben. You're king of banter, and thank you both for hosting. It's when Falaine was on earlier, I was thinking about because she was singing. I was thinking about when she was singing, which is right about the time I first discovered the space, and it was very emotional because at that time, as we were just discussing, the Russians had quite a substantial section of the country under their control, and there is. I'm just looking for it so I could retweet it, because we were talking about how much space has been recaptured. There is a very impressive war mapper GIF that shows the huge amount of space that's been recaptured in Ukraine. It's so impressive. It must have involved so much hard work and sacrifice. But I can't find it. The only one I can find is from September, and that's pre the collapse around Kherson. So yeah, it visually it's quite a stunning graphic to observe. That's for sure. And yeah, I was just going to mention that, but I wasn't really in no hurry to speak. So I thought I'll just find that I'll find that GIF and send it to you, but I still can't find it. So happy to keep stewing for a while. And yeah, thanks both for hosting. I don't know if anybody has any further information about what happened around the St. Petersburg explosion earlier today. That was going to be my other question. I don't know if anything's come out on that, because that looked like a significant boom. I haven't really been able to see much meaningful on Twitter other than a pipeline exploded.
John, I take from your profile picture that you are into music, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Could you be so very kind and have a look into the nest and tell me what you see as the first tweet that has been put in the nest?
Yes, I'm on a very slow phone. Hang on. I'm on Verlaine's tweet from earlier. Oh wow, fantastic, Erland, thank you. A small playlist of some of the Ukrainian music I listen to. Most are wartime songs. Please suggest more. Yes, absolutely. We were chatting about that earlier, including some of the artists that have made various impacts internationally. Antitila being one of them. I don't know if that's on the playlist. I will check that out.
Yeah, some of them are, how can I put it, Euro Donbass. I think that's the way that it's called. I wouldn't say it's the highest peak of musicology, but they're really nice. And when you're having a tough day and you're hearing how do I say this again? That takes you somewhere. That really puts a little fire into your heart and carries you further.
What one? I don't know. Hopefully, it's okay to share this, but I currently play guitar for quite a well-known British indie band called The Wedding Present, and they've been going a long time. They're kind of independent pioneers of indie music. But when they first started in the 1980s, they had a spin-off band run by the then guitarist called the Ukrainians, and that was the first exposure of Ukrainian folk music that most people, I think, in the United Kingdom and probably Western European pop heard, and it was very, very authentic. They came out of the Ukrainian community in Leeds and Manchester, and they're so the Wedding Present were a very, very big indie band. I bought all their records as a kid. I sort of joined 4 years ago as a fan, and I feel very proud and privileged to be involved. And I've done a couple of tours and made a record with David, the singer. But I remember being a kind of a young indie fan in the 1980s, and this band was huge. The Wedding Present, they were a big band at the time, and then they just signed to a major label and put out an album of Ukrainian folk music, and it was kind of a sidestep, but it's super authentic stuff. They're called the Ukrainians, and they've played in Kiev and I want to say the name of Maidan Square. I can't remember that. Is it Victory Square or whatever in Kiev? But they've done big concerts up there, and they're fundraising now. They're one of the, as you'd expect, one of the British artists conspicuously fundraising for Ukraine. And yeah, they're I think they were probably the first. They were certainly the first Ukrainian music that I got to hear. and their album has sleeve notes on it, which I reread recently. I'm trying to find an image of it to tweet, but it's a fantastic account of Ukrainian history that really does, from the late 80s and early 90s, really does kind of foretell a lot of what happened since. It's very well written sleeve notes. I think they took great care over that. And yeah, so maybe I'll stick that on the playlist. Although they're British Ukrainian, not from Ukraine now. But if anybody wants to hear any authentic British Ukrainian music, that's the band to listen to, Ukrainians.
Just for the sake of it, can you repeat the name of the band?
Yeah, they're called the Ukrainians, and they're a spin-off from the Wedding Present, which was a big indie band in the 90s. Well, still going actually. And yeah, but they're can't remember his surname. Peter. I'm a massive fan. Can't believe I can't remember his surname. Peter, the guitarist. Once they became well known, he's a fantastic guitar player. Actually, they've just done another song with Peter and David between them for a charity release, which I don't think's been publicly announced yet. But it's the first time they've worked together in about 25 to 30 years.
Peter Solovka.
Thank you. Yeah, Peter, and I was invited to play on it, and I said, no, why don't you ask Peter? And the reason why I said no was because I'm not a very good musician, and I knew he'd be able to do a better job. And yeah, I've heard it.
As you can guess from his name, I think he's of Ukrainian descent. I don't think he's.
Yes, he's Ukrainian.
He didn't wake up one morning as some sort of British lad and decide to play Ukrainian folk music.
No, he's Ukrainian. He's part of the Ukrainian community in Yorkshire. There's quite a big Ukrainian expat community in Leeds and Huddersfield. And funnily enough, when I was on tour in Europe with The Wedding Present, we bumped into some Ukrainians from Huddersfield in Germany with a big van of equipment going over to Ukraine at the time, which was kind of interesting to meet them at a petrol station somewhere in Germany. Yeah. So Peter
Huddersfield is everywhere, John. Did you not know?
I know. I've got a few connects with Huddersfield through their university. They've got a big popular music department at their university. Their Huddersfield University is the home of the Heavy Metal Studies Institute. Yeah, so which isn't really my field, but yeah. What's your connection with Huddersfield, Axel?
Daniel Farke.
I'm going to have to Google that name. I don't know it.
He did football. He's a former assistant coach and youth coach at Borussia Dortmund, and then had a little stint with Huddersfield.
It's a very pretty town, and yeah, it's Peter Slovak is from, I think, from Leeds originally, but there is a surprisingly large expat Ukrainian community in Yorkshire. So yeah, there you go.
And about your question, because you asked about the explosion that occurred in St. Petersburg. Sorry, for me it's easy to give the answers. So it was a pipeline that supplied gas to Severny-Patik and to Gazprom stations. It exploded. So the pipeline and probably the pumping station in the region. It was in the northwestern part of St. Petersburg, in a neighborhood that is called Murino. It was a quite significant fire, up to 20-story high. Apparently, the Russians confirmed that it was like sabotage or something like this. But again, when can we believe the Russians? So that's so according to the Russian authorities, they confirmed that the gas grid got attacked in St. Petersburg. Okay, so that's what I know about it. It was quite a big fire. You can see some videos in a tweet from the Special Kherson captain. And with this, I'll say goodbye. Thank you all, and well, see you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Elena. Have a great night, and hopefully not too long. We'll wait for you tomorrow in the morning to hear all your insightful insights and all the rest. And she's
Are
gone.
they incitingly insightful insights or just insightful insights?
It's a Romanian joke. No, she's insightful, and some people have less insightful insights. Like this, there's the band guy. He has some insights, but they're not truly insightful. Anyway,
but they could be inciting.
They have been known to be inciting. And by the way, I would like to say hello to the judge who condemned me for this. Long day, long time ago. Free Corsica is a dream that we will have one day. Anyway, John, I do have a question
Are
before
there
we go to
leopards on
Bayonetta.
Corsica?
Come again?
Are there leopards on Corsica?
There are none, but if someone had the good sense to call, no, you know what? Actually, even better, we could get some of the Corsican wild boars, and they tend to be very, very drunk because they're always going to scavenge the vineyards, and we get them well and truly drunk, and then we release them on some of the Russian lines, and I'm betting that the Russians won't be able to stop them. Those are pretty big, pretty drunk, and they're pretty fierce when you're starting to shoot at them. So there's a strong chance that they could break the line at some point. No. Beside that, I had a question for John. That band, the Ukrainian, do they have a capital U, capital K at the beginning of their band name or not?
No, that would have been a good pun. No, it's just a single capital U. Yeah, and of course they really, I guess they should have just called themselves Ukrainians, not the Ukrainians. But because, as everybody knows, the Ukraine is the Russian way of describing Ukraine. But this was back in
and
the
also proper English.
Exactly, and most good bands have or many good bands have the in front of the name. So yeah, that's
there was
probably
even a band called the.
Yes, indeed, yes.
Whose former keyboard player and founder of Orca is now an extremely senior neurologist.
Ben, you have to rein in. This continues to be an English pub quiz here.
Yeah, but we're in sour need of beer then if it's an English pub quiz. All right, so
when would you not be, Ben? Is there any such? I mean, is there any situation when you're not in need of beer?
Me personally, I am never in need.
No, human beings.
Oh, human beings.
English,
yes.
English, and German, Czech, Austrian, those kind of Dutch. Beer drinking people.
I don't know. I would say. Okay. I'm going to be loving European and say some people drink wine and some people are free to make mistakes. This is why we are Europe. We allow freedom to think whatever you want. You are allowed to like disgusting things such as beer. We don't judge you. You are. This is what liberty stands for, and this is why we're fighting and supporting the fight of the Ukrainians, for the Ukrainians to also be allowed to make terrible mistakes and drink beer if they want to drink beer, even though, let's be honest, they're fairly south. They can make very decent wine, so they're not compelled to make the sort of mistakes that our friends further north sort of have to make because no decent grapes can grow there. But again, freedom.
That's so funny. Do you have, sorry, there's no French in Normandy, right? Or Bretagne or the likes, or Liège. It seems, Nick, that we're denied an appreciation of beer here on this space. Maybe we should just pack it in.
I'm an equal opportunity drinker.
Same here.
All right. Bayonetta has been exceedingly patient, which is rare for a Bayonetta, which is apparently tends to be fuzzy. So Bayonetta the Fuzzy, first of his name of the house of I don't remember the end of the joke. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah, I will look in my brain if I can find the end of the joke soon. But I wanted to ask you about the Russian economy. What happened last week?
Okay, I'm terribly sorry. I think either my ears have stopped working or my microphone and my loudspeakers are really in need of a change, but I did not hear your question. Can you repeat it, please?
Ben, what happened last week to the Russian economy? Can you give us a little bit a timeline, a small rundown?
Oh wow, you're you're ready for this sort of talk? Are you the only not drunk guy in the pub asking serious questions? If so, welcome on board. I've been there. So the Russian economy. To put it succinctly, we don't know much. The Russian economy is a bit of a black box these days. Once in a while, we've got some numbers popping up and then another number popping up. It's very difficult to know what's going on. But there were a number of indications that things are not going great, and that the cost for the everyday Russian of the current invasion in Ukraine is fairly high. There's, for instance, some indications about GDP that have been published by the central bank, and that indicate that over the year, over the past 12 months, GDP in Russia has declined by 7%. This was a fairly high and surprising number in many respects. But what was the most interesting is the fact that if you don't take GDP as a whole, but if you take GDP, if you divide it in two, and then on the one hand you put everything that is oil and gas related, and on the other hand you put everything that is not oil and gas related, things are not looking exactly the same. So basically what happened is that the oil and gas part of the economy has had a fairly decent year. Unfortunately, but that's what it is. They've made quite a bit of money. It is not, and their numbers, their relative success has brought up and pumped up the numbers. It is not the same for the rest of the economy. So the one that I would say 95% of all Russians are confronted with every day, that part of the economy has taken a beating. And that's what the numbers shared by the Russian central bank tended to indicate. The non-oil and gas part of the economy appears to have shrunk by a number which is a lot closer to 12% than it is to 7%. And 12%, whatever way you look at it, is a fairly high number for an economy which is already not the most powerful in the world to be shrinking. It's really enheartening because it shows that the European sanctions and the American sanctions are working. It shows that whatever the Russians are doing currently to the Russian economy is having catastrophic downstream effects. And it shows that the ability of the Russians to sustain for a very long time that their current effort in Ukraine, trying to kill and subdue a free people, is not going to be possible. Sooner or later, they're going to run out of other people's money, to quote a famous sentence. So I think this was the most prominent information we got. And then during the rest of the week, we got a number of tidbits that were, can I put it?
Ben,
Yep.
Can I quickly ask a quick question to this topic of the oil and gas? I remember the price cap and the sanctions for the crude oil export from Russia. Do they kick in on December 5? Do I remember correctly?
Yes, they should kick in for December 5. And so what they're going to do is that they're going to prevent basically any European company to get involved in the export of Russian gas under any circumstances if said gas is sold above a given price cap. So that includes, I think that includes insurance, anything finance related, as well as anything related to the actual maritime service, although I'm not entirely sure there. So that's no European ship involved, no European financial service, no European insurance service will be provided to Russian tankers that are not respecting the price cap. I think for the moment the price cap is fairly high, but there's a number of people who are saying that while the price cap in absolute may not work very well, we are currently in circumstances that may conspire to make the price cap a success. But again, as long as the circumstances stay as they are, these circumstances are that the world economy is not doing great. So the price for oil is going down as demand is going down, and the OPEC has tried to shore up the prices recently, and apparently has failed. As a result, if there ever was a time when OPEC countries would be sort of okay with limiting Russian exports one way or the other, it is now. I cannot say I understand everything that is being talked about in this respect, but there's a number of prominent economists that are saying that this completely mad and probably poorly designed system might just work for the coming few months. So I take a success, even if it's unintentional. It's still a win. Oh yeah, and among the numbers that have come up and that I remember for last week, the one I really there's two that I really remember. The first one is 10%, and this is the number of how do you call them, freight cars that used to be used in the Russian system and that are not usable anymore. So Russia being a country, we've said this 1,000 times, but a country that relies heavily on freight cars, and they're losing their freight cars. This is a catastrophe for them, and this could mean that the sinews of the country are breaking. And you are always as strong as your weakest link, and this could be the weak link that leads the whole country down. So hopefully, we'll hear more about these. And the other aspect that I found was very interesting was 64%. The other number is 64%. 64% is the increase in value of Russian oil exports to China. over the past 12 months. 64% is quite a big number. And when you look at it, and quite people have only looked at this number, they're saying, well, 64% it looks like China is about to replace Europe as the main consumer of Russian oil. That the crazy bet of the Russian president Vladimir Putin might just work, and he might be able to pivot to the east and to not to allow Russia not to feel the pinch of the closing of the European market. And well, yeah, I agree. If 64% is the number you go by, that is probably correct. Unfortunately, that 64% number is mostly driven by the rise in price. So oil tends to be more expensive, gas tends to be more expensive, and as a result, whatever you export tends to bring more money back into your coffers. That's great. The one issue is the following. If you look at volumes, they've only increased by 10%. And that doesn't sound like a pivot. You don't replace your most important consumer by increasing the volume of your number two consumer by 10%. 10% is way too low. And whomever you hear say that maybe Russian LNG or Russian exports of oil towards both China and India might at some point replace the European market, they're kidding themselves. They're completely out of it. It is not happening. The numbers are not supporting this. And it's going to be the sort of crash and burn that we're currently observing in St. Petersburg. The Russian economy is going to explode, and the flame is going to be visible all the way to some charming house in Estonia with a nice patio. So yeah, those were the most important.
Then was this a reference to the explosion and really big burning flames in St. Petersburg?
Absolutely.
Back to the oil cap. I had a small question to this. What's the price? Were they $60 per barrel, or what was the price?
Yes. I think the price currently is $60 per barrel. I think it was set there because it's just below what the Russians are managing to get anyway on the open market. They're starting small, but there are calls for that price to be brought down to $30. And $30, as we learned yesterday from Dryfly, if I'm not mistaken, it's a very interesting number because it is right underneath what it takes Russia to extract the cost of extracting their oil. So they start making money at $35, according to Dryfly. And if you allow them to say it at 30, it creates a real conundrum for them, because on the one hand, well, they still want to sell it, and they have places that for those places in Russia that can produce oil at $20, that's still okay. But those that produce it at $40, they're going to start to have to close. It's gonna create a lot of tension within the sector, and it's going to be extremely fun to watch. So yeah, $30 would be a fantastic price, and hopefully we'll get there very soon.
Yeah, so for $30, there's also the decision. I mean, the point is, if you're closing down a facility, it's closed down. You don't bring it up to operation in a few weeks or so. It takes really time. You need to get new workers. You need trained personnel. You need basically everything. So the question I would ask at this point is, how long will they sustain sites which are not profitable just to sustain them, because if you have to rebuild them later, it will be more expensive than yeah, if you just maintain them with a little bit of loss over the time. But on the other hand, I mean, I'm not sure Russia will ever get out and recover from the situation, because I'm not sure where they should sell the oil for higher prices in the future. Then if yeah, the European Union caps them at $30, hypothetically speaking. I mean, they could try to sell the oil somewhere else, but I'm pretty sure, for example, India would I mean, they get a giant discount, if I remember correctly. Was it 70%, Ben?
No, unfortunately, it's not 70%. But they while the world price is at 90, they get it at 70, so they get a 25% discount.
I think this will change if the EU does a price cap around $30 or something like this. I'm pretty sure India will say,
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of hands, mercifully. What do you say we go through them and then pick up the econ conversation a bit later?
Oh, I'm pretty sure they all have economic questions. Where should we start? I think James was the first.
Perhaps I was, but I think Dan actually popped up to ask a question about this topic. And if so, Dan, go ahead.
Well, I was sort of going to attempt to tie the topics together. We will know the sanctions are tight enough when the oligarchs have to drink Russian wine. It's the simplest test ever, because they won't do it if they have any choice.
Yeah, that's a good summary. Get that. Damn it. Where's
Domin?
Domin when you need him?
Ben, but you're French. You have it in your blood, basically.
Yeah, I don't have in my blood Russian wine. But I think you mentioned today that Kramatorsk was producing wine at some point during the Soviet Union. I assume that they still do. So we want them to drink Kramatorsk wine in their Sochi villas and to live in whatever fake replacement for IKEA they have. That's also a good thing to wish them.
Yeah, back to the wine thing. I'm pretty sure there was many wine out of Georgia, which is exported most likely to Russia. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how if Georgia produces enough wine for all the Russian oligarchs. Dan, please.
Georgia has some history of producing mildly drinkable wine. They shouldn't be allowed to have that either.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. But sadly, the Georgian government is not so much on the side of the Georgian Legion, because if the Georgian Legion would be the government, yeah, I guess Russia would be kicked in the so-called part where you sit on from two sides.
I understand, but I'm writing this joke all the way. Taking this one all the way. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dan. That is a great what do you say, hint that you're giving us. Look at their tables, and when we're starting to see a Russian wine pop up, we'll give them we'll know that we're on the good direction. And if we see Russian beer, then probably the country is about to collapse in a fortnight. All right. Panurge, do you also have an econ question, or would you talk about something else?
I asked my hand first just to say that I was living in Prague, in Czech Republic, and people drink lots of beer every lunch, but they don't get drunk. And my question is, how long can Russia take the economic damage if someone has an idea?
Well, that's the $1,000 question, isn't it? I cannot give you a number, but there and it all depends what we mean by Russia. How long can the Russian economy be mistreated? Pretty much as long as it can. There's no limit. By now, probably thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Russians have been fired due to either the sanctions or the consequences of the Russian mobilization. You have pretty much all over the board, they have lost money. According to our friend Finance, there is a rampant real inflation in the Russian supermarkets at the moment. I cannot confirm this, but he's usually very well informed, so that is probably correct. So they're losing. They don't feel like they're winning economically at the moment, but that is not sufficient. And I don't think there's any moment where the prices will be high enough that the Russian economy, the Russian people will just say, "Well, we've had enough. We're throwing the towel." There is one actor though that can be in a situation of throwing the towel pretty much at some point, and that actor is the Russian state. The Russian state, for the past, when was it? For the past 22 years, basically, has been trying, for instance, to fight inflation. Fight inflation really hard. They had a bad bout of inflation at the end of the 90s, and one of the promises of the new government was no more of this. If we start seeing the Russian government doing things that are probably inflation breaking with a long-term policy, and that there could be acknowledging that they're having to change gear, and that they're taking the risk of seeing inflation happen very violently in the country. This may be what the Russian government is doing at the moment, because they're spending so much money that they have to levy quite a lot of cash in different places, either through taxation, extraordinary taxation, or through some raising money from the banks, and this could fuel taxation. So they're taking risks that they didn't used to, and that maybe what's gonna. Sorry, that's a sign that things are really not going well for them to accept those risks. They have not done what would be considered as extremely dangerous for them, which would be things such as slashing the value of pensions. The Russian government does rest a lot of its legitimacy on pensioners. When you see people going like, "Yeah, we love Putin," they tend to be old women. Old men don't really exist over there, so old women, and they really love their leader. But if their leader is starting to cut their pension, they're unlikely to love him anymore, and we might be back in a situation such as the one we had in 2011, where a lot of Russian pensioners took to the streets. So, with a bit of luck, that is what we're having.
They don't have another option without loving their leader, right? That's the only option. the Russians that have talent and money have gone away to other countries in Europe. So they have a very demographic problem. And also how to lead with the mobilization, because that's making people go away more.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. This is one of their numerous problems, is how to fight a war and chew gum at the same time. And they seem to be failing at this. Thankfully, never as fast as we would hope, but they seem to be in a serious pinch and not managing to go any further. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask what James has to ask us, because he's been awfully patient. James, the mic is yours.
I was seriously not much interested in this topic. So if there really is interest in it, I'm fascinated to learn, but don't have a rush to tell you about beer, watermelon, or immunity. But if you want to hear about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Beer. This is, somebody said something about the common man drink. So I was thinking beer. And there is such a thing as a beer float. And my brother talked me into tasting it. And it was a Budweiser, in fact, that was in it. And all I can say was that I was really pleasantly surprised. It doesn't really, I'm just slightly lactose intolerant. So, not a good drink for me, but I was surprised at how good it tasted. And I would call that the winter warrior, because the beer disappears into the ice cream. It'd be a vanilla ice cream. The watermelon, as a young person, we used a paint mixing bit on a drill and opened up a large watermelon and used it to stir the contents without removing them from the watermelon. And then the alcohol could be added. And back then, we tried to use it as like a serving device to try to pour out of a watermelon, but that did not work. So straw holes went in and straws went in, which these days we'd probably call something named COVID something. But that would be, for me, that would be like the Kherson Bomba. So, and it's easily dropped, and it's a mess if it's dropped. So there's that. 2 drinks. I don't know what kind of liquor you put in it. I imagine something very clear to bring out the watermelon, some good vodka or whatever. And then just on immunity, I knew the answer when Verlaine asked about MBS's immunity and the declaration that Biden made, which he's 80 today, Mr. Biden. Happy birthday. And it's sort of always been, probably many of you guys know better, that this is sort of a standing arrangement that keeps other people off our president, and we do likewise. But if you go through the State Department handbook that is used by police departments in the DC area mostly, and some of the State Department and other people who need to know how immunity works for foreign diplomats and et cetera, there's a lot of ways that you could see MBS as ruler as a representative of the country, and would be officially seen as that, and then would have probably the broadest immunity. So, but anyways, on the other hand, I'm sure Biden got something from Mr. Garland, the Attorney General, about that.
Sorry, it was my fat fingers. Please continue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where did I leave off? Biden, immunity, and just the idea that Biden probably dropped this now because it's as far out from the 24 election as possible. And they're already, of course, using it to say Biden is, sucking up to tyrants and things like this. But in fact, I think that he had to come to that answer. But he's ready, I think, to change that answer based on what Merrick Garland gave him as options. So that was my three things. So thank you very much for that. Listening.
Thank you, James. I have to say you lost me at good vodka, but I'm sure the rest of it was interesting.
Oh, really?
No, not really.
Just the bad vodka part, or the good vodka part. I got you. I see. Okay. Well, there you go. I don't like it either.
All right. No, thank you for your points. Above all, for the cocktail recipe, I'll make sure to try it as soon as I start drinking again. And also for your point of view on the American issue, I cannot opine on this because I'm completely clueless. But I will trust your instinct on the question.
Well, you can read the State Department handbook. I put it in the chat. It says on immunity. So if you do want to research it, there is the little handbook from the State Department. But I'm not an expert.
The only rule book that will ever be put on the nest, and I pledge this will be the case as long as I'm drawing a breath, is the rule of cricket, the umpire. Otherwise, no can do. The blue book of cricket and all the rest doesn't fly.
Well, then, can I ask a question about cricket? Is bailiwick, does that come from cricket? The word bailiwick, is it related to it?
I don't think so. Is it, Nick? Is it related to cricket?
No, not at all. A bailiwick is an English word referring to a legal jurisdiction.
Yes, it is, and I just wondered because I heard the bail.
It could be that you are being primed by the fact that in cricket, two important words in cricket are the word wicket, the word bail, B-A-I-L, and therefore,
yes, exactly.
if you were to place the word bail in front of the word wicket, you would end up with something that is not a million miles from bailiwick at purely at a lexical level.
That's where I was going. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Oh, by the way, Nick, we've forgotten about your nickname. Nick, do you remember a while ago we decided that we would call you Old Nick? Because that is the sort of things you bring to the Russians.
Old Nick, did you say Old Nick?
Yes, I did.
You do know Old Nick is the devil, right?
I know.
Oh, we're just checking.
Oh no, I thought it was death.
No, old Nick is the devil. You have to go through death first, and then you get to meet Old Nick. Isn't that a positive experience?
All right. Regardless, I think that it's a good thing to have Old Nick on our side, and you can bring the vet Nicks a few of your tricks.
I greatly prefer being Dr. Nick.
But we do already have a Dr. Nick. This is going to.
That's true. That's true. Yes. Yes, that's true. Yeah. All right. Old Nick. I'm also old.
Not that much. You don't sound old, although you do have a lot of stories from the 70s, but that's another question.
Yep. The music I like is old.
All right. Edward, what news from Sweden?
Hi, Ben. No news from Sweden right now, actually. Very quiet. You talked about the railroad cards, right? What's up with those? Is it the ball bearing problem again?
They didn't say, but there are evidence that there have not been producing sufficiently high number of rail cards to replace what they've been losing. Apparently, I know nothing about rail cards, so I'm really repeating the little bit that I've been able to read here and there. Rail cars is one of the very few things that the Russian industry is currently producing more of than they were back in 2021. So they seem to have been somewhere allocating resources that they used to allocate to the car factory, to the car producing and to the truck producing. They're allocating it to the rail car producing, and it is not working very well apparently, because they can only produce very simple cars, and more advanced ones apparently were imported. So they're having a problem with their top end specialized rail cars, which are important to carry, especially commodities, bulk goods. They need special rail cars. So that's as far as my knowledge and understanding goes on this question.
Fair enough. Ben, I have one more question. Is this okay?
Oh yeah, of course. Slow night anyway, so no one's fighting.
Yeah. There, I'm getting a feeling, and you are probably the right person there, I guess. I get a feeling that there's something fishy about the interest rates in Russia, right? Concerning their inflation rates, which are probably well below what they truly are, right? What's up with the interest rates? That's so strange. That's a nerdy question, I know. But...
Oh, right. So just a little bit of background for listeners. The main interest rate of any central bank is one of the main levers that a central bank has on the activity of a country. If you bring that the interest rate really low, that will incite people not to keep their money in the bank and instead to invest and consume, and as a result, it will make the economy turn faster. On the other hand, if you bring up the interest rate, people will keep their money in the bank, and they instead of investing or instead of consuming, and as a result, the economy will turn somewhat slower. What you would expect in a country at war is for the interest rate to be really high. And the reason for that is that you don't want the economy to be producing anything else than war stuff. You want tanks, you want planes, and you don't care about, I don't know, washing machines and cars. You really care about this sort of thing that will allow you immediately to win the war. So you bring interest rates up so that people don't buy the sort of things that they would have bought otherwise. That's the theory. And what happens in Russia at the moment is that the interest rate is relatively high compared to what we have in Western Europe. And that is not, so that's not surprising. But what is surprising is that if you compare it with the traditional historical interest rate in Russia, they're actually exactly on par, if not a little bit lower. So they have a somewhat low interest rate compared to what you would expect. Sorry, they have a somewhat lower interest rate than what they had at the beginning of that whole story. And that is difficult to understand because that is really not what you would expect of a country that is worried about inflation, that is trying to direct investment towards the war, etc., etc. So why are they doing this? My understanding is that the Russian consumer and the Russian investors have basically are on strike. they're not consuming, they're not investing, they're waiting to see what's going to happen. They're probably very afraid for their purchasing power. And as a result, the Russian economy is freezing. It's entering hibernation. And the only thing that the Russian central bank can do is to bring down interest rates to try to convince people to spend more. But it is apparently not working because the interest rate has been low and has remained low for the past several months. So I hope I've answered your question, Edward.
Yeah, thank you. Just makes no sense to me, but it almost seems like this is a start of a total breakdown. But I might be wrong. You might know more about that.
Yeah, it is like this is the, how can I say, evidence A in my argument that Russia's the main threat for Russia at the moment is deflation and not inflation, namely that they're, as you said, that the value of their assets is going down, the value and consumption is going down, investment is going down, and the Russian economy is just falling apart. Without the usual thing that we see, for instance, in we've seen in Zimbabwe, of that we've seen in Brazil a little bit. Oh, sorry, not Brazil, Argentina, which was hyperinflation. We're very used to hyperinflation. We're not very used to deflation, but deflation is the thing that brings, like, that economist nightmare about. Hyperinflation can be handled. It has been done before. It's a bit painful, but it can be done. Deflation, once it started, it will not end. It is the alien that they're afraid of. It can get really nasty, and honestly, there is nothing I wish on the Russian economy more than that.
How did the Japanese had, I think, like a decade of deflation, didn't they? How do you get out of deflation?
The Japanese, you mean the Japanese economy during the last decade?
Mm-hmm.
That's a very good question. I have to say, it is one subject that I know is absolutely fascinating. People like Krugman have been writing about for ever. I never really got into it, but you're very right. This is probably something that I should get into. And the way you get out of deflation, in theory, is to get people spending again. So you probably bring down interest rates. What else do you do? You crank up government spending as much as you can. And what else can you be doing? You incite people to spend all the money that they're not spending at the moment. You limit the interest that people may have in keeping their money in the bank. So really, what you need is money to flow and money to turn around as fast as possible. Liquidity is absolutely crucial in this respect. But this is in a closed economy. If it's in an open economy, what would it be? Attracting foreign capital is probably number one, which is, by the way, one of the main issues that Russia is encountering right now and will encounter in the future. It is that a large part of their growth was driven by foreign capital. And foreign capital has retreated and is probably not coming back. So their investments are just gone. Russian capital tended to flow out of the country, whereas foreign capital tended to flow in, and that foreign capital is gone now. It's going to be a nightmare for them to bring it back in. So yeah, that is something you will want to do as well, is to bring in foreign capital. and also probably try to crank up exports. If you can export as much as possible, that increases activity, and with activity you will increase prices. That in theory that is how it should be done. I don't know how it was done by the Japanese and how the Japanese managed to miss that. Oh, by the way, the famous lost decade of the Japanese economy was, when was it? Between 1990 and 2000.
Those were the dates I had in mind. Yes. The rest of the world got the dividend, whether we deserved it or not, of the end of the Cold War, and the Japanese were, stagnant.
I'm realizing that I've made a few mistakes and that I've excluded people from the space. That's my fault. I tried to drop them from the panel because they weren't saying anything, and I prevented them from being in the space. If you hear people saying, "Hey, I cannot come in. What's going on?" It's my fault. My bad. And if you're here at under other names, apologies. My mistake. Please come back. There's little problem. Oh right, Bayonada, you're back. That's 2 words, 3 words, 4 words. I really enjoy saying Bayonada, you're back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. It's me or John.
No. It was related to me, but yeah. All right. We will go to the hands in a second. But Ben, it was really interesting what you were talking about, and do you have any books you would suggest on this topic?
On the Russian economy?
I was.
Oh, but
okay. I will expect my chance.
All right, Bayonada, were you asking me or were you asking Panurge for the?
No, Ben. I was asking you actually.
Okay, just making sure. All right. So
who should talk now?
I think it's me. Maybe you cannot hear me. Bayonada, can you tell Panurge that he's not
Yeah,
here?
but Ben is talking now, and after this we will go to you.
All right. Books on the Russian economy. Yes, absolutely. Okay, I have not read it, but it's very exciting. There's a new book on the build-up of the Russian energy policy and economy over the past 25 years or so, and it is called, I don't remember the name, but it's just been published. I have not read it, to be completely honest, but it has received like all the prizes and all the praises, so it is bound to be quite good. If I manage to find it.
Is there a book called Inflation for Dummies?
It's called the German economy after 1945. Come on.
Sorry, I was trying to find the book, missed it. There is an excellent book that is published that is doing the rounds, and I've not read it, and I'm not managing to find the title right now. But it is an excellent book, so find it. I will tweet about it as soon as I can. And also, there's always the excellent book by Chris Miller, on the Russian economy called Putinomics, which I strongly recommend. And since we're on the subject of books, there is another book that I've not read and that I'm really, really wanting to read, which is called Without the State, Self-Organization and Political Activity in Ukraine. I think it's about Ukraine almost as a concept of non-authoritarian, very, very flat and horizontal system and form of idea, letting pluralism in, as opposed to a very unitarian and autocratic system, such as the Russian one. That is really a book I want to read. So this is the other one I'm looking forward to. It has nothing to do with economics, though. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you, Ben. Yeah, I see we have a couple of hands up. Panush, you wanted to make a quick point, I guess. All right, then let's go to John.
Yeah, just on the subject of inflation, there's a bit of trivia, but you can get hold of super inflationary notes from Zimbabwe, and they become kind of collectible. I bought them as presents for my nieces and nephews to try and teach them the value of money and some of the economic challenges that people have faced over the years. And you can still get like $1 million note and $1 billion note. The highest one they had is $100 trillion note, and I was buying those about 10 years ago for £20 as Christmas presents. And for a 6-year-old, that's a kind of a wild present, especially when you explain it's real money, or was real money for people at the time. And interestingly, though, the price of those notes is now about £100 each. So that because they're historically important, they've inflated in price as more and more people want to get hold of them, which is ironic. But yeah, I have a master's student called Linos Magaya, and he's a virtuoso musician from Zimbabwe, and he played in my hometown last night, and I went to see him and was chatting to some people there about the realities of what it's like to live in a time of hyperinflation, because there was quite a few people from Zimbabwe there, and they described going to the store with buckets of cash to buy a loaf of bread, and it taking so long to count out the cash that there were lines outside of the store, not because of the shortage of bread, but just because the physical effort of counting out the huge amount of cash that was required to buy bread took them so long. And they would lose track and then have to count again. And yeah, the realities of that situation are terrifying. And it was really interesting. They were surprised to meet someone who knew about that you can still buy these things online. And if anyone's shopping for a interesting present for a 10-year-old, $1 billion note is it's great because they can't spend it on crap. They can take it to school and explain it to their school friends and things like that. So you can buy them on eBay and Amazon still today. So yeah, just a bit of inflationary trivia for you, Ben.
Interesting to think what happens when you have hyperinflation in a cashless society. You just sort of have a lot more zeros appear on the screen before you put in your PIN code when you do the credit card payment.
Nick, are you talking about Bitcoin?
Yet I'm talking for the moment only about debit cards. I appreciate that nobody in Germany actually uses a debit card for anything, because you just go to the ATM and take out a €500 note and use it to buy chewing gum with. But in many countries in Europe, it is quite popular to do transactions without cash, without using cash, but still using the underlying currency of the euro. Of course, the crypto thing introduces another layer of complexity into that. Although hopefully, in a year or so from now, that madness will have been finally sunk by the FTX scandal and various other follow-ons. But until then, I suppose we do have to put up with that nonsense.
The cashless point is an interesting one because it just hadn't occurred to me the sheer because obviously I live in the UK, we are now largely a cashless society, and it hadn't occurred to me just the sheer physicality of carrying around that much paper to pay for stuff. And then on the flip side, in a cashless society as we have it today, there are people, the poorest of the poor, homeless people, are really suffering because no one has any spare change to give them anymore. And we recently had collection buckets out at the stores for November the 11th, and they're just taking nothing because nobody has any change to put in those buckets anymore. So it is kind of interesting that the changes brought by cashless economy. Yeah, fascinating. But thanks for hosting, Ben. Always good fun as always. I'm going to drop down for a little while, but yeah, thank you for being a very good humoured and erudite host as always.
Well, not nearly as much as Bayanada, who's going to tell us everything about the impact of crypto on the current situation, both the war in Ukraine and the slow collapse of the Russian society and economy. But that's for a little bit later.
Ben, I mean, I could ramble about this topic for hours. That's no problem. You just give me some points. But I think we have to connect all the dots in a kind of form which paints a picture. So I'm not sure that I will be able to do that in the next few hours. But I can give you always a few stories or insights I know, and I picked up in my years. Being how you call it? I forgot this term. Digital native. Yeah, digital native. It's on my bullshit bingo card.
Oh, right. So we give you some time to collect your thoughts. Get a
Hello.
few
So
anecdotes
I
ready.
just wanted to say that, like, I feel.
Millie. Yeah. Well, sorry. The way it works is that you wait a little bit, raise your hand, and we get to you. And as soon as we get to you, you can open your mic and then speak. Isn't it beautiful? And for the moment, Dan had his hand up before you, so we'll go to Dan. Dan, please go ahead.
Yes, completely random anecdote on the cashless society. Starbucks here in outermost Seattle has finally put a tip button on their credit card machine because their baristas were going broke because nobody had any cash to tip them. Broke and or threatening to unionize, take your pick. But they've finally done that, which I find fascinating. No particular information.
Here in Europe, we just prefer to pay our staff.
There is nothing about the American tipping whatever that makes the slightest bit of sense. I do not claim it makes the slightest bit of sense. But like so many things in life, once it gets going, stopping it is bleeping impossible, and you need look no further than your keyboard unless you're one of the 3 people that's using something besides QWERTY. It's just once there's enough momentum in a direction, there's just nothing you can do.
Another interesting example of that is driving a car, where increasingly the almost the entire interface that you have to drive a car is basically fictitious. The steering wheel is not really turning the wheels, and the the gear selector lever is not moving gears around in the gearbox, and the pedal is not tied to a throttle cable. So I agree, and we're never going to be able to change that, because how do you introduce new cars with a different interface and train 100 million people to drive them? So we're obliged to maintain that that sort of interface almost forever, I think. And like you say, QWERTY.
That is another excellent example. My fingers are crossed that the self-driving car people will figure it out before I have to teach my children how to use that interface, because I've seen them drive a shopping cart. But on a somewhat more serious note, you were discussing deflation in the Japanese economy. And for all of the vast differences between the Russian and the Japanese economy, and there's probably too many to list, there are two similarities. They have a very low birth rate and a very low rate of household formation. And again, for very different reasons, a very low rate of immigration. And that combination made deflation almost unbreakable for Japan. And I would postulate that it's going to make it awfully hard for Russia, because the most fundamental growth drivers just aren't there. So there will be people writing theses, PhD theses on that in a decade or two. I would bet my not terribly large nest egg on it. So that's something I would be quite curious about Ben's thoughts on. And I'm going to switch the listener because I have to go wrestle a turkey.
Okay, I'd like to thank Bayonada here, who reminded me that we were soon to be on a Thanksgiving. It was soon to be Thanksgiving in the US. Otherwise, you wrestling a turkey would have made absolutely no sense to me. Rustle away and bring, whatever, bring gravy. Regarding Japan, as I said, really not my bailiwick. I have no idea. You're right. They have not been doing very well. You're right. Their demography is strange. You're right. They have not adjusted their immigration policy to fit their economic needs, and that's about where my understanding stops. So I'm not even going to be able to say a few things based on whatever anecdote I have. I know nothing about Japan. The day Russia tries to even invade Japan, I will learn more about it, and I will regale you with with the anecdotes from there. But until that day comes, I cannot help you. All right, Millie, your hand is still not up. So as long as your hand is not up, I will not go to you. To raise your hand, you need to go to the little heart in the middle of your screen, press on it, and the icon on the far right of that set button, of the window that does appears, is the hand. Not that hand, the one on the far right of the no, that's clapping. We're getting there. Further right. You've got a 100 and you've got a wavy sign. The next one is a raised hand, and you should be able to press it. In the meantime, let's go to Prague. We've been to Prague actually before today with the excellent Peter Duran, who told us about the Prague coup and then the attack by the Soviets in 1968, and what there was to learn about this, and how despite the numerous similarities, the Americans and the Europeans had apparently failed to draw the conclusion that had to be drawn from the Prague coup. And Panuj has disappeared, so we won't go to Prague. We're going to go to Lisa and then Millie. Lisa, please go ahead.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Loud
Hello?
and very clear.
Loud and very clear. Okay. I had shared this, but I just wondered if anyone can tell me all the information that they know about Bakhmut right now. Is that how you say it, Bakhmut?
Bayanana, what about we divide the task? I tell Lisa how to pronounce Bakhmut correctly, and you give her the information regarding what's happening there. Okay, it's a deal. So, Lisa, it's not Bakhmut as in the back of your head. It's Bakhmut as in you see when the governor says that he'll be back, he says, "I'll be back." That's a bit.
Only when he's playing a role in a film about classical composers and they're assigning the roles to each other. And Arnie says, "I'll be back."
Absolutely. That was it's my favorite film of his, Der Kapellmeister.
You say Bakhmut?
Absolutely.
Ben, can I just quickly interject there, because Lisa, the sign you see, which looks like an X in European, it's in Eastern European, so it's Bakhmut. At least my Russian teacher taught me so. So it could be the Ukrainians pronounce a little bit different, but this is the basic thing how you most likely pronounce this. Bakhmut.
Bach. I can't do that. Bach. I can't roll the W's.
It's a little bit like the German ch, but with a little bit more yeah.
It's like
it's complicated.
It's like the J in Spanish, like Guadalajara.
Guadalajara. Guadalajara. See, I can't roll that.
Many languages have this sound. Dutch has this sound. Spanish. It's just a kind of a sort of I call it the gargling consonant.
Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you. There's CJ. Maybe he knows too.
CJ is coming up.
Yes, I was just asking if anyone knew anything about I can't say it.
Bakhmut. Yeah. Oh, you're getting close.
What was going on? The
Hopefully,
latest.
I'm not butchering the name. Lisa, I will tell you what I saw yesterday. Yesterday, I saw the Russians shooting incendiary ammunitions, so these burning things all over Bakhmut. So the Ukrainian may be possibly a little bit angry this morning and today. So also Russia thought, oh, we shot all of this ammunition there. They will be not so strong, and maybe we can try attack. And look like they try to attack, and there's literally everywhere people lying in the sun enjoying it, and I'm not sure if they're still breathing, but it's it looks really depressing somehow. I mean, it's Russian, so it's they shouldn't have been in Ukraine in the first place, but looks really it's some kind of view not everyone should look at.
Is it Russian unit?
Yeah, absolutely. Russians, yeah. Unequipped,
okay.
never hold a gun before, and just run into this direction and wait until the ammunition hits you. It's really sad.
It's hard for me to have compassion after what they've done in Bucha and Irpin. Just overall, I guess I don't have any compassion for them because they don't have any value for human lives. I mean, that's just my opinion, but okay. I'll continue to listen.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, CJ, welcome up. How are you doing, CJ? You jumped out of a plane today?
Yes, my back is a little sore, so I'm in not the best mood, but that's okay. Being on the Maria Report always makes me in a better mood. So here I am, and celebrating the Russian Rocket and Artillery Day, celebrated every year on November 19th, in the anniversary of Stalingrad, 1942. However, this year is probably the worst year for Russia and their artillery since 1942, because they've lost more artillery pieces and more people than any other war since World War II. And while the numbers from this war will never eclipse that, it'll still continue to go up on all sectors. So, yeah, pretty much here we are.
CJ, you heard about the record Russia set, and yeah, most retweets in a year.
Yeah, I don't really know what that means. That's kind of like a a silly statistic if you ask me. But I mean, what's not
It
silly,
is
of
absolutely.
course. I mean, it depends what you qualify as a retreat. It's to me that sort of thing is pretty meaningless, but that's okay. What's meaningful is that they have been pushed back on so many different fronts in a significant way, that it really is good news. So if it's record breaking, then sure, we'll go with that.
All right, all right. Yeah, Ben, you have a question for CJ.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit worried now that he mentioned that he had a sore back. Didn't you use a parachute this time?
I did, but I had a lot of twists, so it wasn't fully open most of the way. But alas, it opened about 100 feet off the ground, so we're okay for now.
Oh, what? Really?
Oh, dude.
Yeah, the twist from the canopy release pretty much all the way up to the actual parachute. So it was basically just completely tied, and you just got a bicycle kick, and it'll spin you around. So I was spinning very violently as I descended pretty quickly, and then at the last second it opened up. So again, no worries.
Okay, CJ, enough of this. I'm going to write a letter to whatever, the US Army. Based on what you're saying, and I'm sorry to say it in front of you, but I've heard you talk for the past few months. You're probably one of their top minds. What are they doing? Throwing you off a plane? I mean, they should keep you in an office, lock the door, and prevent you from getting close to anything that goes boom or bang or that could hurt you. Like you're. If it was up to me, you wouldn't be allowed to eat with a bloody knife. Um, I'm outraged. They're wasting their resources.
Oh, Ben, the good news is there's millions of much smarter and better soldiers than me in NATO. So rest assured, if I go down, the whole world will be in good hands, Ben. I promise.
Oh, I'm sure that in NATO they will find very brilliant minds, but I'm talking about the U.S. Army. You're really no, for real. They're being stupid. I'm very upset.
Well, as you know, this is all volunteer, so it's definitely by choice to not only be in the Army, of course, but to also be airborne. So someone's got to do it.
You can be airborne in an office. I'm sure, like, we'll give you an office with wings or whatever. But you're
Ben, there's a video. Someone with a paraglider and engine back and with his couch. So absolutely a thing. But CJ, from which kind of what kind of level, what kind of high you jump, and do you have a second parachute?
Yeah, so it's well, for us today it was a KC-130 Marine Air Force, or sorry, Marine Air Regiment, dropping at 1,000 feet at 130 knots. And yes, you do have a reserve parachute. But then, you know, as we've seen in this war, it kind of shows a very important point that the actually airborne forces aren't the most accident prone. Mechanized and armored forces have almost 10 times the lethal accidents of airborne. Airborne is where you put people to stay safe. Because vehicle rollovers, I mean, we've seen Russian tanks careening off roads into trees, into buildings. it's actually much more dangerous in training to be on a tank or in a vehicle than it is to jump out of a plane by a huge amount.
All right. Yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah, I just know it from friends. They are also jumping, and I had a friend who was also in the Bundeswehr jumping, but he had an injury with his back because he had some very fast opening or something like this, and it gave him a shock, and he cut a few nerves in his back. So yeah, wasn't that great, and jumping wasn't off the table for a while. Yeah, but yeah, usually, I mean, 1,000 feet, it's about 300 meters. I guess it's not that high. But yeah, if the parachute don't open, it's would be a hard landing, I guess.
Well, as they say, you're landing one way or another.
Uh, but this is, dear people, this is yeah, humor of airborne rangers. So it's nothing too bad.
Nada, I'm sorry. I have to drop for a phone call. I'm calling the head of the staff of the U.S. Army to ground CJ and not allow him to get any close from a tank or any vehicle.
All right.
Meanwhile, I think Nick has a question for CJ.
I was just going to comment that it's nobody has ever done a randomized control trial of parachutes, but there's a couple of excellent papers in the scientific literature on this, written satirically to point out that there are lots of things in medicine that we can't do randomized control trials for, but there is a truly excellent article by Smith and Pell, Pell, in the BMJ, and it's a meta-analysis of all of the randomized control trials they could find of parachutes to ameliorate the effects of a gravitational challenge, which they call it, and it has some absolute zingers in it. Even if you don't read scientific papers, I absolutely recommend this. And then a couple of years ago, somebody actually did the test of jumping out of an aircraft with and without a parachute to determine whether there was any difference. And after several jumps, it was reported that there was no difference, although the authors did note in the limitations section that the plane was a small three-wheeled aircraft that hadn't actually left the ground. But Smith and Pell, I think it's 2003 in the BMJ, it's not only extremely funny, it's also in its own way quite a subversive paper in the medical literature. But it does, it includes things like, we believe that people who insist on randomized control trials for everything would be excellent candidates to participate in the first randomized control trial of parachutes. Yeah, Smith and Pell, and Pell turned up on a paper I read a few months ago, completely randomly. Anybody, if you print a few copies off and show it around your parachuting buddies, CJ, they will discover the delights of truly well written and very funny scientific literature.
Well, yeah, if they have the patience for it, but I can appreciate a long joke for sure. Although I will say that the person I was jumping to next today, and just to kind of show you, sort of how we all know the Ukrainian army is made of lots of different people from lots of different backgrounds. The same is true, of course, for NATO armies, with the guy sitting next to me actually having graduated with an undergrad degree and a master's from Johns Hopkins, and he was a private. He didn't realize that he could have been an officer, and he was, I think, playing the saxophone for our unit. That was his job full time. So definitely a very interesting time. But hey, that's what happens in the army.
CJ, I assume that as you were flying around, you didn't have time to look at what's going on at the present in Bakhmut and elsewhere?
Oh no, I did. I was rigged up for 4 hours today, just getting caught up on the news.
Oh, and what trends have you managed to establish?
Well, Bakhmut, they're waiting for the latest batch of Russian conscripts to send in. So they stopped pressure directly on the city, tried to move south in the last 2 to 3 days to Optine, and they took the city for a day and then they lost most of it. So really, Russia's having some bad luck in this area, and people seem to think that once they get more conscripts again, that they'll send more human waves in. Which they do constantly there. They did before really conscription took full effect, and now they do it even more so, where there's just killing fields of just hundreds of dead Russians. There's drone videos out. Apparently, some of these Russians made it to a farmyard and a farmhouse, took up digging trenches when they were all hit by precision guided munitions, and there was no one left to recover them. So now, not only do the Russians have to fight to get back to that place to recover the bodies, but they're probably going to, not make it in the process. So pretty brutal to say the least. I'm looking very closely at the weather, which had some snow across northern Ukraine, and then now is turning to a lot of rain. So still, the muddy season is going to be a bit longer than I think the Russians were hoping for, which is really bad news as they try and dig into these defensive positions. If they're, waterlogged, it becomes a lot more difficult. So if they were banking on having a couple more weeks until winter set in, I think they're going to be in for a little bit of a rude awakening. So we'll have to wait and see, with some very significant action right outside of Savotev, and it's incredible. The P-66 highway might be under the control of the Ukrainians in certain parts, and the whole thing might be falling very much so in the near future.
By control, do you mean under fire, or they actually have boots on the asphalt?
Well, they finally have, I'm drawing a blank on the town name, a town that is contested on the actual highway itself, not liberated yet, but that would be pretty huge, about 7 to 10 kilometers southwest of the city itself. So really, they don't need to necessarily go much further. They don't really need to enter the city. They need to enter the highway. That'll prevent all supplies coming from the south or the north, and it'll be pretty much over. Russia will have to retreat back to the next line of defenses, or they'll be all encircled. So I guess we'll have to see what they do.
I just tweeted out that paper on my timeline if anyone wants to read it.
Smith and Pell, 2003. So to go back to the P-66, so we can look forward very soon for another successful Russian backward movement.
Yeah, they stopped digging defensive positions there. They're bringing up a lot of conscripts, kind of like what they did for Kherson at the end, where they just decided to bring up a bunch of conscripts. They moved all their more elite units or the slightly better units back and began to prepare the terrain to leave. So it looks as if, at least on this front, this is going to be happening in the near future.
Well, is there anything else that has attracted your attention, potentially on the southern front as well?
Yeah, these the precision strikes are starting to go up. So it seems as if Russia finally is starting to strike a little bit at Kherson City, and in response, Ukraine is hitting ammo dumps once again in full force. Ammo dumps, helicopter yards, everything from Chaplinka to right across the river. So it looks like the activity in terms of the boat-based activity is slowly coming to a close, and now the artillery duel is picking up in full steam. Both sides, I mean, the thinking is that maybe both sides moved a lot of their maneuver forces, so their infantry, over to Zaporizhia to clash there. I'm not so sure if that's 100% confirmed yet, but they definitely left pretty much all their artillery on both sides to really see who can gain an upper hand. So we'll have to wait and see. But right now, it seems like Ukraine is in a good spot.
Okay, well, that's good news. Then good news. Are there bad news somewhere?
Well, I don't know if it's bad news. The reports from U.S. intelligence that Russia and Iran had entered into a deal to produce, these Shahed 136s full time in Russia. It's a little bit of bad news, I guess, but I don't think people understand. Even though these things are somewhat of a terror weapon, they're not going to replace the Russian Air Force or the Russian Navy or the Russian Army's ability to launch missiles, right? Because they've pretty much run out in a lot of different ways. So it's going to be a different capability, and it's one that is more easily countered by things like Gepards, the donations of the 120 some odd anti-air guns that Britain is pledging today, and even shoulder-fired man-pads. So really, it's not the end of the world. It's definitely going to cause more Ukrainian deaths, but it's not going to change the outcome necessarily.
Just a quick question on the Shaheeds. They've been used more on a almost strategic level to attack cities. Can they be used on the battlefront itself, like attacking trenches and artillery positions, or are they just not fitted for this sort of action?
So that was how they were first used. So in the middle of September, early September, when the Kharkiv counteroffensive was kicking off, it was the first time they were used, and they were used against, I believe, the 92nd Mechanized Brigade of the Ukrainians. They hit a Crab, I believe, and a couple tanks, and I mean, it's 400 pounds of explosive, so it's therefore almost 200 times bigger than a Lancet loitering munition. I mean, it's a gigantic boom, and they were able to destroy a few vehicles, but then the Gepards were already around. The Gepards were looking for Russian helicopters and Russian, higher flying aircraft that were coming to the aid of the retreating Russians. And they switched gears, switched roles, and they went Shahed hunting. And basically, that was the end of that being used in the battlefield because, well, on the battlefield at the front, there's a lot of times there's a higher proliferation of anti-air weapons. And so with that in mind, these things that are very easy to shoot down and fly very low and are very loud, they didn't really stand a chance to be used in that regard. So they definitely could try again. I just don't think it would be really probably an effective use of them.
All right. So basically, the way to read it is that the Russians are doubling down on their ambition to destroy the Ukrainian grid and whatever is necessary for the maintenance of civilian life in Ukraine, as opposed to hoping to destroy the Ukrainian army.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, every night looking at the Russian state media and those wacky talking heads, I mean, they made it pretty clear yet again what the strategy was here. The strategy is to cause such terrible conditions for the civilian population that they force a surrender. And I think even if Ukrainians were to evacuate certain areas that don't have power, they're still not going to surrender. They're not even going to negotiate. And I just think that's a terrible misreading of what Ukraine is capable of. Because as winter sets in, yes, it'll get more difficult for the civilians, of course, we can't forget, but we're looking to Eastern Europe and seeing all these countries that are donating generators and buses and blankets even. I mean, people are coming together in a way that's just not going to let this work. So if they want to make these drones that are only good at hitting residential buildings, I mean, it's a terrible thing, but it means the Ukrainian army will be much better off for it, which again is kind of cold to say, but that's the reality. Is the Russians are basically trying to force the Ukrainian civilians to force a surrender before the Ukrainian army completely defeats them on the battlefield. And I don't think they're going to do it in time.
I'm going to pass on the question to Bayanada, who I think has quite a lot to ask you on this.
I actually have a slightly different topic. We were talking earlier today with Oleg about the Finns and what kind of things they deploy in winter warfare, and we were discussing units on skis and units on jet skis. You as an airborne, kind of airborne related troop. Is something like this considerable? You drop some airborne rangers with some jet skis or some equipment like this and conduct some operations behind the lines.
Well, yes, this is the thing that some people do. I did it with the Alpini, which was Thomas Steiner's unit in Italy, based in the Alps, of course. It's not something very many people in armies do. There's a winter warfare course in Norway that many people go to. It's very prestigious. You have to plunge into, -20, -30 water and swim. It's pretty brutal, but you learn a lot about that stuff. I mean, I don't know the geography of Ukraine well enough to tell you if there's an area that's going to have that much snow coverage where you could effectively infill people and do that. So I'd rather not speculate too much, but it's going to be pretty clear, even just by camouflage and just warm winter clothing, that Ukrainians are going to do better in this regard, even if they're not necessarily doing any kind of cross country skiing. Which I'm not laughing. I mean, it is a real part of people's armies that they have. It's just something that really hasn't been used in large numbers since World War II, and even then, it was. I think only in Norway was it really a thing at any sort of larger scale. But regardless, I would definitely bet on the Ukrainians when it came to winter warfare this year. I mean, all the videos we're seeing of Russians, I mean, their boots are falling apart, their jackets are falling apart, their helmets are falling apart, they don't have gloves. They better hope it's a warm winter, because man, they get frostbite, you can't fire a weapon, you can't drive a vehicle. I mean, you just get taken out of the fight, and all you can do is, be a bullet magnet, as we say. So, yeah, definitely not a good time to be a Russian in Ukraine is the winter.
All right, CJ, I have a question from a user. But you still up. Phil, you have the minute to ask a question yourself.
I actually have to run, so I can't ask it, and it was a tiny bit long, but I think Andy's hand has been up for way longer than mine. So I don't know if Andy has a question for CJ, but I think he should go first, and then if you can ask.
Just shoot your question short, and we will go to Andy soon.
Sorry, I muted myself. Okay, CJ, I hope you feel better after your little accident. That, not accident, but never fun to get injured. So I hope you get better. But basically, the question I had is, early in the war, Lysychansk, Severodonetsk, there was, 10-1, 20-1 shells from the Russian side to each Ukrainian shell. It was way out of proportion. Like, they didn't have enough equipment. That was fixed when the M777s came, and even better when the HIMARS came, and the ratio went down to like 2-1, 3-1, somewhere in that range. But it seems like the Russians have gotten their logistics better after, the HIMARS came into the mix. So my question is, now, like Andrew Perpetua and a few others, like Noel, they were mentioning that, it's back up to 5-1, and in certain areas it's up, like Pavlika, in that area, it's up to 10-1. So, they seem to be getting more and more artillery, the Russians. Like, how, I know we're sending precision munitions, which are more accurate, but I think the question I have is, the sheer number of shells. Can we just not get them enough, or is it the actual howitzers themselves that are the issue? Do they not have enough, howitzers in certain areas to just fire back? I know they had counter battery, which was helpful as well, and helping to take out, the ones that were massively firing, but just kind of trying to figure out, like, how do we send them more? Do we just not have enough newer systems, older systems? And thank you for everything you do, and thanks for the service to our country, and happy Thanksgiving to all.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think 4 or 5 people have asked us now in 2 or 3 day period. I think people are starting to get worried about it, and it's understandable, right? It's everywhere in the news. We have CNN articles saying that there's worries about stockpile productions and getting things to Ukraine. There's other articles saying that there's new contracts being signed and new aid being promised. So it's definitely in the forefront of everyone's mind. All I could really say is there's really no good answer. Basically, I really appreciate the work of all these people that are mapping these events, but I'm not on the ground, so I couldn't tell you if it's effective fire or not, right? Because as I see it, Russians are shooting to suppress, Ukrainians are shooting to kill. These are two different things that require different types of artillery, different types of round, and different types of planning. And yes, it's terrible that Russia can put 500 artillery shells on a fortification in Bakhmut, but if they only kill 1 or 2 people and they don't take any ground, then is it really working for them? Whereas, Ukrainians shoot maybe 10 or 20 rounds and they take out 100 Russians. So, that seems more effective to me. But then again, you have to think through, well, Russia's bringing up hundreds of conscripts every day. So is it really doing anything? So there's like this sort of three-way problem with this. The first is, could they get more ammo? Well, yes, but then that would put too many rounds through their guns because they don't have that many guns. And so getting more ammo through them would cause them to break down faster and cause other problems, and also moving the ammo around. Could they get more guns? Well, yes, they could, but now you're starting to limit the Ukrainian army's mobility. One of the key advantages they've had in this war is by having a much lighter vehicular footprint where they can move around much more quicker, don't need as much gas, and it allows them to be much more flexible in their options. The second they start adding artillery to their battle echelons, then you get a situation where they're a lot slower, they're a lot more easily targeted, and they're a lot more reliant on supplies. And the third thing is, if you just give them more systems, now looking at other countries perhaps donating new systems to add to the 9 some odd Ukrainian artillery systems that they're already using, you start to run into serious problems with being able to maintain this many different pieces. So it's kind of like a triangle of problems. Any direction you go, you're going to cause more issues while you're solving some. So really the best solution to all of this, and this is a really long answer, I apologize, is to get Ukraine, first and foremost, more HIMARS ammo, right? Because this solves a lot of these problems. If they take the Russian ammo at the source, i.e. through ATACMS, 300 kilometers deep, that solves a lot of their problems overnight. And the second thing that hopefully is being worked on, we can only hope, is fighter aircraft and fixed-wing aircraft. Because if Ukraine can actually control the skies, not only can they defend against missiles and drones much, much, much better, but then they can eliminate this artillery advantage through the use of precision guiding munitions, but set them on the ground in the air. And this is the key component that I don't think anyone's really planned for, because on paper, when aid started coming in at the end of March, at the beginning of April, in terms of actual vehicles, everyone thought, well, Russia's always going to have air superiority because of the sheer, ratio, 20 to 1. Fighters to Ukraine's. And because they just basically everyone brushed that off, the planning and everything wasn't done. And it needed to be done a long, long time ago, because the reality is if Ukraine can overcome the artillery advantage on the ground, if they can overcome the air advantage in the sky, then both of those problems go away. That's why it's so important. And the other good thing about trying to focus on getting Ukraine more fighter aircraft is, although it's much, much more expensive than artillery, I mean, it's something like $16,000 to $20,000 for every just hour of flying, let alone, $50 million aircraft. But the difference is you don't need that many, right? 20 to 50 fighters can make a huge difference. A lot of countries have these. A lot of countries are switching these out. To have similar effects on the ground, you'd have to collect up 1,000 artillery pieces and train 10,000 people. So it becomes a gigantic endeavor, not for money, but for other reasons. So if NATO and the US and other countries could get together and figure out this problem, which would require a lot of money, it would fix both problems. So this is where I think there should be more attention specifically, but it doesn't really answer your question, but hopefully it is helpful somewhat.
CJ, that answers it perfectly. Please never apologize for long and eloquent answers that address every aspect of the question. That was perfect. Just as a follow-up, is there a market for Ukraine to buy 152 shells? Since, the Kharkiv offensive, they were able to, they had over 100 captured Russian artillery pieces. Can they, I know they have they captured a couple warehouses too, but can they buy these from other countries that can use extra money? And thanks again.
Yeah, so someone more knowledgeable in Central and Eastern Europe will have to chime in. I was under the impression that both Bulgaria and Romania had increased production of 152 ammo somewhat substantially. I know Dr. Paul's listening. Maybe he can answer this. But again, the contracts that Ukraine has to eventually build 155 ammo are huge. Same with Australia and Germany, both increasing production there. Because at the end of the day, as Ukraine moves closer and closer to NATO, which hopefully one day they'll join as per their wishes now, what that'll mean is they'll have more and more of these NATO systems that need NATO ammo. And of course, these NATO countries can produce a lot of ammo. It's just a matter of lighting a fire under their butts. And that's happening. The money is going towards it. So It's just a matter of time before it gets fully up and running. But yes, I believe, to answer your question, certain countries in Central and Eastern Europe have increased the production of Soviet artillery to help. And we can't forget, I'll say it every day I'm in the space, one of the main things that really saved Ukraine in the beginning from losing more ground was Poland, Baltic states, and a couple other countries giving almost 200 Soviet artillery pieces right off the get-go. And this was an amazing stopgap until Western artillery showed up and other European artillery showed up in April. Without this, I mean, Ukraine still would be not losing necessarily, but the fronts would be extremely, extremely different. We have to remember in like Izium, for example, for 1 month, an airborne brigade of the Ukrainian army held off against almost 2 tank divisions. And there was no, foreign aid in sight or really helping with that. It was all on them with whatever aid they had cobbled together at the end of February and the middle of March. And what this did was it allowed Ukraine to move more forces in and prevent Izium being captured until the defensive lines were set, and eventually set the stage to where we are now, where Kharkiv is 99.9% liberated, and Ukraine is knocking on Luhansk's doorstep. So this is something that definitely can't be overlooked. It's been important in the past, and it will continue to be important.
Delivery of Soviet caliber munitions to Ukraine is something that's been happening under the radar, and we have evidence of this. There has been Romanian artillery ammunition that has turned up in Ukraine. Just yesterday, we also saw Romanian armored personnel carriers in Ukraine. If you scroll back far in the nest, I have a picture of one of those up there. And Romania has publicly not given anything to Ukraine, no military equipment, or no arms at least. But here we are with Romanian gear turning up in Ukraine. So even though it's not being publicly reported, it is happening. It's long been, understood that Bulgaria has been providing ammunition to Ukraine by the United States, and now it seems that they may start doing this overtly. It's been speculated that Romania as well might be trying to restart production of these rounds, aside from just providing whatever they had in the inventory. So both of these streams, both NATO calibers and Soviet calibers, are still happening. Obviously, there could always be more delivered. We want to see that, but they're both active as far as we can gather. There are constraints, but I think NATO is working hard to try and deliver as much as they can, and hopefully they're successful in getting production kicked into high gear so that Ukraine doesn't have any constraints on their ability to do fire missions.
If you hang around a little bit, I've got 500,000 questions to ask you about those soon to be produced in Russia Iranian drones. But some people may have questions for CJ. Andy, do you have a question for CJ, or shall we go to Dan and you can hold off your question for just a minute?
Oh, my question was economic, based on Russia and Iran, so we can get back to it later. The only thing I will say about the Shahed drone production in Russia is that by moving it there, it makes it, I'd say, more difficult to have smoking accidents from our friends in the Middle East and from Iranian protesters. So that's my only big concern with that, is how, and that I guess depends where they set up these production facilities within Russia, whether they're deep in Siberia or somewhere closer to St. Petersburg or Moscow.
Okay, we're definitely going to be covering those subjects. Thank you for your contribution. We'll come back to you very, very soon. Dan, I assume you got a question for that crazy man jumping off planes.
Well, I mean, CJ is as knowledgeable a person as we'll ever get to talk to. I mean, he already brought it up, a lot of this up, but you know, ATACM should have been delivered 4 months ago, and every day they're not delivered is just more inexcusable. And I'm not asking CJ to explain it, but somebody ought to. The fighter plane problem, I mean, you know, it's going to take 9 months to a year from when we really start, and to the best of my knowledge, we haven't really started. And again, we'd be almost finished if we'd started on March 1st. So that also, you know, that's now not going to help before summer fighting season, and that's if we start today. I still really think we need to give Ukraine another 200 777 tubes or an equivalent number of self-propelled systems. CJ made a convincing case that that might not be the best thing to cram into that corner there in Donetsk, but if they could line them up on the Dnieper and just literally shell the Russians 30 kilometers from the riverbank to where there was nothing there, the Ukrainians could march down that from Zaporizhia with a fraction of the opposition. And unless they think that Taiwan's kicking off in the morning, or we're actually going to do something to help people in Iran, there's just no reason not to give it to them. I'm ranting a little bit, and CJ's not the person I should be ranting at. I need to write my congressman again. Everybody write your congressman again. You know, Ukraine is winning this war, but if they win it in 3 months instead of 6, that's a lot of people that are still alive. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's not only just, you know, I think the most important reason to give you more aid is, of course, you know, more Ukrainian lives saved. But if you think about it from an economic point of view, which I kind of hate to do, but it's, you know, that's how some people are motivated. It would be just a lot cheaper to give more up front as opposed to later on, because once the war is won and Ukraine is in NATO, the cost of collective security goes, you know, down a lot, right? Because it's not just, you know, their availability of equipment and people that they have access to, you know, 30 plus some odd countries that could also provide aid. So this is one of the things why, you know, that 2% mark on the wall is always so important, because it's not just the good of, you know, one country or the other, it's the good of the collective. So yeah, I think it's frustrating, but also if you, I mean, yeah, as you kind of pointed out, you do have to take a step back, and I hate to be that person. You know, the idea is that, you know, at least the United States needs to be able to fight one major war and one minor war at a time, not including this. And so the fact that they've given over 10% of their artillery forces to Ukraine is pretty significant. Not saying other people's contributions aren't, but, you know, Canada gave up 10% of their artillery to Ukraine. Other countries have done the same. And so that's not planned for by any stretch. And so it just takes some time to get the aid that they need. Even Lend-Lease for the Soviet Union didn't happen overnight as well. And that we all know, of course, how important that was to them eventually beating the Germans. So all that's to say is more is coming. And that's the thing, Dan, I wouldn't be too worried about, because every aid package includes more and more complicated pieces of gear. And then all of these longer term aid packages, like I believe the first one was in end of July, August, these year contracts, they will start to kick in. I mean, it's for 18 more HIMARS. It's for, you know, possibly training Ukrainians on F-15s and F-16s. These things are worked out in long term. And the more long-term aid that's given to Ukraine, the more the sense that everyone's, you know, in it to win it. And that's why I wouldn't be too frustrated. I know in the space in the early days, it was pretty emotional hearing about the MiGs and everything else, but those days are long since gone. And the days of, you know, many countries being 100% by Ukraine are here to stay, regardless of the politics involved, which is at least encouraging to me.
CJ, I think you somehow managed to get some insight into what the Russian artillerymen are thinking of their current situation. Can you expand on this subject?
Yeah, well, it is the Russian Artillery Day, November 19th. And, one of the friends of the space, Dmitry, who does incredible translations, much better than the machine translations of my Google application. And basically, what they're saying in the post in the nest is something that we've heard time and time again. But when we see people's maps and we start to get worried that Russia's still able to fire more, we have to look at these very specifically, because the reality is a lot of these Russian fire missions are literally hitting nothing, right? They're not only kilometers off, but they're just done to fulfill a quota, as in the Russian conscripts have to fire, 20 rounds a day from their piece in order to not get, fired, I guess would be the best way to put it. And they're not aiming at anything, and it's just to say they did. So not only does that open them up to counterfire due to Ukrainian radars, but it really is a waste of ammunition. So yes, they can put a lot of rounds downrange, but the most interesting thing for me was, knowing how much Russia used drones to observe for artillery. This seemed like a major factor in how well I thought they might do in this regard, because they brought, between 7 and 10,000 pieces to start the war, and I think almost 2,000 Orlan 10s, and that's seemingly on paper a pretty deadly combination. A lot of drones and a lot of artillery, but as at least this Russian artillery officer points out, they've lost so many drones. I mean, it's literally they've lost thousands of drones that if they weren't able to privately produce or purchase their own civilian drones, they would have no way to observe and no way to really do anything with their artillery. And that just goes to show you just how important small drones are, like the ones that MriyaAid purchases for the, directly for and by the Ukrainian government. It really is just such a game changer, which is why, these things can be jammed, they can be hacked. So the cheaper and worse ones that Russia buys and gets, the better off Ukraine is. But I just thought that was really interesting that a couple of the Russian artillery officers are very clear that without these drones, their army would just collapse, which is never a good thing for them.
Okay, well, the logical next question is, how do you bring down those drones?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of ways, right? The first and foremost is you shoot them down. If they're very small, this might be a waste of resources, but if this drone that is coming over your area is actually calling for a massive artillery fire mission, then it might be worth it to shoot a missile at it. It might be worth it to expend a lot of anti-air rounds at it. That's why I think people get too caught up in the costs of taking down drones and missiles, and they don't really think through, what are the consequences if whatever actions that drone is taking are allowed to proceed. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, yes, with more counter drone weapons like jammers and things like that, you can not only hack into them and take them, and we've seen Ukraine be able to either take control of or safely land multiple Iranian drones and able to figure them out by reverse engineering them and figure out better ways to take them down. So it's an important capability to be able to do that. And the last but not least, of course, is to follow the electronic signatures of the people launching the drones and attack them directly. So a lot of different ways to go about it. Ukraine needs as many as possible in order to be successful.
And are there things that we in the West can provide them with to bring those drones down?
I mean, yeah, there's a decent amount of NATO countries. We know Israel has a bunch as well. It's not a technology that is very prevalent in Western or NATO armies, and the reason is these armies rely a lot on their air forces. Kind of what I was talking about earlier, because NATO armies rely on their air forces and their naval air forces and their marine air forces to do a lot of the work in the skies. The armies are somewhat weak for fighting against drones, at least comparatively in this regard. It's not a problem if you have, in the US, we have the first, second, and third largest air forces, right? The Air Force, the Naval Air Regiment, and the Marine Corps. So it's not, we don't really need to spend a lot of time and money figuring out innovative anti-drone solutions as much as other people do. But in this case, obviously nothing could be more important. So there are some things, but I'm not necessarily well versed on what all they are.
Writing a thread about this right now.
Yeah, and thanks to Kobe and John and other people following it. I mean, eventually one day we'll get these laser weapons in operation. I know we're testing them. The U.S. Army is now using Iron Dome and some other systems from other countries that have had more experience in fighting drones. I mean, really, in the U.S. Army's experience in fighting drones, it was ISIS drones and Taliban drones, which are just quadcopters, and you just take shotguns and try and take them down. But At most, they're only going to drop a 40 millimeter, HEDP grenade round, which is not great to have land on you, but is not, a 400-pound flying Dorito chip. So, it's a little bit different.
Well, thank you. Al-Kilo, do you have a question for CJ or Colby?
Yes, I do. Thanks. It's just a quick question and a little comment. So the question to CJ, so complete non-military and maybe a completely stupid question. So we had a discussion about NASAMS the other night. How do these fit? I mean, they seem to be sort of like in between, I guess, the artillery component and the Air Force component to protect, different sites. And perhaps a totally stupid question: are they at all effective against artillery? And so that's my question. And my comment, I just want to mention that I listened to, there was a talk that Colonel Spencer posted Northwestern, and it was an interesting talk, and some of the speakers were a little upsetting to me. But one comment was made was how for the U.S. the number one priority is U.S. policy, and number two was Ukraine winning the war. And I thought that it should be like the other way around, or it should be 1, 2, and 3, Ukraine winning that war. But so that's my comment. But my question is more important. And so CJ, just for somebody who just understands nothing, and I just got to say, this space is amazing. The clarity is so much better than listening to wonky people talk. So thank you very much.
Yeah, so NASAMS being Scandinavian invention, and then the U.S. Army and U.S. Military realizing just how good they were, purchased and used a few in the capital region. They're an air defense platform, right? So they only shoot down planes and missiles. But I think we're seeing now. The thought was they would be good against planes and maybe cruise missiles, but ballistic missiles, right? These are the ones that fly very high. Can be very deadly and very large, very fast, hard to shoot down. It's apparent that I don't know if it was an accident. I know Kobe caught it, but basically either the manufacturer or some country admitted that NASAMS could shoot down ballistic missiles, and that took everyone by surprise slightly, because it was a little bit outside of their range envelope. I believe for most of the variants in NASAMS, it's about a 40 to 60 kilometer engagement area, which is not necessarily very large. But what it is very successful. So where they are in the country, who knows? A lot of more and more countries use these things, so probably more could be given. But between that and IRIS-T, it's why you see such a huge difference in the numbers of interceptions. For example, October 10th, right after the Kerch Strait Bridge had a terrible smoking accident. There was a massive attack on a bunch of Ukrainian cities. I think it was over 100 missiles the first day and about 50 the second. And because so many missiles and drones were fired simultaneously, Ukraine was only able to intercept 50%, give or take. And then months later, last week or earlier this week, there was another massive attack, even more missiles this time around. But the difference was they had NASAMS and they had IRIS-T, and they had, I think, Avengers at that point, and they had a lot more air defenses. And it was a completely different story with, if you add the drone kills and the missile kills, it was over 80%, which you're getting to the point where it's almost impossible to intercept more missiles than that, because getting to 100% with these things is pretty difficult. So an amazing job by Ukraine integrating it, but also it shows you just how effective and how important these things are, with most people, losing power for a day or two. But only 20 of them got through. And at this point, Russia was using, somewhat new missiles that they had developed this summer in certain cases, which is a little bit alarming. And they spent anywhere between, $100 and $500 million shooting this to only get about 19 or 20 missiles through. So these systems, couldn't be more important. And yes, they're expensive, but if Russia's going to commit almost $500 million to a strike every six weeks, give or take, and Ukraine has to spend, 10 to 20 million intercepting them, it's not great, but it could be a lot worse. And in terms of the other spaces and the policy, I mean, I guess I would slightly disagree with you. I mean, obviously, I'm in the U.S. military, so I have to know. But it's more a matter of if our policy was based on anything but putting the United States first, then this is what's happened in the past, where we lose out on not just a conflict of interest, but we lose sort of the core values of what we're doing, just in general with foreign policy. And so the reality is here, as you pointed out, though, these things are aligned, right? Putting America in the forefront, to do that, you have to help Ukraine, and that's why the U.S. is helping Ukraine. So I don't think they're necessarily mutually exclusive in that regard.
Okay, that's a great answer. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate everything you. Yeah, it's very clear. Thanks.
All right. Colby, if you can hold that for a few more minutes, we're going to go to Andy. He's going to ask his question. Then everyone is going to tell him we know nothing about the Iranian economy, and then I'll go to you.
My question actually touches on your expertise, Ben, and things that Colby and CJ talk about was about the Russian petrochemical industry, and we know that, and despite what you said about Iran, and my only mention about was further involvement of Iran's petrochemical industry in Russia going forward, but mostly about, I guess, would be the petrochemicals that are involved in, say, for example, artillery production or maintenance, tank maintenance. And we've discussed on the space, how during winter there's all sorts of lubricants that are, and other things that are needed to keep heavy weapons going. And what is the state of the petrochemical industry in Russia now that, on top of the economic situation, but there's been lots of explosions that we've seen, and on the Iranian front, there's been lots of strikes at these facilities during the ongoing protests. And how can this army that is, we've discussed all the logistics.
Ben, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I cannot hear Andy.
That's really sad.
Okay, Andy, if you can hear us,
Sorry,
apparently you've got.
I had a phone call coming in that cut me off. Where did I get cut off at?
I don't recall. I was trying to play with the buttons, and I missed your last sentence.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, just roll back a minute and go back to. We've lost Andy. Have we lost Andy?
Yes, we lost Andy. But hey, maybe CJ has something interesting to tell us. CJ, you have any interesting news?
The only other interesting thing I'm seeing is perhaps, never mind. I won't go there. We'll wait and see on that one as we look forward to new guests. And speaking of guests, tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Rome time, we're going to have Thomas Steiner back. It's going to be a great time. He actually called me yesterday to ask if it was still good for him to come on. I said, "Of course, Thomas. You're always welcome on the space." He's a very polite human. He did have strong words for Iran last time, which probably will be much stronger now. So you might want to leave your kids at home for this one. But in any case, he wants to talk about artillery production. He wants to talk about air defenses and how successful they've been. We have not had him on since the Kherson retreat and withdrawal. So we'll cover that a bit. We'll cover these mysterious explosions that are happening in Crimea and in Russia. And it might be a long one as well. So come in, make sure you bring food and water, and stretch out, because he is ready to go, and he's very excited, and we're excited to have him.
Yes, CJ, maybe you mentioned it earlier. Was it Thomas unit which was into winter warfare in the Italian Alps? Do I remember this correctly?
Yeah, he was kind of talking about how rough of a time Russia's going to have fighting in the winter, and now we actually have some video evidence and photo evidence of how that's going, and well, it's going as he predicted, and that's why he's the expert here. And
Yeah,
I'm not.
absolutely. Maybe we can talk a little bit with him if enough time is. You know how it is when Thomas starts begin to lay out a point. He usually does it really detailed and great. So let's see how much time we have and how long it will take tomorrow.
Well, quite interestingly, he's been involved in a verbal altercation, but more of a argument with Julian, our favorite German journalist. And I say
I
that
love him. I love him. It's my kind of I love the Bild, but even more I love Julian. It's this guy.
Yeah, of course. And for those that don't know, Thomas grew up in northern Italy, and I think German was even his first language. So he's well acquainted with German media. And Julian Ripke, is it? I don't really care to learn how to pronounce his name correctly because he's not a great human. But and he's actually, I think, even interacted with me once or twice, but I may have ignored him. In any case, he's the one that the day after the Kherson counteroffensive started in the end of August said, look at the massive Ukrainian losses. This has been a terrible defeat for Ukraine, and just all these inflammatory, ridiculous statements. And Thomas finally had enough and called them out on it. And now it's all over the German media. So he'll probably, there might be some trolls tomorrow, but that's okay. We know what to do with those great people that come and try and interrupt the space. But, for the good people here that are always tuning in, it will be a great time nonetheless. And, when we get Thomas fired up, it's always a good time.
I remember fondly. I think it was like 8 weeks ago. There was Julian, and he was posting like, I think it was like the third day of the Kherson offensive, and he was like, yeah, the offensive totally failed, and was posting some burnt out equipment, which was from a totally different front. And yeah, I mean, many of us called him out on his bullshit, but yeah, that's the kind of people we are dealing with sometimes. And yeah, he's a journalist with I don't know, over 100,000 followers, and yeah, for the basically for the biggest tabloid in Germany, and it's kind of annoying that we have to deal with this kind of people, because these people are not interested in actually providing any news or any journalism. They are interested in making money with inflammatory inflammatory news, and yeah, it's really really annoying to see this in a conflict like this. How people try to make a living out of all of what is happening.
Yeah, this is an important point too. And again, I've never been to Ukraine. I've trained with the Ukrainian army in Germany, and I know some Ukrainians quite well. But at the same time, just because you've been to the country doesn't make you an expert on it. Just because I'm in the army doesn't make me an army expert. These are two very distinct things. So trying to hide behind the fact that even if you've put your life in danger, doesn't mean you're right just on the merits of that alone. So this is something that some journalists do, and some military people do. So there's a lot of overlap. But I think the good people here kind of know the difference between someone they can trust and someone they can't, especially if their statements never seem to check out.
Absolutely, and it's nice you pointed out this topic, and yeah, we could have a little bit of a rundown before Thomas is coming tomorrow up. All right, Ben, you have anything interesting to ask for CJ?
I never have many interesting things to ask, but I do have a question to Colby, which has been in the back of my mind for a few hours. When you announced that the Iranians were basically opening a plant producing drones in Russia, one thing struck me. all the information we have about the Iranian drones is that they're made with a lot of Western parts. Do you think that means that they're confident that they're going to be able to source those Western parts and send them to Russia? Or does that mean that the Russians are capable of producing those missing parts that the Iranians had to source in the West? And subsidiary question: what is, do you think, the most crucial part that sanctions would have to concentrate on to make sure that those drones are not able to fly and are not able to come out of the factory floor?
Oh boy, these are difficult questions. I think it's possible that they're looking at possible substitutes that they can utilize, because the drone has so much just like off the shelf commercial grade technology in it. That's very hard to track those kinds of technologies, and prevent them from being proliferated because they're dual use. Like if they have a commercial grade camera that you can go into your local electronics store and buy it, it's hard to prevent those from being exported to countries that they would be prohibited by through sanctions. So it's challenging. We're not talking about like highly sophisticated military technology whereby you can keep a close eye on certain companies and ensure that those companies are adhering to the sanctions regime. If we're just talking about a commercial camera, they can use a different kind of commercial camera, and there's a lot of different commercial camera manufacturers all around the world. So how do you prevent them all from how do you prevent those cameras from ending up in Russia and where they can use those and put them into a drone? So that's the problem with these, is that because they are using seemingly so much just like very simple technology, it's hard to control that. So I don't know what the solution to that problem is. Certainly, I mean, there are people on Twitter who spend a lot of time researching these issues that if you listen to them, they say that there's still a big problem with Western companies not adhering to the sanctions regime and continuing to under the table do business with Russia, and that's certainly something that we have to look into. But as far as how do we solve this problem of commercial, basic like civilian grade commercial cameras or electric motors, stuff that does not is not high grade military sensitive technology, that stuff is hard to control, I think. So I don't know what that solution is, and we don't know all the details of what Russia and Iran have worked out. Whether Iran is just going to be helping funnel components to Russia, and they're going to do the manufacturing there because Russia just wants to have the ability to manufacture this. Which I think that's the Russian motivation, is that they are concerned due to the instability in Iran right now that they may not have a reliable supply of these munitions, so that they want to figure out how they can assemble them themselves. So this deal could be as simple as they're just kind of getting the schematics and they're getting a little bit of technical support from Iran, and then the Russians are going to figure out, okay, so we have the plans, how the Iranians make them, it's all fairly simple, so we can now make them ourselves. And because there's so much commercial, not non-controlled civilian technology in them, then we can source that ourselves, just buying it on the black market from intermediaries all around the world, because it's not something that's going to be heavily export controlled. Another country can buy a bunch of Canon cameras or whatever the case may be, and then you buy them from that country, and now you have them for your drone, right? So that's my sort of initial thoughts behind what the Russians are trying to achieve with this deal.
Thank you. Yeah, that's very interesting. I'm surprised that you're saying that the optics are commercial because the pictures I've seen, they looked like pretty high-end, but then again, I'm no specialist.
I'm just going based on the reporting, and what I had read was that there were like just regular civilian grade cameras in these drones, or maybe that was the Orlan 10 I'm thinking of, rather than the Shahed. So maybe I'm conflating those two things. But certainly there's Western components. Whether those are like the most sophisticated components, I don't know. I mean, and again, like I don't think it's like I don't think it's the most advanced stuff from Lockheed Martin. Let's put it that way. Like we're finding, I think there was Intel circuit boards maybe in them. I'd have to go double check. Like there's Intel circuit boards and a lot of different things, right? So those things are hard to control, right? Because they're just so ubiquitous and so much different technology. Like we've heard, we've seen. There's been a lot of reporting about Russia just buying, civilian goods again that have computer chips in them, so that they can reuse those computer chips. Like I've seen reporting that that's actually happening. So these are like difficult problems to solve. Again, because civilian goods are just so ubiquitous, and those are hard to like control and hard to track, as opposed to just your high-end military technology that's coming from a handful of specialized suppliers, where you can put the microscope on those people and pay close attention to whether they're following the rules. It's hard to track all the different refrigerator manufacturers or whatever else, or just computers, laptops, tablets, smartphones. They can cannibalize these things and get components that they might need to manufacture stuff.
Yeah, it's terrible to imagine that you can basically take a moped and an iPhone and turn it into a deadly drone, and that there's very little we can do to prevent this from happening. Andy, I think you had a question on that. Maybe you want to make it a bit shorter, so we're sure to get it completely before you interrupted rudely by the telephone and by Twitter.
Sure. I would say my big concern with these drones is that with the instability in Iran, Russia could become the new manufacturer for many countries that seek to import these drones, and we're talking about doing so, and would be getting them from Russia instead of Iran in some sort of partnership. And whether those countries themselves, whether it's in East Africa or
Andy, I think Colby has a great reply for this for you.
Oh, perfect.
Colby,
sorry, what was the question, Ben?
Do you think that with the movement of the Iranian drones from Iran to Russia is going to become the new hub producing drones for all the nasties around the world?
Not necessarily, because Russia is establishing, the manufacturing for their own needs. So I don't think that they have much to spare. They need all the loitering munitions that they can get their hands on, because this is one of the more effective systems, actually, that they have in inventory. So I don't think that's certainly not a short-term concern. Maybe it's a medium long range concern that in the future Russia might be turning around and providing these back to Iran or other bad actors around the world. But even that, I'm a little bit more skeptical. The Russians, they are certainly, they certainly don't have qualms about supplying arms to bad actors, but They're a little bit more historically a little bit more calculating than the manner in which the Iranians are kind of operating right now, because Russia has its own problems with terrorist groups and dissident groups in their own country. So the Russians are a little bit more strategic, I would say. I mean, the Iranians are strategic as well, but I think the Iranians are a little bit more haphazard. So I wouldn't really worry about that. Certainly not in the short term. Long term, who knows? But right now, they're just they're trying to scrape by here, they're just trying to survive this war, which is not going well for them. So anything they make, they're using themselves. They're not going to turn around and hand these back over to somebody else. So I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, Colby, and I think there's something else we can add, is the level of technology is relatively mediocre. They're probably quite simple. And I mean, I'm maybe not talking about Eritrea, but if you take Ethiopia or even places like Indonesia and places like that, I think they care a lot more about the blueprints for those drones if they wanted to use them. If you follow the theory that they want to use them, they would care about they would care about the blueprint a lot more than they would care about the drones themselves, because that's really a level of technology they can reach and reproduce, and there's probably nothing that, like, there's no tradecraft so secret that they won't be able to build them at home. So I think that's another reason why this will probably not have massive implications at the world level.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't need to have a very well established, sophisticated domestic aerospace industry to be able to produce one of these things. They're fairly simple. I think you're going to see a lot of countries that have some sort of defense industry are going to look at the effectiveness of these cheap loitering munitions and say, we can build these things. So this can become a very crowded marketplace, I think. There's going to be a lot of countries that want to get into this game because it gives you, capabilities on the cheap. You're getting a discount cruise missile at a discount price, but it can still pack, enough punch to where it's valuable, and it can take out a much more expensive piece of equipment. It can destroy a multi-million-dollar tank or a multi-million-dollar, air defense system or other piece of equipment. It can take out civilian power infrastructure. Like, you can still do a fair bit of damage with, a weapon system that costs somewhere in the, range of a few tens of thousands of dollars, is the ballpark estimate for what these things are costing to make. So yeah, crowded marketplace in the future. I think you're going to see a lot of countries that are going to look at standing up, development and production of loitering munitions going forward, I think.
Yeah, and I guess for many of the more fringe countries, the fact that you can use those drones due to their price and the type of tactical use, I guess, you can have of them, both in inter-country, interstate conflicts, and for fighting against guerrillas, must be also a big plus. All right, we've got a number of hands back up. Andy, we'll go with you first, and then we'll go to Texas, and then we'll have some. We'll go to see Peaky Blinder. Andy, please go ahead.
So Colby, what you're saying is that these drone factories will not require strippers every Friday to motivate the employees as a reward, as we're seeing in new videos from Krasnoyarsk in southern Siberia.
I haven't seen that video, but if it involves the economic impact of strippers, I think that Ben is like the expert. He wrote the theory on this field in economics. Ben?
I'm not responding. I'm not taking this bait. Um, and I did not write it. I was using the information provided by excellent journalist. So no and no. But yeah.
I tweeted links to it from Russian social media. It's a metallurgy plant in Krasnoyarsk, which is one of the larger cities in Siberia. It's a big aluminum producing region, and what it is it's was posted by a woman complaining about this to all the all the other women who are wives in the factory. Apparently, one of the daughters of a guy who's worked at the factory for 30 years um, secretly filmed it, but apparently we know where maybe a lot of these strippers from Moscow and St. Petersburg who needed the money, they've been taking corporate gigs, motivating factory workers along the Trans-Siberian. And apparently this metallurgy plant will be offering strippers every Friday. And I do not recommend looking at the Telegram channel that it was posted from, but the Twitter link is shows enough, and the music and the grimness of the workers involved. It's something that I guess you would expect from this stalwart of Orthodox Christianity and the Ruski Mir.
Yeah, the point is you can look at them, but yeah, how you get home and tell your wife, I didn't got paid today, but I was able to look at the stripper. I'm not sure that would it make it any better.
Well, they're dancing on the conveyor belts, so I guess you can consider that a product.
Yeah, it feels a bit like we're in the middle of the film Brazil. It's quite strange. All right, let's go to Texas. Yeehaw! That's what they say in Texas. Gunther, is it what they say in Texas?
Nah, he's a Cali boy like me. Did you call me?
Absolutely. You're not
Yeah.
in Texas?
Sorry. No, I just had a little internet issue. Hey, about these drones, I know that they have been around for, a long time, depending on how you look at it, but they're first sort of coming into like heavy attention for the Western world of, in the last couple months. And because of the low sophistication, it does seem like that the counters to them do not have to be as sophisticated either. And so by the time, Russia is able to ramp up and do all that, it does seem like there's time to have counters to it. It's also something I kind of wonder about too, because it's a game that everyone can play, right? And so are we going to have rando loitering munitions just flying into cities in the US? It's something that I think we're going to have to be it might be in our future, whether we kind of want it or not. Thanks.
Colby, I'm hoping this question was for you because I have no idea. Okay, arguably it is not immediately relevant for the war in Ukraine. Thank you for bringing up the question. I don't think we're going to be expanding too much on this. If anything, it could take us really, really far away. Oh, Colby.
Sorry. I was taking it as a comment. Gunther, are you asking about is this a threat for the United States going forward?
No, that part was a comment. The main part is like, yes, this has shown up. It has appeared to be a very significant weapon, but it can be countered. And I can't imagine that in a couple relatively short period of time that its effectiveness will drop off.
Yeah, there's solutions that were in the works even before the war in Ukraine started. Just like the growth of unmanned aerial vehicles in the field of battle, even before this recent development has started, has caused the United States and other armies around the world to develop solutions, because the United States, had loitering munitions in development already, Switchblade and whatnot, was already fielded actually. So there was actually foresight here for once. So I think that we're going to see a doubling down on these efforts to reintroduce SHORAD capabilities that fell by the wayside over the last 30, 40 years. And certainly like the threat of loitering munitions will diminish so long as those systems actually, are fielded in sufficient quantities. That's the important part, because the technology seems to be there, even without like directed energy, which is like, still pretty new in development, but just, simple things like making sure that you have automatic cannons again fielded in large numbers, radar controlled automatic cannons, good fire control, that can hit these things. As long as those systems are very numerous, then the threat of loitering munitions will diminish. But that doesn't mean that they're going to become obsolete. Same way that anti-tank guns, haven't made tanks obsolete. The battlefield just continues to grow with the different systems, and that means you just have to keep, improving your countermeasures. But there is no weapon system that can solve all problems. There is no countermeasure that is 100% effective against the system it's designed to counter. It's just a continual game of trying to one up the opposition, and it just overall the battlefield grows in complexity, and there's just all these different threats you have to be aware of, and sometimes they're going to be effective, sometimes they're not. But point being, like, we shouldn't panic about loitering munitions, but it's definitely something that we do have to take seriously, and it's a manageable problem. But no solution is ever foolproof, and they still have they can still be potent weapons, especially against civilian targets. I think, because this is something that didn't exist before, where you could have this capability for such a cheap price. And I would be just most concerned about asymmetric threats to soft targets, because it's impossible to harden, all targets that exist. That's what I would be most worried about, is asymmetric threats from non-state actors against soft civilian targets that can't be protected by, military short-range air defense, because you can't do that, especially when you're not, in a state of war and you don't expect to face that threat. So that's, I think, is going to be, a new challenge posed by loitering munitions.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Colby. That was very thorough and well done, really. Difficult question. Whiskey, do you have another question for the great Colby?
No, not necessarily a question. The main reason I came up was it seemed that the topic was circling around drones, and I've come up on the space a few times talking about both the construction of these drones using off-the-shelf civilian parts. So I can kind of walk you through just the basics of that. I've also talked about some of the countermeasures against these, I just basically came up to since we're on the subject, to talk about all things drones. If you want, I can kind of start with just the basics of like a civilian made drone and what components make them up, how easily they are to get, what sort of frequencies they run off of, and from there can branch out to on that type of equipment, what could be done to counter them. As far as the conversation earlier about commercial manufacturers, going back to the Orlan 10, these Canon cameras, and some of these other off-the-shelf commercial parts, there is some things that you can do to
Whiskey. I'm sorry, you're proposing us a full meal. I think it's great. If you don't mind, we're going to try to make it a little bit dynamic. You okay with this?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I just came up to be supporting fire. That's all.
All right. So, people, if you have questions on drones, you can ask them to Colby and Whiskey. And if you have questions about jumping off a plane without a parachute, you can ask them to CJ, who is back. Yeah, Whiskey, one question to start with. The offer that the Russians have at the moment in terms of drones, why isn't it sufficient? And beside the fact that, well, the Iranians may have just more of it, why do they need to import an Iranian design if they already have the Orlan 10 and Lancet and whatever else?
Well, that's a great question. It seems like that the Iranian design that they have is something that they do not already have a design worked up for. So that would be the short answer of it.
Okay, yeah, that's very short. Missive, you're back. Welcome on board.
I'm back. Yeah, thank you. Hey, Whiskey, I just wanted to ask a brief question on drones, and maybe you have some knowledge about it. What I'm most curious about, really, we know we've seen some of them broken down, seen some of what the components are. So I'm interested to hear you talk about this further. But what I'm most curious about is how much repurposing of chips and controllers that have come out of civilian equipment, i.e., washing machines, refrigerators, whatever the case may be, are potentially being used in the creating of these drones. Obviously, with the purpose of evading sanctions, they can't just order what they want. They can't always get the chips that they want. What do you know about this?
That's a really great question. So the main basic, like if you're looking at like a quadcopter or a multi rotor copter that's vertical takeoff and landing, the basic meat and potatoes of that is you have your brushless motors. You usually have an airframe, which I've actually seen somebody take literally branches and tie them together into a cross and put motors on the ends of the cross and the guts in the middle. But basically, to go to the basic components of what you're looking at to create a drone for basic flight is you're looking at brushless motors. You're looking at brushless electronic speed controls. These are items that are extremely commonly available on multiple marketplaces, Alibaba, Amazon, and so on. Very easy to obtain. Not very traceable. You go from there to the propellers, again, available on multiple large commercial retailers. Now, when you get into the controls, like you were asking, I can't really speak too much of what might actually be in a washing machine or some other commercial appliance like that that's actually directly relatable to a drone. But what I can actually speak to is microcontrollers, things such as Raspberry Pi, Arduino, and so on. That's also very, very commonly available, not very easily traceable. That's available on multiple large commercial marketplaces. And why that actually is significant is this is the brains of the drone. This is where whatever code, whatever whatever control functionality you have, this is the neuro system. This is the basic brains that's going to send the signals to each of the electronic speed controls that control the motors to get this thing to fly. Now, outside of that, what you need is gyro, accelerometers and stuff like that. Again, these are individual subcomponents, small chips that are, again, available. Like, so when you get the point I'm trying to make is that when you get into what's available to civilians, the mass market, a lot of these sensors, a lot of these microcontrollers, these speed controls, these brushless motors, all the basic components it takes to actually build a drone are super cheap, very readily available, and you can literally go to GitHub and download pre-written software to get all these things to communicate together and actually get a flying drone. Now, at the same time, a lot of these kind of civilian hobbyists grade drones is where this starts from. They function on commonly lately is like 2.4 gigahertz and so on. So as far as jamming that goes, that's an easy frequency to jam. And I'll for now, I've talked long enough. If I see your hands back up, let me go back to questions.
Well, just a quick follow-up to ask would be, and I also want to mention that your profile picture is what my profile picture is based on. So that's great. Peaky Blinders, yo. Anyway, what do you think is the rate limiting factor, or what are some of the rate limiting factors for the construction of these on the Russian side? Is it just going to be the know-how, the tech savvy in putting all this together? It sounds like firmware or software downloads are available as far as making the things, components talk to each other, and the controls. But what do you see as how can we stop it if we can, or what's the biggest hurdle for the Russians into creating a bunch of these?
That is a really, really great question. That is, like Colby was saying earlier, that's the hard part is when you have these really basic components that are available from Alibaba, Amazon, and so on. There's really not an easy way to stop that other than sanctions on very specific technology. But even then, you have enforcement problems. I'd say unfortunately the only way to stop it is if you can't stop the flow of these specific components that are readily available very easily, then the second thing is you got to stop them actually in the field, and that's going to be with anti-drone technology. There's certain pieces of a technology that is actually available for airports and other secure locations that are purpose built to track and down some of these drones that fly on the more common frequencies, such as like 2.4 gigahertz. I think it's 5.8 gigahertz. And then you get into, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but there's like 980 and 480 as well. I could be wrong. I'd have to go back through my books and actually look at that. But unfortunately, that's the only thing that you can do on some of these smaller civilians type drones. Now, as far as what the Iran's producing, we've seen them already be very successful, rates of 75, 80% taking those down. But there was other methods. A few weeks ago, I proposed to take those down possibly even cheaper.
All right. Oh, Mr. First dropped. I don't think he has a very good internet connection. All right. So there's my friend Erland, and then we'll go to Avel and Andy. Erland.
Buonasera Ben.
Buonasera, come stai?
Tutto bene?
Tutto a posto, molto bene.
Tutto
Qual è
bene.
la tua questione?
So, okay, Whiskey, you're touching the needle. So, one of the difficult things is to keep your assets unjammed, right? Free from jamming. So, when you're in the megahertz band, the opportunities are they're quite a lot wider, but you still have problems. Okay, I don't want to go way too into the specifics of this because I'm a little bit scared of what I'll reveal.
Yeah, don't share
No.
anything that
Yeah.
please don't share anything that
I won't, but
you and I
anyway.
both know that they don't. Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, in the megahertz band, there's a lot of possibilities, and they know, and we know. That's okay. And anyways, operating that in that field of band of radio signals is more difficult. The Chinese drones that the Ukrainians are using and the Russians are using on both sides of the conflicts are mainly in the gigahertz bands, and they are easier to jam. I just want to say that the Ukrainians are apparently avoiding that. And kudos to them. They are operating in the same field as we are doing. The USVs, the unmanned surface vehicles, apparently, at least in my opinion, has been operating not with the Starlink or, they've probably been operating with the UHF reflecting or rebounded from a relay drone or something. I used to work with these kind of systems, so I know the possibilities here, and I know what is most vulnerable, what is not so vulnerable. I think the Ukrainians have been figuring this out. We have seen that their drones are apparently, in some cases, not vulnerable to the Russian EV systems. And I think that some little birds around in the NATO system have been telling them what to do with the frequencies, when to hop frequencies, when to not hop frequencies, when to do encryption or not, or when to just rely on hopping the frequencies, etc. This is a very difficult field, and sometimes encrypting is actually, it doesn't really make sense. You just hop frequencies. Depends on the band you're operating in. This field is not something that we need to discuss here, but the Ukrainians are rocking it. Problem is further on after this war, but we don't really need to linger on.
Yeah, Erland, you nailed it 100%. And there's one other option. I'll DM you that on not using frequencies whatsoever.
All right, guys. CJ, please go.
I don't want to be what does Craig say, a wet noodle, but I imagine that incredible work is being done in terms of drone technology, both for Ukraine and across a bunch of different militaries. But one of the issues now, I think, is maybe people are getting slightly ahead of themselves in terms of both. Not, and I'm not saying anyone in the space is doing this. In terms of being worried about these Iranian drones, and on the flip side, thinking the Ukrainian drones will be an end all be all. And as always, it's a combination of things until that day comes at which point most warfare is automated, which certainly is coming, but who knows exactly how far away it is. But all the more reason to give Ukraine as much help in terms of military drone technology, due to its built-in, anti-EW capabilities, due to its built-in reliability, and not having to use certain source codes that come from countries that maybe don't wish the best for Ukraine. I mean, this has been known for quite some time. So I think all the more reason for all countries to really focus in on this, because as Colonel Spencer has said numerous times in the space, but it bears repeating, in 2003 and 4, the U.S. Army was using drones to just fire missions and, of course, do Hellfire missions. But it's almost as if we really didn't take those lessons to heart, because here we are almost 20 years later, and we have not that many more drones in our arsenal. So it seems as if we're kind of maybe a little bit behind in that regard. But all the more reason to learn more about what's going on in Ukraine and Russia, because they're certainly paving the way in terms of what's ahead for everyone else.
Thank you, CJ. And we have a couple of hand up, and I'm pretty sure Misfit is waiting quite for a while. Please.
I think there were a couple people ahead of me. Just a quick one for CJ. If you know anything, there was talk about the Gray Eagle drones being sent, and then they weren't going to be sent. And then there was a recent news item about them, the U.S. downgrading them in order to feel comfortable sending them. Is there anything you could share about that?
Yes, this seems to be a very strange story to me, because there's been two sort of drones on the table, right? The MQ-1, which is the Gray Eagle, very similar to a Predator. And then there's also the MQ-9, the Reaper, much bigger payload, much faster, much longer station time. These two things have been a mainstay in American wars for quite some time. I use them personally in Afghanistan. And it's weird, because I think General Atomics, or a couple different countries said, or a couple different companies said, that they'd be willing to give MQ-9s as is if there could be some sort of deal made. But these things are extremely expensive, somewhere with the full optics suite, the training, the maintenance, the personnel, the fuel, 35 million each. And MQ-1s, specifically the Charlie model, the ones that you're referring to, and that they're the ones that seem a little bit more likely. They're a much bigger TB2. If for people that aren't familiar, a very long station time, upwards of 20 hours. They can fly incredibly far. They're very slow. They're somewhat easy to shoot down, but they can carry, 4 missiles. They got 4 hard points. So it seems like something that Ukraine could use, maybe not so much for striking, but definitely for long range reconnaissance and surveillance. And I don't know what the issue is. I don't know if it's an issue with the companies involved, the U.S. Everyone seems to have a different opinion every day. All the more reason to continue to give TB2s and other drones that seem to be more maybe readily available, because these things are kind of a beast to train the pilots and to train the maintenance. It is a pretty sophisticated system. So with all things given to Ukraine, it's not that they couldn't handle it, but you want to give things that they can immediately use, immediately help their situation, and then simultaneously plan this long-term aid that you can kind of ease into the system without making it worse, of course, because that's the most important thing with all this aid, is that it's immediately helping in the short term.
Yeah, thank you, CJ. I appreciate it.
Alrighty.
Bernardo, I'm sorry. I'm gonna make a quick announcement, and that quick announcement is I'm loving the discussion about the drones, but it is 3 o'clock in the morning here. Full day tomorrow. Have great fun. Thank you everyone for your support, for coming up, for speaking, and thank you to anyone listening. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of the day and rest of the night. Bye bye.
Ben.
Yep.
Before you leave, did you check out my playlist that I promised you to make?
What are you talking about? I sent you a DM about it.
Okay. Okay. So
it's in the nest. It is probably the second tweet in the nest, or third. I encourage everyone to go and check Erlen's fantastic playlist. I'm not much of a music guy, but it's great fun. Today I listened to it, and it was great. Thank you very much. This is truly the sort of and okay. I love the one. What's the name again? Dopo Morze CDU. That was great.
Yeah. Oh, so there are two songs there that I was playing really loud when Kherson was liberated, and it was the song about Chernobyl and Dopomoshe Setsu, which is like a Gopnik blast. And anyone who's driving a car with a nice stereo and wants to kind of get some energy out, please listen to Dopomoshe Setsu. It is, yeah, you get some. You get some blast out of that. But the Chernobyl song, I actually got some tears listening to that one when Kherson was liberated.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was Ben. He really wanted me to make a playlist, so that's why I made it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great, and thank you very much, Erland. I think you might even continue adding a few ones as you encounter good songs. And yeah, it's really full of it brings you full of energy, and I'm sure that many of our Ukrainian friends are listening to those very songs at the moment to well, no, hopefully at the moment they're sleeping, but to get their day going and get some energy. I'll leave you in the hands of Bayonada and Bloke, as well as all those great speakers. Again, have a wonderful, wonderful night. Caro amico, buonanotte.
Merci beaucoup, Ben. I just want to say that you really pushed me to make that playlist, and I'm grateful that you did, because I was listening to some really good Ukrainian songs because of you, and I was thinking about them, and actually looking at the text, the lyrics of those songs, just to make sure that I wasn't publishing something I didn't want to publish. So thank you, Ben. Merci beaucoup.
And I will promise for everyone who missed it, Verlaine was here today, singing in Ukrainian lullaby for us, and another song, and it was really amazing. And yeah, I asked her kindly to maybe make once a week a post, a tweet about Ukrainian music and cultural and historical music in Ukraine, and hopefully we get this input on a regular basis. Good evening, good morning. I guess it's a good evening, bloke. Am I correct?
Yes, it is a good evening, and thank you both. Well, for Ben, I wish Ben a very good night and a good sleep, and happy to be here with you, Bionade. And for anyone who's just joined, please retweet the space. That's the only way we can get the word out. Let people know that if they have a question or comment about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we're here for you, and we'll be here until the Russians leave Ukraine. And so with that, I'll let you drive for a little bit, Bionade, while I get situated on the day's news. And I will have a question for CJ if you're around for a little longer, CJ.
All
Whenever
right,
you're ready,
absolutely.
Mark.
All right, absolutely. Yeah, it's actually I'm in the same time zone as Ben, so it's 3 o'clock in the morning. But I have made a little nap this afternoon. It was not so little; it was like 4 to 5 hours. So yeah, I have some energy left. All right. Yeah. Well, below gets updated, and yeah, on status, we will go to our hands. And I see Craig is coming up. Welcome, Craig. Andy has his hand up. So let's go to Andy. Oh,
My question. Oh,
yeah, please go.
oh, my question was for the drone guys about as the days get shorter in Ukraine and the weather worsens. Uh, how does this impact some of the off the shelf or other um, indigenous made Ukrainian quad quad quadcopters and other drones? That is there issues in targeting flights? I know the batteries have issues lasting as long, but are these problems that are things that can be solved on the Ukrainian side more, and are they something that Russia will have a big issue with going forward?
Whiskey, please. This was a question for you, I guess.
Okay, I'll try to answer that. That's a great question. I'll try to answer it the best I can. You are correct as far as the batteries go. If they're using a lithium polymer battery, those batteries do not like temperatures that are getting down near freezing. It seriously degrades the way the battery both charges and discharges. As far as optics goes, um, that's going to be depending on when they're actually operating, during the daytime, during the nighttime, and it's also going to be relative to if they are what sort of sights or I'm sorry, what sort of optics they're using, whether that's purely just camera, or if that's thermals or so on. Each one of those is going to have an advantage and disadvantage depending on what time of day and what sort of weather, temperature conditions that they're operating in. I'm sorry to kind of generalize about that, but there's just so many variables to try and answer that question. And did I get everything that you were asking? Did I miss something?
I was you got the broad strokes of it, definitely. It was more about, I guess, how does it with the winter worsening, does this limit operation of drones during nighttime and or just winter in general, like a heavy snowfall? I don't have much experience operating drones in heavy snowfall, so I have no knowledge of how that affects them and what that will do for Ukrainian advances in the future.
If they're operating in snow conditions in the winter, depending on the range that they're flying at, based off of the experience I have, and this is not going to be the end all be all answer to this question. I'll just put that out there right now. But based off the experience I have with the actual equipment, if it's a daytime and they're operating in snow, it shouldn't really be a problem as long as they're not at the limits of what their batteries and the temperature can do. Nighttime, if they're using thermals, the background is going to be very cold, and if you have any sort of heat signatures that are standing out, the contrast of that is going to be huge. So I don't think they're going to be able. The optics as far as that is pinpointing what they're trying to track is not going to be bad. And as far as actually operating these, as far as the connectivity goes, that really depends on what technology they're actually using to communicate with these drones back and forth. Again, I'm sorry with the generalities, but there's just so many just ins and outs on each technology that you're using when you use these, and there's a lot of different technology these days that you can actually use to operate these.
I hope that answers the question. Thanks very much, Whiskey. I think Bionati dropped. We're going to try to get him up here. For folks who are new to the space, remember, if you are coming up, please raise your hand so that I know you want to speak, because I can't always tell when you're on the speakers panel if you want to speak or not. And also, if we fill up the speaker panel, I can't bring other people up. So that's why I need to see that hand raised to know that you have a question or a comment. And by the way, this looks like Whiskey and Misfit have just invented a new segment called The Drone Guys. So you are listening to the segment called The Drone Guys on MriyaReport. Please retweet this space and ask the drone guys any of your drone related questions, and I'm sure they would be happy to answer them. Again, I can't bring new speakers up, so I will have to drop a few people down from the speakers panel in order to bring other people up. But let's go to Ivo, and please forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name, but that was my try.
I think it's Avol. It's not my name, but I go by it on Twitter. So good day, good morning, good evening to everybody. Thanks for running the show. I really enjoy it, and just been listening since the beginning. And this is my first time dialing up. So I had a question for Whiskey, and just a bit of background. I've got a ham radio license here in the UK, so I dabble, and I was wondering if they use any radio direction finding in order to track some of these Iranian drones and things like that, because there's some interesting products that are available in the software-defined radio market for just coming out that allow you to, basically radio direction find for sources. So I'm going to mute myself, and hopefully you heard all that.
That's a really great question, and I cannot definitively answer that, to be totally 100% frank with you, as I'm not on the ground. I don't know what they're using, but yes, that is a possibility. The other thing, if you're looking at tracking these drones, especially the Iranian ones, there's some very basic civilian companies that actually make sound tracing software for cities to track gunfire and track very specific sounds, and triangulate where that's actually coming from, what direction it's actually heading towards. This was something that I brought up a few weeks ago. These Iranian drones have a very specific kind of moped sound, as they've been dubbed. So you can use that sort of equipment to kind of zero in on where they actually are in a city, and if you have enough of them, where they're actually traveling, and if you can actually use that input to project where they're going, you can actually coordinate whatever fires you have on the ground or in the air to take them out. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, if anybody's into ham radio or anything like that, have a look at a product called Kraken SDR. It's got like 5 antennas, and it'll actually, I think it's 24 megahertz to 1.7 gig. So it's not going to cover without some conversion some of the commercial drone frequencies up near 2.4 and 5.8 gigahertz, which are typically probably not enough range unless you use a real ton of power. So I would expect they'd probably be using something lower. But if you had multiple, a number of these stations too, then you would get like 2 vectors from 2 different locations. And they've got the software that they're working on to network these so that you can have a city covered by multiple stations, and each one of those would be mapping out a vector to a particular signal source. So pretty interesting stuff. I just thought I'd mention that.
Thank you. No, that's very helpful. I appreciate it.
Slava
All right.
Ukraini.
Heroem Slava. Yeah, thank you very much for that. I love talking about radios, but we have some other hands up. I hope I've got the order right. George and then Gunter, and then I have a bunch of questions to ask of CJ and Craig.
Yeah, I was going to say what Whiskey was talking about the thermals. Yeah, thermals are definitely your friend in the wintertime because, as he alluded to, because the ground is so cold, anything with heat just, I always like to use the phrase lights up like a Christmas tree. That's pretty much what it is. The only problem with the thermals are which thermals do you have? I know there's a lot of the Ukrainians have outfitted some of the drones with thermal cameras. Once again, like Whiskey said, the battery, how long will the battery last? That's going to be something you're going to have to find out through, trial and error. But military grade thermal optics, those are designed for the cold. I mean, that's where, you would use them. And remember the Javelin, the actual launcher that launches the missile, that has great thermal optics on it, and that's designed to work at I forget how many degrees below zero. So if it's military grade, uh, you shouldn't have an issue with it. With its battery power source lasting a while. If it's over the counter or what a commercial or some cheap knockoff, then you might have an issue. But thermal imaging in the wintertime is a great thing. It literally you can see anything with any type of heat source, from small animals to obviously human beings, and from a distance, from a long distance. And here's the other thing is, you might say, oh, I'm behind this camouflage netting, it's nighttime. Well, guess what? It doesn't help. There isn't, they call it netting, but it's not netting. It's almost looks like a tarp with holes in it. And it's made up from a material that's supposed to at least absorb or dissipate the heat coming off the human body, so you're not giving off as bright of a image through a thermal sight. But they're hit and miss, and also depending on how you place them, you need to know what you're doing with them. And obviously the Russians, I don't think if they have them, so it's a non-issue. But yeah, thermals, like I said, anything with a thermal sight is going to be a huge a blessing to the Ukrainians. With thermals, you can see not only the individual, but definitely the vehicles. got to heat up their vehicle at night.
Yeah, George, you hit it on the head with that. I live up in the Sierra Mountains. We actually experience the weather here all 4 seasons. But the biggest thing I always have to worry about, because I get up at 4 a.m. in the morning, is the big cats. It's very dark up here. We don't have much. There's no light pollution. It's pitch black when you walk outside. It almost hits you like a blackout blanket. So when you hear something creeping in the background, you got to switch to thermals to see if that's just a deer or a bear, or if that's actually a mountain lion.
Yeah, Whiskey. I have a friend whose son I've gone to visit him, gone on a hunting trip, and he lives in Montana, and you can imagine grizzly country, and yes, and he's a state trooper in Montana, and thermals work because when you got to get up early in the morning and it's pitch black outside, the last thing you need to do is open the door to your house and walk into a situation you don't want to be in. So it's pretty. I thought it was pretty cool. You know, he's got he's got a thermal scope and looks out the front and looks out the front door and says, "Oh, okay, nothing's out here, Dad and George. Yeah, we can go, at least for the time being." And I was like, I don't know if I want to live like that every day, but hats off to him.
I love it.
Okay, let's go to CJ. You see he has his hand raised. Oh, no, sorry, I might have gotten the order wrong, but let's go to CJ anyway. I don't know how much time we have, CJ, and then we'll go to the rest of the hands.
Well, thank you very much, Bloke. I wanted to see how my good friend Craig is doing. Both Army and Navy won their football games today. Army by a much wider margin, so I think Craig is probably a little bit worried about the game coming up. But I'd love to see how Craig is doing.
It's good to get a win once in a decade, isn't it?
Hey, that was more than once in a decade. I know it was 15 years, and I was there for the win. So we'll definitely do an Army-Navy special. Although one Army that's not going to be doing any fun extracurricular activities anytime soon is the Russian Army. I think they may have lost some of their star pupils in this special military operation. I just want to know, Craig, what are you pessimistic about today? I know it's got to be something, so I'd love to hear it.
The only thing that I think that I'm still awaiting some measure of confirmation on is there was a tweet earlier today that I had seen that showed a graph or measurement of expenditure of fires, both Russian and Ukrainian. And the Russian daily fires were more or less steady while the Ukrainians were, I don't want to say slacking by any measure, but they weren't as broad. Now, I say that because if you're talking about that kind of sustainment of fire, then if you want to talk about something about pessimism, then it's not anything that is happening now. It's something that's in the future. And I'll quote General Mick Ryan, who had come on this space, was it 3 days ago? I don't even know what it is right now. Actually, probably over a week ago, he came on and he said, this military commander that Russia has in the South, keep an eye on him. He's an unknown quantity, and he seems to show some dexterity. The evacuation from Kherson, the retreat from Kherson was more or less orderly. And it's something that I think caught people off guard to some degree. And again, these are not my words, these are his. And so I would be curious to know, CJ, if your fire, what does that kind of fire show you when it's so broad but not concentrated, but it's so continuous?
Yeah, well, at first I was a little concerned as well, and I know the people that put up these maps, and they talk to me quite often, and I try and allay their fears, like I do with you and other people too, because it is really hard to know exactly how effective it is. It could be more effective than depicted, which would be very bad, or it could be not as effective than depicted, which I think is more likely. Because we get these reports that Russia is still able to fire a large quantity of artillery. That's definitely not in doubt. But I had never heard until this week, and again, I need more confirmation on this, the idea of this quota system, Craig, which we have never discussed on the space, but it really is the most insane thing to me, is that these Russian conscripts who barely have any firing experience, in order to get both training in and to keep the Ukrainian heads down, they shoot literally randomly 20 to 30 rounds a day, just in the general direction of the Ukrainians with no sort of specific target in mind. Not only is that a gigantic waste of rounds, it opens you up to counterfire, and it doesn't necessarily lend itself well to good planning, I would say. So there is some, amongst the bad news for Ukraine, there is some very strange, possibly good news for Ukraine as well. I just, in terms of the successful withdrawal thing, I think we need to keep talking about it a little bit, because it really depends what the measurement of success is, right? I think a lot of people thought this was successful for the Russians because they were able to withdraw without a lot of captured people and equipment. But every day, and I know Colby will back this up, and I guess this is the difference, and really the point of examination, I would say, there is, tens, if not hundreds of destroyed Russian vehicles pulled out in Kherson. I mean, it is as if, based on the numbers that you and I talked about at the end of August for the Russian full strength, and, obviously daily tracking the barges that came across full of equipment, it's as if they lost, 10 to 20 BTGs worth of gear in Kherson. So to me, it's very difficult to imagine that as a success. And I guess time will tell, because, we look at these strikes at Chaplinka, we look at these railroad strikes all across Kherson. If Russia can't form a good defensive line, then I think it really will be clear that the withdrawal wasn't successful. But, I guess at the same time, if they can hold where they are for a bit, then perhaps it would. But I'd be curious on your thoughts on that regard.
I agree with you. I mean, I really don't think there's a whole lot of daylight between us, if you want to know the truth. I think where there's somewhat of a miscommunication is that, from my perspective, the way that I understand Ukraine operating in terms of its tactics, operational strategy, if you will, right? Call it table talk, right? How it operates are quick mechanized offensives or slow methodical offensives in Kherson, right? So there's some dexterity to how they operate, but there's also a limit, clearly, right? And I think General Ryan again brought that up, where he said that those units that are advancing in the northern half of the Luhansk Oblast are slowing down to some degree. They're not certainly attacking with the same amount of momentum as they did around Liman, which is understandable, of course. But the amount of manpower that's going to be required is going to put a limit on Ukrainian carrying capacity. And as boring and as nonchalant as that might sound, Kherson and Kharkiv were relatively small parts of a much wider whole that we're talking about, right? Geographically, there's still a lot of ground to go. And so what I want to see, what I'm encouraged by, what I want to see more of in these aid packages, now that the midterms are over and all that stuff is put aside, let's start putting some of this heavy duty logistical stuff on some ships and transporting it right to Hamburg and getting it to the border. I can't stress enough how you have to expand your tonnage that you can carry, because if you're limited to any serious degree, thus your capacity, regardless of doctrine, regardless of idea, it is thus limited, which means it just takes more time and you have to change your strategy, your operational goals. I want to liberate the Ukrainian army from this burden. And so I think that if we can find ways to get more equipment into Ukraine, get more carrying capacity, that I would feel 1,000 times better. It would be Christmas morning for me, right? All over again. I would feel great. But I think it's important that they do expand that and they focus on it.
And I think I generally agree, although I'm a little bit more worried that, I guess when we talked for so long, all the way back from April, talking about round capacity, talking about Ukraine, getting it what it needed, now we're at a critical point, right? And this point in time is this transition that the Ukrainian army might have to go through to become a more vehicle-laden force, to become a heavier force, which I think everyone sort of always wanted, but now it's coming clear that there are a lot of risks here, right? They have to change up not only their tactics, but their logistics. They lose a lot of the advantages that you just highlighted by being more flexible and mobile and fighting in a completely different way, which comes with its own challenges. I mean, in the long term, obviously, it's the way to go for this. But it's not going to be easy. I guess sort of my counter to everything, and something I haven't got a chance to ask you yet, Craig, is, with the Kherson liberation, I was surprised pretty quickly that there was, for the first week, there was no artillery fire on the city, right? It seemed as if the Russians were in disarray, and Ukraine had a pretty firm grip. And now, about a week later, Russia's starting to shell Kherson city. They're starting to get back into action with their guns, but at least on this side of the front, Ukraine is at parity, even if they're not there everywhere else, with the number of strikes across. But when I saw these videos and images of the first trains coming into Kherson city, it made me wonder if the Ukrainians were doing, possibly much better than I thought. I know these trains are mostly, passenger trains, but at the same time, if they can wheel up to, about 20 kilometers from the Russian front, it seemed encouraging to me. I guess I'd be curious on your thoughts on that, and if you think Russia can bring up trains 20 kilometers from the front, because if they can, that's bad news for Ukraine, of course.
I'm so glad you brought this up, because I think it's also important to tie what you just mentioned to geography, right? Quite literally time and space. The area that needs to be liberated is geographically constrained by a river. And I think it's important to talk about the geography of what we're describing. It is broad, it is flat from Zaporizhia. It borders it to the west with the river. You have Melitopol, Tokmak, and then you have other rail lines east. That whole area, if you can get more volume into a certain area, then you can obviously expand your capacity to, instead of an offensive of 20,000, right, you now can expand that offensive to, say, 40,000, right? You've liberated, again, your forces. You might have all these guys with rifles, right? But are they supplied? Do they have the food, the blankets, the tools, everything that they need to move forward over this geographically large area? And so let me answer your question with a question. Given the geographic size to what we're talking about, if we're imagining, and I understand this is, again, a little bit of table talk here, an offensive to, say, Tokmak or even further to Melitopol and areas beyond, the force size, the composition of that force would have to be in the tens of thousands, I would have to imagine. If you are able to centralize and mobilize, and I'd say the word mobilize quite literally, I mean actually get it on wheels and get it moving, increase your carrying capacity in a certain strategic area, because you may not be able to mechanize your entire force, but you might be able to tactically win the battle of logistics, because you can focus all your heavy logistical, just like CJ described, bringing up rail lines, maybe putting down fresh 10 miles of track. How long did it take them to put the Moldovan track down, right? 30 days, 15 days, right? Whatever it was. They can lay track. They can have all these kind of things that are open to them. And I think that they can operationally achieve that that operational superiority that will allow them to win. And then Russia will lack the ability to have a counteroffensive, and then you just wash, rinse, repeat, right? I think that is the formula for success for Ukraine, because I just, in my heart, I just feel like if you're looking to do this 900 kilometers long, that is a mechanization scheme of logistics that would rival, like, maybe not at scale, but something along the lines of Amazon. That's enormous. That kind of scale is absolutely enormous. So it might be more efficient to do it in smaller geographic pockets.
And
Sorry,
with
long answer.
No, and with that, we know too, with Russia, with the requisite equipment and people, couldn't manage it, right? And so that doesn't mean Ukraine can, but it means it's a mammoth undertaking. So I agree in that regard. I think we maybe disagree again in terms of, because this is another thing I want to bring up as well while I have you here, and that's, you mentioned something about the area to cover. And I know military logistics pretty well as a planner, but what you're talking about is sort of the volume you can accomplish. I guess really what it comes down to in all these things, and it's an important point for all of us to continue to push our representatives for, is this idea that somehow Russia becomes more able to resupply themselves and get conscripts in closer to Russia. And I think the common sense would tell us this is true, but I think, as we've seen in Belgrade and other areas, Ukraine has no hesitancy to attack into Russia, to disrupt these operations. So I wonder then if this were to continue in these areas that, I think you're concerned about, like Luhansk and Donetsk, where we know, all right, as you called, everyone called, that side of the Dnieper River was pretty much set. It was a matter of time before it was taken. Now it's a little bit less clear, but I think as Ukraine continues to push soft teams and long range fires into Kherson, that eventually will be pretty, the outcome is predetermined. But as you pointed out in Donetsk and Luhansk, these areas have a lot of rail lines and they're a lot closer to Russia as well, so they become easier to supply. But don't you think, in the same regard, if Ukraine is willing and able and has the resources to strike into Russia, that this won't be as much of a problem as you might think? Or is that sort of the holdup where you're worried about the political ramifications or the limits people impose in Ukraine for doing this?
Yeah. So in logistics, you have. So let me just kind of go down and draw a very simple concept of what I mean by easier to resupply. So let's start at somewhere southeast of Moscow, right? That is 10,000 artillery shells that they've gotten from North Korea, right? The next strategic place that it might be headed is, say, Rostov-on-Don, right? Just pick a place. So it travels down the railway to Rostov-on-Don. You got 10,000 artillery shells. There you go. This is what's considered your strategic dispersal of your logistics, which would then theoretically, of course, we're not operating in Russian operational doctrine here, but it would then feed down to your operational logistical dispersion, et cetera, brigades, battalions, whatever. It's easier to whittle away at the branches of the tree, but the more you force them back to their operational or even their strategic level of supply, the greater volume that they will have necessarily, because they don't have to disperse anymore. It can accumulate much easier and much faster rather than going to, say, Melitopol, right? Making that run, yeesh, right? Maybe Severodonetsk, right? So it's not a new concept in warfare. It has been true since, I believe, for a very long time, that even Napoleon, after he was defeated in Leipzig, was able to hold off the Allies with raw conscripts. Now, granted, this is Napoleon, but let's be clear. As the Union entered the South and faced more resistance, it was much harder, see Cold Harbor, etc. So not a new concept, definitely not one that I made up, but I think it's important to highlight that when we talk about what it means, and if I could just try to wrap up on this point, if we're talking about complete liberation to the border, which has never been a moment of dispute amongst anybody that I'm aware of, that is the goal here, then you have to think about you have to necessarily think about what that fight looks like. You can't imagine that issue away. What does an urban battlefield look like around Donetsk and taking that back, right? That is a scale of fighting 80,000, 90,000, 100,000 troops that were committing to this from Luhansk all the way to Donetsk, just west of it, right? That's a huge logistical haul. So let's not, again, to your words, right? Let's not kid ourselves, right? While this is going very well for Ukraine, again, if we're going to push our representatives, again, this is just me saying, I would push for more and more ways to get more and more stuff into Ukraine, but also simultaneously increase the tonnage that I know Ukraine doesn't operate on the core method, but those combination of brigades to act together. That will free the troops to secure the ground and keep the momentum rolling. So that way you're not getting slowed down, you wait, et cetera, because you've got fuel, whatever. This is an important thing to bring up, because as it's also been true, the United States succeeded in France due to not in whole part, but the Red Ball Express was a real thing. And as an armyman, right, as an infantryman, excuse me, you could appreciate that when the United States did that, you're talking about 400,000 trucks to the Soviet Union while supplying the British and the Americans. That was an enormous task that they achieved throughout the entire globe in terms of logistical superiority. So it's an important thing to remember that each fight is different. Each geographic area is different. And I think it's just necessarily important to keep those things in mind, that what you saw in Kherson may not necessarily be repeated there simply because of, again, geography. Doesn't mean Ukrainians can't win it, but the concept of fighting is much different, I believe. And I think the scale is something that we have not seen yet in this war. I would be interested, actually, CJ, in your thoughts in terms of the number of troops that you look to allocate from an offensive from Luhansk to West Donetsk to south of Zaporizhia, right?
Yeah, I know other people probably have questions as well. I'll end with this. If we look at the conventional math, right, like, Colonel Spencer and many others have written about in academia, it's something like for attacking a city, depending how many civilians are in it, you need/want a 7-to-1 or 10-to-1 ratio in terms of friendly troops to opposing troops. And right now, interspersed all along Donetsk, there's somewhere between 40 and 70,000 Russians, right? So what does that mean? 500,000 Ukrainians attacking, that would be pretty hard to imagine. Just not because they don't have enough people willing and able, but to supply them, to feed them, to fuel them, to equip them is not feasible unless it's, the only operation going on at once. And even then, if you look at Kherson and that counteroffensive, that was perhaps 30 to 50,000 Ukrainians, but it was a very slow pace. It was over the course of 3 months. And so it was somewhat manageable. So when you talk about, going up by a factor of 10, there's a lot of considerations. But this is the thing with what happened in Kherson and what I think will happen in Donetsk and Luhansk, and this is why I want to leave with good news, even if it's too optimistic, is I don't think there's been no sense that the Russian army will hold together in the face of pressure or encirclement, right? There have not been any instances outside of very few outliers where they've decided to fight to the death in Ukraine. I'm not saying they don't change their minds, but I will say as more and more of these people in the Russian army become conscripts as a percentage, the likelihood that they're going to gain a lot of morale and also training at the end of their time in Ukraine is just not as likely as it was in the very beginning. So I think that's the number one important consideration. And the second one is, I mean, Craig, this is what we were talking about with John and Colby the other day is, this World War I type scenario, right? Where at the end of that war, Germany held on to territory that was outside of Germany, right? France, Belgium, so on and so forth. And yet they were still coming to their opponent, France, primarily begging for surrender pretty much by the end. And so I would foresee that happening before I would see two massive urban battles, because the loss of life would be incredible, but really, more realistically, it would be the destruction of the Russian army as a fighting force forever. And so I haven't seen anything to suggest that Russia is willing to risk its entire army for a failure in Ukraine. Because, of course, to me, as I understand it, Putin's, basically primarily focused on himself and his regime, and losing his army would spell the end of that in a lot of different ways. So I just don't think, if you just looked at it from the armchair generalship that we do in the space, obviously to help inform people and help try and get more aid to Ukraine, it makes sort of sense when you break it down. But if you add it together in whole, it becomes a situation where the good news for Ukraine is I don't think it'll come to it. Obviously, they'll prepare for it. But if they get within HIMARS range of both these cities and they cut off the supplies, I think the situation will change pretty drastically, which is why these small movements in Luhansk and these small movements in Donetsk and every day that Bakhmut holds is so important for ending this war more quickly.
Yeah, that all makes sense to me. I think that what I would argue for is a continuation of the strength of will to see this through to the end. Hesitate to use the word come what may, but come what may, right? We've committed to it. We got to see it through. There's no letting off of the pressure. I guess my only point is that I understand that, as you described, 500,000 people with no access to seaports. I mean, that just breaks my heart. I mean, those logisticians are out of their minds, right? They're going to need vacations to the Baltic. I would just like to conclude by saying that I don't think the Ukrainians lack for anything in terms of success, right? They're going to achieve it. But what we argue for and what we discuss here is important to inform people so that way the context isn't lost between, what happened in Kherson is not what you're seeing, say, southwest of Donetsk city, right? As Ukrainians are trying to cut them off, right? These are two different topics. And I think it just bears a brief conversation, but we got a lot of hands up, bloke. So I'm
No, it was an amazing discussion. Really appreciate it. I have remembered the order of the hands this time. probably the first time in weeks. It was Erland Misfit and Dan Miner.
Well, yeah. So when it comes to drones and laser designation, there is a well, I hope that I'm wrong, and I would love that the Ukrainians got hand of the components that are crucial for them creating platforms, not in the way that we recognize them in the NATO, but as they can, as we've obviously seen, that they are able to both utilize commercial drones and create their own platforms, and that they got the components that they need to avoid using heavy lenses, etc., but just utilize the laser designation part. I know that Raytheon and all those manufacturers have lots of those sensors with the laser designator that are really heavy, but with, well, unnecessary amount of weight for the use that the Ukrainians need, as we now have lots of different both thermal and normal optical sensors that can have up to 65 or 128 times digital zoom. But the crucial part is the laser. And I hope they're sending it or giving some of the plans to the Ukrainians so that they can, well, avoid having really heavy drones and using the laser designator, and then they would be able to utilize some of the armaments that are in storage here in Europe, not used, because the Hellfire, for instance, would be absolutely amazing, especially used with laser designators. And if some of those small drones could be equipped with those units, those sensors, that would be really good.
Yeah, I'm going to defer those comments and redirect them to the drone guys. So I don't know if Whiskey or Misfit want to speak to that. I noticed that Whiskey's hand came up, so I'll go to Whiskey first.
Yeah, Erlen, you're more talking about the highlighters, right? You're not talking about the LiDAR. You're not talking about the seekers, right? You're talking about the actual designators.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. But on the defense, the LiDAR technology would actually be super helpful, especially with those Iranian drones.
Yep, but I'm more on the offensive talk here. Talking about the small lasers that can beam up the targets that the Ukrainians want to hit, and we have thousands of those Hellfires, also ground launched platforms available in Europe in storage because we don't use them anymore.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense to me. Got to kind of clean out the warehouses, dust off the cobwebs, and let them fly.
Alrighty. So I hope that answers the question. I don't know, CJ, you wanted to address that directly, or if it was Misfit. Otherwise, we go to Misfit next. Or...
Yeah, just on a quick comment on laser guided weaponry, right? I think that's what you're getting at. It's not really used in this war so far to a large extent, right? For a couple different reasons, but one of the main reasons it's not given more so is it requires a very, very, very high level of training to do TGO or terminal guidance operations for actually bringing that bomb on the target. It's something that a qualification, I guess technically I have, and people in the Army have, but it's not something you can just do on the street just because it's actually going to be more likely to miss than anything else. And also it requires you to be uncomfortably close to the target. And also, but if you use it from a drone, then you don't necessarily have to be that close. But The downside is it's just not going to be as precise as GPS guided munitions, right? Yes, you can use lasers against moving targets, but you also could miss as well, whereas GPS is going to hit the GPS grid. So in this situation where it's, mostly attacking, as you said, is more important. And right now, I couldn't agree more. Ukraine needs weapons that are good on the offense. Now, GPS munitions, guided munitions are more important than ever to hit these Russian bunkers, to hit these Russian staging areas, these kind of places that are heavily fortified and aren't necessarily going to move. Perhaps more laser-guided weaponry and, basically laser detonators would have been helpful when they were on the defense and, Russia was moving their vehicles more often and in unpredictable places. But I think now it's okay that they're not getting a lot of laser-guided munitions because they, yes, we all want to see Hellfires attached to Mi-8s, but it's all right that they don't have them if they can get quite a lot of HIMARS. How about that?
Well,
Hey,
yeah,
go ahead, Erlen.
yeah, CJ, I really agree, but a lot. I feel like we're all on the southern offense in our minds, and I'm thinking a lot about the eastern offense, and I think those kind of munitions would, well, they will probably do a lot of purpose around on the eastern flank. The Hellfires are not just about taking out vehicles. If you have a drone beaming up a target in a trench or in a bunker or just a car moving along the street, it will take them out. And the Ukrainians, I think they already did make some home brewed kind of drones doing that, but I think we need to provide them with the technology they need to really utilize that technology. And we have a lot of ground-based Hellfires that could be really useful in the infantry war that we are going to see in the Eastern Front. So, yeah. Well, I know that it's a controversial thing, but I think the Eastern Front is going to be very heavy, and I think it's going to. We're going to see a lot of things that we haven't seen in basically 80 years on the Eastern Front. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, Erland. Misfit and Dan have been waiting patiently. Go ahead, Misfit.
Thank you. I think Dan was actually quite a bit before me, so I'd like to let him go first, just out of respect for him, if that's okay.
Oh my God, and here I said that I had finally memorized the order of hands for the first time in weeks, and clearly that was
Well,
not
it was
the case.
close.
Okay, I had a 50-50 chance of getting it right. Apologies. Please go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, two quick things. In regards to the retreat from Kherson, I have seen at least 5 notifications of officers at major or above from the 76th Guards Airborne Division that are recently deceased. So I don't know how much the 76th Guards Airborne got out, but they seem to have left quite a bit behind. And I'm not just talking about equipment. I have no insight whether that was one strike on a command post or just a steady bleed. And then the second thing, I was just going to sort of violently agree with some people here. If we could get the Ukrainians ground-launched Hellfire missiles, that would be huge. Not that it's a strategic weapon, but if you could put a SF or near SF quality unit up towards the front and have the launcher for the missiles 5K back. I do not know what the current envelope is in terms of how far the Hellfire can get before it has to see the laser in order to be happy. I mean, there's already a system out there for ground-launched brimstones. Given that we have, I think, a rather large number of Hellfires in inventory, CJ was talking earlier about the 10% rule. I would really argue for applying it here too, unless there's something vastly more complicated about ground-launched laser designation that I don't get. And even if we needed to pull some people out to Germany for 6 weeks to train them, I think it'd be worth doing. But thank you very much.
I just want to be super quick. We
Go ahead.
already gave that to them, and they used them. So we trained them in less than a week. That was it.
Yeah, that was provided by Sweden. Their Robot 17, which is their version of the Hellfire designed for anti-shipping, but it can still be used surface to surface.
It was provided by Norway, and yes, you're right. It's the Robot 17, and they were almost exclusively used on ground attack targets, as I know. But yeah, they are intended to be used on ships, but they are perfectly fine on ground attack as well.
I noticed some hands come up just now to address that very question. So, CJ, did you want to jump in? Because it looks, and Craig, to address that subject. Otherwise, we'll go to the rest of the hands.
Yeah. Oh, well, maybe I'll get to what maybe I think Craig and I might be on the same page. Just two quick things with this. Yes, ground laser designation is something that I've seen, people have spent 10 years training on it, miss up to 500 meters with a laser guided bomb. I mean, and these people are professionals. It's not, and not saying the Ukrainians can't figure it out, but why put all this effort and energy into doing this as opposed to a javelin, which is, pretty much almost fire and forget and can be trained in a day, right? It's about scale, it's about quantity, it's about ease of use. That's why the Ukrainians prefer these systems over everything else. And more importantly, regardless of all these, intricate systems and all this stuff we're talking about, which I'm interested in, but the real bigger point is all of these things do not capture a trench for the Ukrainians, right? They don't get them across the finish line. They still need the vehicles in large part to do that. Because even if you were, took out all the Russian tanks on that defensive line and all their artillery in the vehicles, they still have anti-tank weapons, machine guns, mortars, all these things, and you just can't cross that field. So you're still in the same spot physically. So that's why these onesies and twosies of these missile systems are nice, but what's going to make the biggest difference at the end of the day is large amounts of armored vehicles, which I think Craig would agree with.
No, I certainly would. And while I got CJ here, let me turn the tables a little bit here. Let me interview CJ for just a minute, if I could. Can you speak to me about what it means to operate in a much more dispersed way? And I'll be frank with you, I don't know your experience, whether it's at the brigade, battalion, company. I'm just going to use some terminology here, so it's not to be inferred anyway. But if you're operating at brigade level, then you have to maintain a certain distance or maintain a certain kind of solidarity with your other units, right? To metaphorically and quite literally hold the line. But there are times where I would assume where command or your authority lets you kind of have a little bit more freedom, right? And that, I think, is what's really important to success for Ukraine in the future. I don't think putting together, these large amount of troops and kind of cutting through is going to necessarily do it. Ukraine can't centralize. I'd be interested in your idea of what I've spoken to you about with the 105s, about this idea of much more detached. Instead of detaching corps, now you're quite literally detaching brigades at the operational level because they're so lethal and they have so much firepower that they carry with them. You don't have to attach them to several others to your west or to your east. Does that make sense?
Well, it sounds like you're retroactively explaining correctly, in my understanding, the brigade combat team modularity model, which is why the U.S. Army went with this for so long. If I understand correctly, having the flexible firepower up front in order to make quick decisions and kind of outpace your adversary. But also, the most important thing about a NATO brigade combat team, Greg, is not the firepower, in my opinion. It's the battalion of sustainers that comes with it. It's one of the few organizations that exist worldwide that can not only maintain itself, but fuel itself, supply itself. And a brigade is the biggest sized element you can have with sustainers before it gets, you need to have set up permanent areas. And that's like the sweet spot in that regard. And Ukraine seems to be doing it to a large regard, in a large degree, because before the war, like the Russian army, they didn't have many CSS troops or combat service support. And this is something I hopefully imagine they're changing just due to the sheer amount of newer and more advanced equipment they're getting. And it seems like they're taking incredible care of it. And the only way that's possible is through these maintainers.
So let me clarify the question a little bit. If you were to say that these sustainers, these maintainers, these people that get A to B, and I don't mean tankers or infantry that marches, surely there might be some mechanization in the infantry, but par for the course. I guess my concept that I'm thinking of is that the scale at which we're operating at geographically is large, but numerically is not much. I mean, we're talking 30,000 Ukrainian troops, let's just say, call it 40,000 around Kherson, right? That's not a lot of forces, right? But I would argue that's because large forces aren't necessarily, nor are they very efficient anymore to have large forces, right? You want to have some lethality, and that's what I mean, is more the ability to project firepower at the rate to kill your enemy that exceeds their rate to kill you. How about that for a scientific diagnosis of what I'm trying to achieve by this? But I guess let me phrase it like this. If you were to try to emulate that, that wouldn't necessarily come with just gear. That has to come with a culture of trust, would it not?
Well, it's not, I think at first I was thinking you were describing adjacent unit coordination, but now I understand what you mean. I guess I'd never really thought about it before, but it is important, right? If you're going to get, let's say, the Abrams tanks, right? Let's just go balls to the wall here and get Ukraine some of the best kit possible for what they would need to cross, right? Abrams tanks, lots of M109 Paladins, all the supplies they need. They would also then have to have this trust with the rear area, mainly the brigade support area, division support area, or whatever form it takes for their military. Because they could have the greatest equipment ever, but 20 hours later, when they run out of gas and ammo, if that trust isn't built, that this, as you kind of put it, not a large force moves forward, then the whole thing would be eradicated. They have to have that trust that they're going to be resupplied, they're going to be rearmed along the way, or they won't proceed as boldly as they need to, right? They'll slow down, they'll get bogged down, they'll be hit by ambushes, they'll be hit by artillery. So that kind of balance of speed versus resupply, it's not just about, the lines or the length or the number of trucks you have. It's that kind of trust that exists inherent in a professional army. And it's one, I think Ukraine will get there, obviously. I mean, on paper, the U.S. Army has this already built in very rigidly, but it's all tied together very nicely with the Air Force, right? Because if, let's say, our Army maintainers and logisticians fail us, we can always count on the Air Force to airdrop supply. And this is something with the current conditions. It's not to say that people can't figure out how to make it happen on the ground, but it's a lot of trust when you move a lot of vehicles forward, because the only thing worse than failing to reach your objective in time or taking the town you're supposed to is you get there and you're cut off and you lose the equipment and the people. So definitely a pretty interesting thought I hadn't considered yet.
All right. Thank you for the Misfit. Misfit, did you want to comment on that or bring up a new topic?
No, it's relative to what we've been speaking about. Craig, I love sitting and listening to Craig and CJ go back and forth. Frankly, I could do this all night. So thanks, guys. What I wanted to get back to is Craig was talking about logistics and kind of a different way to approach degrading the Russian logistics, and in part by emboldening what Ukraine has at their own disposal. One of the curious things that I've been thinking about lately is Luhansk and Donetsk, those areas which have been occupied much longer than this year. And maybe in terms of the sequence of what Ukraine chooses to do in terms of next, major moves or what have you, how important do you think, poaching into some of those areas might be to, I guess to put it simply, I'm just afraid that, as this goes along so far, those areas would be the easiest to for the geopolitical landscape to say, okay, well, these have been there for so long, they've been occupied for so long, roll Russia back to pre-Feb 24 and call it good. Once we get down the road and pressure starts being applied and what have you. So I'm just thinking in terms of, does Ukraine want to both kind of kill two birds with one stone? I'm sorry, I'm going to round about with my point. Got some kids distracting me in the background, but because you have both the main logistic lines coming in from Starobilsk, you have the main logistic lines coming out of Russia into Donetsk, Luhansk. So obviously those are key areas to want to hit, and the fact that those areas towards the south, Luhansk, Donetsk, have been occupied for so long, it seems like those would be an attractive thing to want to, do some damage in terms of recapturing or taking care of the Russian problem in those areas sooner rather than later. I know there's some other ideas as far as next offensive, but do you guys have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'll be brief because I see everybody has their hands up, but I would just say that this goes back to that strangulation operation that I've described, so many times over that I'm sure at this point has just gotten nauseating. But CJ is 100% right in his degree of bearishness when it comes to Russian fighting ability, and he's not far off because, as I'm sure CJ is well aware, there's a very tentative link between your brigade, your battalion, and your company because they're so far off, they're so widely dispersed. That link is somewhat perilous. Well, for the United States, it's not necessarily perilous because our stuff is made to withstand expeditionary warfare. It's its whole design. But the Ukrainians, I would argue, isn't necessarily designed for like expeditionary warfare, but neither is Russia's. It's using contractor vans. It's using stuff with ladders on it. It looks like, I can't say enough, it looks like stuff that came in your bread truck, right? If you're in Russia and it drops it off at your local grocery store. This is the type of stuff that it's cannibalizing. And it's not long before that link between, say, brigade logistical sources and battalion to brigade starts to break down little by little by little. So it's quite possible that both CJ and I are both simultaneously correct and both simultaneously wrong, right? Because Ukraine might not need to scale up its in-house, in-country logistical system to accommodate another 10 or 20% output to supply instead of an army of 100,000. You're thinking maybe closer to 175 to 200,000. That's a huge lift. That takes a lot of carrying capacity. But the idea that maybe that link for Russia, you don't have to grow at 20% because Russia is just so in the shitter, right? Again, you go back to the three ideas. You can achieve superiority logistics on your own by degrading your enemy, or both. And if you can just let Russia kind of fall between, you may not need to increase your carrying capacity so much. So it's important that I think we contextualize it that, again, you can be both right and wrong depending on the circumstances.
Can I interject right here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so both thank you, CJ, and thank you, Craig. I respect both of you brothers. Been like longtime listener, part-time contributor, but let's just back it up a little bit. So we saw the Moskva get taken down with something that they weren't expecting. And I'm going to fast forward to what we're seeing going on in the present space, which I apologize. I'm the perpetrator of getting this drone space going. Sorry, don't hate me, but yeah, I was trying to come up to basically speak to the point that how basic these things are to actually assemble, to actually get in the air, to start going against your directives, and all this stuff is available in commercial space. What we're actually seeing happening in Ukraine right now is just that. We can talk about the massive fires that are needed from artillery, the supply chain cuts as far as the trains go and stuff like that goes. But the big thing I think we need to focus on is the availability of these simple drones that just wreak havoc on Russia in general, that Ukraine has been using to their benefit. And that was the original reason why I came up to actually explain just how easy and basic these things are to build. Sorry, no disrespect whatsoever. I'm super support all y'all. Just wanted to bring that up and just refocus the group.
Okay, thank you for that, Whiskey. Beth has been waiting patiently for a while. Beth, did you have a question or comment, or want to bring up a new topic?
Hi, I want to do a mic check really quick. We good?
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. Connectivity on Twitter has been really spotty tonight. I have a question I don't know if any of you in this space can answer, but you're all very smart, experienced people with subject matter expertise. When I see that X country or Y country is sending X material, X equipment to Ukraine, it's great news, it's all celebrated, I'm happy. But I have this lingering question. Is there any integration of purpose in this? It kind of seems like one country will get motivated and they'll say, okay, we're going to send this and help. But there doesn't seem to be a plan. There doesn't seem to be coordination between NATO countries where it's like, okay, this month we're going to send this. We'll keep them strong for this month. That gives you time to work out your logistics and your end. Then this country sends this. Can anybody answer that? Is there any coordination of purpose in this? Thank you.
If I may start, Bloke, there's great news, Beth, in that there is a massive coordination effort. One that, as someone who's been stationed in NATO countries, I have never seen work so skillfully and to such a high level, and in conditions too I didn't think would be possible. At first glance, the amount of equipment Ukraine has received has been quite substantial, not just in terms of quantity from NATO countries and others, but also in the varying types, which does pose problems in and of itself. A lot of different parts, a lot of different troubleshooting, a lot of different calibers. It's a pretty daunting task, but the two main efforts in terms of how this is obviously done is the first is this telemaintenance program that NATO has set up in Poland. I mean, it is just incredible. There is 100 officers and mechanics and military experts on signal 24/7 answering technical questions for the Ukrainian military. We may remember back in April all these articles that came out about how Ukrainians were receiving gear and there's some translation problems with manuals. And NATO quickly fixed that by setting up a 24/7 helpline. And this helpline doesn't just talk them through it. I mean, Ukrainians are obviously extremely smart, but they're also very technically and industrially savvy. And so a lot of the times the solutions they come up with are Ukrainians building their own components for NATO gear. in order to get it back up and running. So that's a huge first part. The second part is the maintenance packages both in the country through contractor support and also in NATO countries. So they have a rotation schedule. Well, they'll rotate out gear, bring it back to the rear in terms of being at Poland or Lithuania, and then bring it back fully fixed and ready to go. So whether it's a small drone hit from a Lancet drone, loitering munition, or other small drones that aren't doing too much damage to these artillery pieces and tanks, they get them back up and running pretty quick. And in terms of the coordination, I mean, these Ramstein contact meetings are just absolutely incredible. One of my biggest concerns when this war kicked off was, would NATO be on the same page? Because having done tens, if not 20 NATO exercises, it was a little bit rough, not just for language issues, but every country came with its own set of values, came with its own military tactics, and it was a little bit wonky. There's not really a good way to describe it other than a little awkward, but at the end of the day, the mission was accomplished. And having all of these world leaders and defense attaches meet almost every month in Ramstein to coordinate this aid and this help for Ukraine, I mean, it's been pretty incredible. I know in the space we all wish there was more given, more longer range items and more lethal things, but the reality is what they've accomplished is pretty unprecedented so far. So hopefully it only continues to get better from here.
I hope that was helpful, Beth. And did Colby, did you want to address that directly? Otherwise, we're going to go to Erland.
Yeah, it's a good answer by CJ. I think that the United States has done a reasonably good job trying to coordinate the efforts of the NATO alliance so that we're all working together to a common purpose. We've seen lots of specific instances of the cooperation specifically on weapon systems and how all of those integrate together. Just a few recent examples being U.S. pledges NASAMS and the United Kingdom pledges more ammunition for NASAMS. Spain pledges Hawk and the United States pledges more ammunition for Hawk, and possibly Sweden as well. So there's a lot of efforts that are happening in coordination to make sure that the things that Ukraine get from NATO all work together, and we're not just kind of sending, a random collection of things, which we kind of are, but there is still purpose and logic behind it. Obviously we're all working together on the big questions like air defense, like artillery. Obviously, the fact that NATO has STANAGs helps here a lot, so that we can all send artillery systems that fire the same ammunition. So you have countries that have M777s sending M777s, and then other countries sending various different self-propelled guns that are of the same caliber as well. So this makes it easy for Ukraine. Just there's one NATO caliber, well, two actually, because there's light howitzers as well. But so Ukraine received those as well, 105 and 155, and all the different small arms as well. So I think that's all good. There's work actively being done to continue that coordination through the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, as they're calling it now, to make sure that NATO continues to be on the same page. Obviously, a lot more could and should still be done. I've written one thread about how the United States can further lead NATO efforts to deliver equipment to Ukraine. I'm about to publish another thread on the same topic, how the United States and other countries in NATO can work together to deliver needed systems to Ukraine. So there's always more work to be done, but I would not support the notion that NATO is completely uncoordinated and not working together on this. They most certainly are.
That's so great. Twitter cut out a little bit while CJ was speaking, but I got the gist of what both of you have said, and it's good to know this. I've just a little question. It might seem unreasonable, but why couldn't a C-130 just load up a ton of stuff, get right to the edge of the Polish-Ukrainian border, and just drop a whole bunch of pallets there? We're not in Ukrainian airspace technically. Let Ukrainians go, or have the Polish people just scoot them over the border. It just seems like that would be a simple solution. I'm sure it's not. Anyway.
Well, that's happening already. I mean, the Zhejiao is quite close to the border, and there's another airbase that's like literally on the border as well, which some stuff is going through there as well. I believe I forget the name of it, but that's already happening. You do need, a suitable airfield to land big planes at. So NATO is I don't understand that point. Like that is the least problematic aspect of arms deliveries. I think the actual logistics of getting things over once the political decision has been made seems to be pretty effective in terms of the volume of planes that are landing in Zhejiao on a regular basis to deliver equipment to Ukraine. That part seems to be pretty good. I know Craig has spoken a lot about the efforts of is it Transcom. So that's good. Like the problem is political. The political decision making is quite slow sometimes. But the actual military, once they get authorization to move equipment from A to B, that seems to be going pretty quick. It's just the political decision makers, and I can only speak to the Pentagon. I don't know what's going on in other countries, but the Pentagon bureaucracy is moving abysmally slow on some issues as well. But the actual delivery, that's all pretty good as far as I can see. CJ?
No, I have to give it up to Craig. I mean, this is one of the things, right? That why the trains are so damn important and why we're so lucky to have so many great speakers from Ukraine's rail network here. Because the reality is, yeah, they could do that, and I think this is why a strong relationship with Poland is obviously very important, as you kind of highlighted. Because the reality is, on 100 train car, you could have each one with 200,000 pounds of weapons and ammo, and so you put that all together, and that's 20 million pounds of tonnage coming across the border, as opposed to a couple flights, which with the C-17 at most is only going to have 150,000 pounds. So the orders of magnitude are huge, and then when you get to shipped, it's even bigger. So we can only hope with the liberation of Kherson
Thank you, gentlemen. I'll
and
drop down to
Ukraine
listening.
moving. Whoops. Okay. Yep. Sounds good.
I have. Okay, no, I thought that. I think Beth might not have been able to hear that response in detail. Twitter has been twittering, and we've had people dropping up and down. But I thought you guys answered that quite accurately. I did want to ask a follow-up to Craig, who has got his hand raised, and then we'll move on to Erlen. Craig, so I was reading, I just want to turn this around. We're talking a lot about logistics here, and the corollary to that is poor logistics in Russia. And I was hearing that a lot of the rail cars are not able, like they're running out of parts for some of the rail cars in Russia. Apparently they're running out of bearings, heavy duty wagons, and anything that can carry more than like 8 tons of stuff, right? And given the fact that, and we're talking like about 10,000 freight cars taken out of service due to lack of bearings and impossibility of repair. So like this is a non-trivial number. And given the fact that Russia is so dependent on rail for its logistics, I know you've spoken about that at length, especially earlier on in the invasion. I'm just wondering if you've been following that, if you can corroborate it, and if you think that this is going to make a difference, and if there's anything that the Ukrainians can take advantage of here.
I think CJ put it right on the head, right? I mean, you're talking about a lot of stuff. There may not be 100 cars in a train, CJ, but there might be 50, right? But so two train cars, depending on the locomotives that you have, and the time that you have, right? These are complex timetables to get this stuff. And so what you want to do is remember that there's 2 phases to this. And again, I try to boil it down for people like Amazon, because I think it's helpful. Think of it. don't think of it as this complex military type of thing. It's as simple as Amazon. So you're shopping, right? So pretend that you're CJ and you're sitting by your 155 and you're shopping on Amazon. You're like, oh look, I get Amazon Prime delivery of 200 precision guided munitions. Click, put that in my bag, right? I want that. So where that order goes is central distribution. Now, for military, that it would depend. It could be at brigade, it could be at battalion, it might even be at division level, right? Central dispersion. It would then go down to, and you can track this, right? Even on Amazon, you can track this package, right? That link has to be, that bandwidth at each of these has to be scalable, right? And this is where I know I lose people a little bit, but the train space is finite. Let's be absolutely clear. The train space is finite, but the good news is that it's a very high volume, just like CJ outlined. But it's really the capacity as you're tracking that package in the middle ground, those Amazon trucks, those 18 wheelers, those things that give you scalability at the, those things that take you to your local post office, and then your mail delivery driver will then, knock it out and put it in your mailbox or what have you. Giving scale to that will provide what Ukraine really, really needs. That I can't harp on it enough, that these things are limited based on quantity. The amount of fire that's being expended here has been quite steady, right? It's been actually quite a lot more than some people might have imagined in some cases. So it's important that we keep them stocked, we keep them rolling, we keep them mechanized. And the only way to do that is to keep on giving them more stuff that can carry more things. It's either that, to provide constant sustainment at a brigade level. And if you can't do that and disperse it, then you have to centralize it and bring everything close together. And then you have a larger accumulation of divisions or corps that you have to supply, which is its own nightmare and even more complex.
Thank you for that, Craig. Erland, you've had your hand up for a while. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I'm going to, if that's okay, change the topic a little bit. We had this talk on the European time and way beyond my normal time zone, but that's how a weekend is sometimes. Well, there is some great news coming out of the Nordic countries in Europe. There's been a rumor for a few weeks that there will be a joint training effort for Ukrainian soldiers in the Nordic countries. And apparently Finland, I haven't seen the official confirmation of this, and um, I'm expecting it to come out soon. I hope it will be official soon, but at least in Norway, we are recruiting a lot of home guard officials and NCOs, which means same as territorial defense, national guard, guys who who will be participating in training Ukrainian soldiers in Nordic conditions. And apparently it will take place in Finland. This is great news. And I want to emphasize that ski patrol is one of the things that is going to be it sounds funny, and I kind of laugh, but it's actually very, very good. It's going to be typical Nordic winter warfare style, defense force, and ski patrol, normal winter warfare. Everything that comes with it is going to be a part of the training. And apparently it's going to be 10,000 soldiers at the time, just like in the UK. This means that it's not just the Finnish army. It will probably be both Norway, Sweden, and Finland, maybe even Canada. I'm not sure. If this is true, 10,000, that means it's a joint effort.
That is outstanding, and that sort of jives because the British Prime Minister, of course, was in Kiev, and he explicitly mentioned that they were going to increase their training efforts, and I'm wondering if this had something to do with that. We've got some Canadians over there for sure involved in the training, and a lot of NATO countries involved in the training in England. Getting them to Finland would be outstanding. I would love to see Canada participate in that from a winter warfare perspective. That would be absolutely fantastic. So that jives, that it matches, with the visit today. Fantastic news. Carry on, Erlen. Sorry for the interruption.
So we talked about this earlier today on the European time of the space. So I'm not sure that this is going to be in Finland, but apparently some of the Finns confirmed that. I haven't seen documents that confirm that it's going to be in Finland, but I am 100% sure that we internally in Norway have been recruiting people from the reserve to be instructors for this kind of effort. This is big stuff because already in UK they are training 10,000 people at a time, but 10,000 at a time in the Nordics now, that's perfect. And I cannot emphasize how much value it gives to train people in extreme conditions. And I hope it comes as well with the equipment that it takes, because I really want to say that this is an infantry war at some level, especially it is going to be in the northeastern parts, a winter warfare situation, which we haven't seen for, well, 80 years. And we, especially Norway, Sweden, Finland, and probably Canada as well, are quite proficient in that. And there are simple things as just using skis and snowmobiles as infantry. And it sounds a little bit strange and not so big, but being able to use that as an efficient infantry force is actually quite significant. Both snowmobiles and skis in their if you use it in the right way, it is actually game changing. We talked about it extensively earlier today. I'm so tired now, so I don't need really I don't really manage to explain it how I would like to, but snowmobiles and skis are it's a game changer on the infantry level.
Yeah, and that not only that, but equipping these soldiers. So I know for a fact that there have been 250,000 winter uniforms donated by Canada, but there have been additional winter uniforms donated by many other countries. So the combination of the training and the equipment together, and them getting back to Ukraine after being extensively trained, and it effectively also doubles the throughput, right? So if we're talking 10,000, then that's like we're talking 20,000 now being trained simultaneously. CJ, I saw you had your hand up.
Please, bloke. Yeah, one before CJ. Yeah, absolutely. The training in winter warfare conditions is extremely difficult and extremely important. It's crucial, and if you have that advantage, it is it's enormous compared to the force we have from Russia. Yeah.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Go ahead, CJ.
Yeah, no, I know we talked about this earlier, Erland. I've thought about it some more. I think that the issue we're running into is we talked a lot in the space with Thomas Steiner and other people about winter war or fighting in winter, but the conditions, as you know, are not quite the same from Ukraine versus the Nordic countries or anywhere else necessarily. And by that I mean, as far as I mean, I'm looking at the mean average temperatures. I'm looking at the heat maps of what the weather's like in Ukraine, and it doesn't seem to be many conditions that necessarily would be conducive to these types of operations on sort of even a medium or large scale. And the reason why I think it might not be the most helpful is only because the same problems we're talking about before, right? You still have people, let's say you're trying to get through what's called a severely restricted mobility corridor, right? An area that is you can't cross in vehicles, so you have to go on foot, you have to go with infantry. You still run into the same problems when you get to the defensive lines of you need armored vehicles to cross it. So that's why I think that the best solution to get everyone on the same page would be more tracked vehicles, right? Like Bradleys, things like that that can operate in all weather type conditions, and of course artillery that can support all types of weather conditions. But I'm not sure if there's basically, long story short, a snowy enough, mountainous enough area where they would get a comparative advantage by doing this, even if it is somewhat cold in the winter, because frostbite and all these different things we've talked about at nauseum here are going to play a role, but not to the degree of Northern Europe where you go outside and 20 minutes later you're out of action. So I would just keep that in mind in terms of what they need. They need this winter gear, but perhaps not to that level. But of course, I could be wrong.
Erland, you've got the floor to speak to CJ.
Well, yeah, I totally agree, CJ. Like Ukraine, what it need most is armored vehicles that can, well, perform in the conditions that are in Ukraine. CV90s, the Bradleys, maybe, I don't know. CV90 is probably tested in the same kind of conditions and performed amazingly well. So I guess that's a good, well, test platform. But there are, well, I've talked to a few Ukrainians that have been in these areas, especially in the northern eastern fronts. I'm not really talking about the southern fronts here. I'm talking about the northeastern axis, and there are a lot of plains, and in already they're having snow, and fighting in snowy conditions is something that well, it takes we we have some kind of knowledge about this stuff, and it's not a joke. Uh, Being on skis compared to walking on foot, I'm not joking. You have a formidable advantage, especially when you're talking about small patrols. These things are not a joke. Walking patrol compared to a skiing patrol is highly advantage. Uh, I would say 50%, especially when it comes to detection with drones and all these things. On a ski patrol, they don't know which direction you went. While on foot, first of all, you use a lot more energy, and you don't know. Well, you see where the patrol is going. While on skis, you have no idea. But the big thing is ski mobile, well, snow scooters, ski-doos, whatever you say in English. Those things are absolutely amazing on snowy conditions, and you already have those in the northern eastern parts of Ukraine. You don't need a lot of snows to use a ski mobile, and those things are, well, uh, compared to whatever the Russians are doing. You go 150 kilometers an hour on the snow. You can cover enormous amount of area. You can have a sledge on that. You can resupply uh, trenches. These things are crucial on the larger scale of things. Having an exercise with 10,000 people in Finland doing these kind of operations, it's going to be significant. I'm sad they didn't do it last year, but yeah.
Yeah, like let's put things into perspective here. I like I'm not sure. Here we get a couple of meters of snowfall. Like in fact, we had 15 centimeters just the other day. I'm not sure those conditions quite match Ukraine at all. So it's not so much the specific winter training that Norway is extremely proficient in, and up here in Canada, but just in general, it increases the throughput of training in general with the appropriate equipment for the winter period, right? And so, from that perspective, I mean, this is a bonus. And it sort of matches with a number of announcements. So it matches what the UK Prime Minister said today in Kyiv. It matches what Anita Anand, who is the MP, the Member of Parliament in the Defence Minister in Canada, who said that they were extending Operation Unifier in the UK throughout the end of 2023. So basically, Operation Unifier used to operate in Ukraine. Obviously, that's not happening right now, but that whole operation is being reconstituted and moving back to the UK. There will be permanent training, and regardless of the specific training that's given, in general, it is training and it is equipment that Ukrainians are going to get, and the Russians clearly do not have, right? So, the Russians are being sent to the front lines with like, I mean, Erland, you've seen some of this non-training they're getting, right? Like it's just like it's just like I don't know where to begin,
Yeah, yeah, but so I've had a few this night, and I'm sorry, but anyways, I just want to emphasize that the okay, so being able to perform a patrol on skis is it's if you haven't been on an exercise with either Swedish or Norwegian Jaegers, well, you don't know what to expect. I am not joking.
You don't have to convince me about the efficacy of cross-country skis. I sort of know about it, right?
Well,
I'm absolutely on the same page there.
I'm not joking. It is a significant value to add to a infantry force. It sounds funny, but it isn't. I've personally
No, I'm not. I concede the point and agree with you 1,000%. Yeah, yeah. Getting on skis is less tiresome. Especially, can you imagine if the snow's a couple of meters deep? That's absolutely the case. I mean, like we're talking, the difference between kilometers and meters, right? In terms of the level of effort expended, especially if the snow's deep. I'm just pointing out that that particular example of skis may not be relevant for the environment in Ukraine, but it doesn't matter. What I'm happy about is that everyone is pitching in to get Ukraine the equipment they need, which is really important, and the training they need, and that's what matters. And this effectively doubles the throughput of what's taking place in the UK right now. So that was what I was trying to highlight and underline. And when it comes to how the Norwegians handle winter warfare, or the Finns, or the Swedes, we are in violent agreement. They're damn good at it. So, like, just
well,
really, really interesting.
well, yeah, I agree. The Finns are the masters of this, anyways. But yeah, from Ukrainians that I've talked to, they kind of have similar conditions, especially in the northern eastern parts. And well, it's going to change stuff. And I want to emphasize that the Finns, they really know what they're doing, and they're going to host this, and it's going to be great. So yeah, it's a really happy thing. I'm a bit sad that it's a little bit late, but yeah, we're going to help, and yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
Yeah, really appreciate that, learning about that. And like I say, it matches with so many other things we've heard over the past couple of days. Let's go to, oh, geez, I forget who was first. Dan or Dryfly? I've got a 50-50 chance of getting this right. It was you, Dan, right?
I have no idea, but let me introduce
Dan was first.
Okay, good.
Because I'm about to lose my opportunity to talk on my end. So 10 years in the ski business, if anything I'm saying makes any sense, it'll be this. So I will guarantee you that those Nordic ski troops learned to ski when they were 2 and have skied their entire lives and could ski anyone in the United States, including our Olympic team, into the ground. So you're not going to turn people who can't ski into good ski troops in anything less than years. The Nordics don't have this problem. I'm sure, like I said, all their volunteers, hey, I just missed the cross country, the Olympic team. I'll sign up for the Jaegers. So what the Ukrainians will get out of that will depend entirely on how many people they have who can already ski. And on that, I honestly don't have an opinion. And skis get rapidly less useful as the snow gets sloppy. Not that they're not useful, but it's rapidly less useful and more difficult in terms of being a good skier. Snowmobiles are kind of the other way. You can take somebody who can sort of kind of ride a motorcycle and teach them to use a snowmobile quite quickly. And furthermore, snowmobiles are much more tolerant of sloppy conditions if you're willing to beat the snowmobile to death. And I will point out it beats the snowmobile to death. But you can run them across big patches of mud and back onto snow and back onto mud, and it's only money or parts or whatever. But I mean, they'll do it. And then the third thing I want to say, from everything I can tell about the climate in most of Ukraine, and this is most, not all, it really looks like for a lot of places that trench foot is going to be at least as big a deal as frostbite. And I mean, whether that's better or worse is you can debate, but just something to throw out there. Thank you very much. I mean, you can get both at once if you're truly ill-equipped. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dan. Erland and then Anda. I think Anda, welcome. It's great to see you here. No, wait. It's Dryfly. After it's Dan, then Dryfly, then Erland, then Anda.
Good morning, Block. Dryfly, are you there?
I am. I was just going to comment that and Dan kind of hit on it. I love what Erland said about skiing and the patrols and all that. I'm a skier and a cross country skier. I've been cross country skiing for probably close to 55 years. If you look at my profile picture, you'll see a picture of a frozen river, huge frozen river. It's the Mississippi River. I go off trail, get off of the groomed trails and go just ski backcountry. Okay. And I do that at age 60. Not everybody can do that. You're not going to teach people to be able to do that in a matter of a few weeks or even a month. And the environment that I live in is not unlike Ukraine. There are some times where it's very, very good to ski. Sometimes it's terrible. And it's because we're windswept, like the steppes of Ukraine, and you get warm spells and cold spells, and it's just crappy. It's not at all like you find in Scandinavia. And I'm familiar with the kind of environment you see in Scandinavia because it's not unlike what you would see northeast of me in the Great Lakes region. If you get closer up into Upper Peninsula, Michigan, into Canada, places I've cross country skied, it's just worlds better than you're going to find out on open prairie or steppes or any of that. So yeah, it's a great idea. I think it's really good to train them for winter. If the Scandinavians can teach them how to bivouac better, camp out, and be able to run their patrols, that would be huge. Just being able to function better. But I don't see patrolling on skis to being a big plus in Ukraine, and I will let it drop at that.
Okay, thank you. We have Erlen, then Craig.
Well, so I've seen a lot of NATO troops coming to Norway, and I've been participating in training them on skiing. And earlier today, they were all really skeptical about having people that doesn't know how to ski, etc., trying to go on skis. And I've been a part of, well, U.S. Marines, learning how to use the famous Norwegian NATO plank, as we call it, which is the standard Norwegian army skis. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of fun of them falling around, etc. But normally evens out after a couple of days, and they manage to do proper patrol after a week or so. Well, one thing is um, unmotivated people trying to ski and they're falling all the time. But army guys normally tend to learn things quickly. I don't think that's a problem. I agree, Ukraine is a different country, but they tend to have some of the same snowfall and temperatures as some of the Scandinavian countries have, especially in the northern parts. Um, Training them to do ski patrol is not a disadvantage, I would say. It is a advantage, but I agree that snowmobiles and using snowmobiles is well, a major advantage. Snowmobiles are in an incredible tool to use in an infantry, light infantry effort. I would say it is a enormous advantage for a forces which is performing, especially patrolling and recon efforts. They can move incredibly fast and also move through heavily forested areas, which other vehicles cannot. And large parts of Ukraine are covered in snow already, and it is going to be covered in snow a lot more. And if we want the Ukrainians to advance during this winter, training them in Finland with the all these efforts would be a huge advantage. But I agree with Bloke. The most important thing is to train normal infantry to perform basic winter warfare in cold areas with the typical bivouacs, how to dress properly, undress when you, well, undress, change your dressing when you need to move, and rearrange your clothing when you need to stand still, and all these disciplines. It's quite difficult and very, very important because sweating when it's minus 20, it's not a good thing. And it's a really difficult discipline, because it's not something that you really want to do when you're in minus 20. It's not, you don't want to undress everything and then change your layers when you know that you need to do just a 1 kilometer march. But if you want to survive in minus 20, which the Ukrainians will have to do, it is really crucial. And
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. So really
Yeah.
happy to hear about that.
Do you not think that there's an alternative to snow patrolling?
Just one moment. Harper's Images.
Yeah,
We go in
sorry.
order here by raising your hand.
I
So
apologize. I'm sorry.
yeah, just mute your mic, raise your hand, and we will get to you. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, Dryfly. No, Dryfly. It was Craig next, right? I noticed he raised his hand earlier. So go ahead, Craig.
So, CJ, while I have you, and any other service member that might be here, you're of course welcome to join the conversation. But I want to ask you, we talk a lot about tangibles, right? I make fun of the proverbial horse and wagon that the Russians will soon be operating off of versus, Oshkosh, Wisconsin produced, proudly made in the USA, logistical operations, right? We can measure those. We can quantify that. You just did that regarding train models, right? In terms of 200,000 pounds, et cetera. I think there's something that is missing, and that's the intangible. We always kind of make fun of like the Gucci gear that some Ukrainians have, right? They're firing these super accurate HIMARS, precision fire M777s. But talk to me a little bit about, and I'm sure as a West Point graduate, you understand the concept very well. Talk to me a little bit about esprit de corps, right? That these troops understand that the war is not over and that there's still fighting left to go. And there's something to be said for continuing just as aggressively as you did before, right? Can you talk to me a little bit how you instill that, how you kind of breed that, as best you can, I guess.
Yeah, well, we you and I haven't talked about this yet, but a lot of people mentioned in the space and saw the incredible footage from about 2 weeks ago, I believe, in Kherson, of a Ukrainian patrol or offensive action in one armored vehicle coming up with 8 guys, and they basically seemingly bum rush a Russian trench with 20 guys, and they kill and capture all of them. And we've seen plenty of videos of this, right, where Ukrainians seemingly act very boldly in the face of being outnumbered, but definitely they're better trained. And this is an intangible that goes to, on the one hand, them having much better morale, right? The only way you can sort of charge a position like that is by having the knowledge that you're doing the right thing and you're on the right side of history, but really that you're fighting for your families nearby. The second part of that, of course, is the training Ukrainians get, whether it's in Norway or in Germany or the UK. This allows you to have much more confidence in the people next to you. And that is really an intangible that's hard to really assess how different it is between the Ukrainians and Russians, but it's just, we know it's much better for the Ukrainians. And that allows them to do much more. It allows them to do more with less, which is why, as you, I think, so correctly pointed out, we could talk about supply lines and vehicle types and new gear all day. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to Ukrainians trusting each other and being well trained to do so. And that's something that's only getting better with time. Yes, we know Ukraine is taking incredible losses in this war, but on a whole, their army is becoming more well trained, more veterans, and they're getting, not only are they getting training from being in combat, but they're learning new techniques abroad. And this is something that's not happened in the Russian army. They're getting less faith and confidence in the people next to them, mainly because there are other conscripts from other parts of Russia forced to be there against their will in many, many cases. They don't trust their leadership that they'll have their back. And that's why it's so interesting when I see and hear, at least now 10 vignettes or anecdotes about Russian soldiers conscripts being put to the front. And the last thing they see before a massive artillery strike is their commanders leaving them. So not only do they have the requisite training to hold the line, but they have no support from their leadership and they have no trust in the people around them and they just crumble. This is why I tend to think it's much more likely that they will collapse sooner than the border of Russia itself. No matter how many people they bring in, because, the thing about it, Craig, that's so interesting is even if Russia brings more people in, they get more problems from that. They got to feed more people. They got to house more people. They got to get them more ammo. This is why I don't think it's not just a numbers game, because this ammo and food and fuel could be used to actually Russian troops that have military training, but instead they don't have enough people to do this. And so they're resorting to conscripts who also need all these supplies, but they're going to use them much less efficiently. So I think this is why we're seeing this massive, almost exponential curve in casualties last month, and it's only going to keep going up as this continues. But maybe you disagree.
Not at all. I once again see little to no daylight between us at times, while others see a gaping chasm. The only thing that I would counter with that is I think you're faced the inevitability. I think you and I describe and others describe it is this encirclement of Luhansk and Donetsk in this position where Ukraine has to attack with near overwhelming force, right? And at that point, Ukraine has to be put to a decision whether or not it's going to go or Russia is going to negotiate. To your point, you say that Russia is going to negotiate because it doesn't want to lose its army, right, and be destroyed. I would agree with that to the extent possible that Ukraine is able to muster sufficient force to, but not to the degree to conduct an offensive, but to the degree to conduct a siege on a position that you and I could agree is untenable over a long period of time. Ukraine just has to have the long-term patience to play this out. It doesn't need 250 to 300,000 troops. And that's the other thing too I wanted to mention before I forgot. What's interesting to me is that you're seeing the Ukrainian army transform from what was the citizen fighting force to an extremely professional force. And that's not to say that it wasn't before, but let's be clear. The intake of unprofessional troops, of citizen soldiers, has been immense. Maybe not the majority because there has been a lot of service from 2014 forward, but certainly quite a bit. And what we always thought of as this plucky, stand toe to toe, do this and do that, is really a force that can muster when concentrated and directed and focused, really strong offensive capacity. And that requires a lot of professionalism. And so I guess my last question here before I leave it to Hans is, describe for me, if you could, again, that notion of transforming as you did, as I did, from that citizen to that soldier, but in the middle of war, right? I mean, obviously you might not have experienced that yourself, or you may have, but it's certainly a transition that we've seen the Ukrainians make almost seamlessly in some cases.
I think it's different now. I mean, this is something that's been so incredible to watch on social media. This idea that everyone is a citizen soldier in a different way. It harkens back to days of old. But the idea that in the beginning of the invasion, at this phase of it, north of Kyiv, there was a large convoy of tanks and fuelers, and it was on its way to resupply Russian troops around Hostomel. And how was it destroyed? Well, the son of the reconnaissance brigade, or the son of a reconnaissance general, a 14-year-old kid with a drone, was able to correctly, do target identification and send the target grids to Ukrainian artillery and disrupt it, destroy it, dismantle it, and have incredible effects that help save Kyiv. And it was a 14-year-old kid. And there's hundreds of stories like this. So this idea that there's this shared ownership in the defense, I think, is really important. It gives a unity of purpose. It gives a unity of effort. But that helps defend a country, but it doesn't necessarily help retake a country. And that's where the professional soldiering comes in. Luckily, Ukraine, based on the system of service it had, at the beginning of this phase of the war, they had somewhere between 40 and 100,000 troops in active service, actively deployed, and they were able to call on reserves quite quickly, having rotated a lot of people through, the JFO and other areas. So they were able to get to 400,000 people quite easily. They're still mobilizing people, by the way. It's not really talked about, but they just had the fifth wave of mobilization, and as far as I know, there's not too many major complaints. But the reason why that's so significant is in 2014, they only really had 8 to 10,000 professional soldiers they could call on. And with conscription, and of course, we've heard Constantine talk about it. It was pretty rough, to say the least. And they were able to hold their own eventually, but it took a lot more time and a lot more effort. And that's not happening this time around. So the other thing, too, that's going to be interesting, Craig, as we talk about what is the end game here, is this sort of mounted gunnery, the idea of moving tanks, shooting artillery, moving people on the ground, takes about a year to fully develop in a battalion or a brigade. That's kind of the general timeline of doing all the different, just for training qualifications to get people ready to do it at a large scale. So what we're seeing now is this movement and this training that's happening well through combat. And so they're doing it obviously at an expedited pace to a large degree. But I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of this war, Ukraine has the strongest military in Europe, not just because it has all this great kit from around the world, but because it has people trained in combat at large scale maneuver warfare to a degree otherwise unseen. And as Russia continues to rotate people through, because they are taking so many more casualties than Ukraine is, they're not building up their professional army. It's being taken down, NCO by NCO, officer by officer, until the only people left are people that have a high survival instinct, which you might think is good if you're trying to keep your whole unit to survive, but that's not really what's happening here. From what I can see, it's certain officers trying to hold on for dear life, and they're rotating through just cannon fodder. I mean, I think there's a couple times when people have used it hyperbolically, but at this point, it seems to be the truth. Russians don't care about their people, and that's all well and good if you have millions of people to draw on, but Russia really can't win that way. And that's why it is inevitable they'll lose. It's just a matter of when. And can't wait to train with the Ukrainians again a few years after I did last time, because I think it's going to be a completely different role reversal in who's training who.
And in fact, that's what one of the things that Colonel Lake said. She said that it was a really reciprocal learning experience, right? Because the Ukrainians were also teaching the trainers, right? CJ, about training, there was a note published, and this is an internal Russian source, that yes, exactly that. They do not have trainers right now to train anyone. And so they're doing ridiculous parade ground exercises and so forth, but they lack trainers. They've all been sent to fight. So I can just imagine the impact that would have on their
Hey, Blue.
ability. Yeah, go ahead, Craig.
Hey, sorry, I just wanted to before I dropped off. I just wanted to you highlighted something I think is important, and people wonder what is happening with these conscripts, and that's a question that CJ, Colby, Dr. Paul, a bunch of people are wondering what is happening. Why are they going from here, rifle, uniform, get dressed, and go? Where's the training? Why are they doing this? Is it really that bad? What it is a lack of supplemental logistics at the training ground, coupled with the ability to supply the front. So
it just has to be about logistics, doesn't it, Craig?
No. I mean, I understand.
No,
Yes, I understand. But it's important to remember, right, that when we're diagnosing what we're seeing, right, on a day-to-day basis, if you follow ISW, if you follow CJ, if you follow Colby, or anybody else here, you'll understand that what we're seeing is when you mobilize 200,000 men, you have to train them for 3 months. That requires 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 different training facilities. You have to supply each of those. You have to feed each of those. You have to mobilize them, get them uniforms, get them name tags, put them to all this. Russia doesn't have time for that shit, right? I mean, excuse my French, but it also not only does it not have time for this, but it doesn't have the capacity to do it while simultaneously fighting a war in mainland Europe, right? So this to me is more not a sign of desperation at the front line, like they're going to lose, but we can't supply them. We can't do this. So let's just ship them to where supplies are already headed. And some people might disagree.
Well, I certainly agree, but let's see. Let's go to an account called Photography by Harper's Images. Go ahead. Do you want to speak photography? Your hand is up, so going once, going twice, going
Yeah,
three.
yeah. 1 second. Sorry, I forgot to hit the mic. I apologize. I hope you're all doing well this evening, and thank you for giving me the space and the time. I believe that there's 30 members of NATO. There was an attack on Poland recently. I believe in my own beliefs from a personal background, being a military person, that the attack or the misfire that landed in Poland, I believe that it actually came from Russia. I believe that NATO have said that it came from Ukraine to avoid getting involved in the conflict. I believe that they have spoke with Poland. I believe that the United States, the UK, have spoke with Poland and have said to them how severe this would be if it came to an attack on a NATO state. Poland has agreed, I believe, in the interest of the world, to agree that it came from Ukraine. Ukraine has agreed to state that, yes, it could very well have been a misfire. I myself don't agree with that. It was a Russian missile that landed in Poland. Saying that,
Well, that I mean that's pure speculation, right?
it's
You
pure
don't know any
speculation.
of that.
But then you could also flip the coin and says pure speculation that what the Americans and the British are saying.
Sorry, I'm not quite following what you
Well,
mean.
it was a Russian missile that landed in Ukraine, in Poland. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure I want to go on just theories and stuff like that
But that's
without.
what. But that's what NATO are going on, pure speculation.
No, they're saying what they say, and like either we take it at face value, or it becomes,
But
additional speculation. So
yeah,
that's not going to be
yeah,
productive,
yeah.
right?
But you're taking. It's not going to be productive. But how do you know that it was Ukrainian?
I mean, again, it's not going to go anywhere because at this point we'll be talking. We could talk about anything. I
Yeah.
mean,
Okay. Okay. Then
So
can we move forward then and then state that Sweden has confirmed that the Nord Stream 1 was a deliberate act of sabotage.
I'm not even sure where you're going with this. That's what they've said. Yes.
Yes, that's what they said. So therefore, I believe that Ukraine should be protected under the NATO treaty, even though they're not.
Those two things don't go together, right?
Well then, okay, fair enough. Sweden got themselves involved. Sweden's a part of Europe. Sweden is also a part of NATO.
Okay, so I'm not sure this is really going anywhere because first of all,
Now, what I'm just wanting to know is this a valid point or is it not?
no, it's not valid.
It's not.
No. So well, I see CJ's hand has come up. So CJ, it looks like you want to speak to this. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I guess if, well, when we talk about Nord Stream and we talk about these other things that are going outside of Ukraine, I don't think NATO is holding back or trying to cover anything up, right? I mean, they are committed
I-
to defend every inch of their border.
I think
but
they're trying to. I think they're trying to.
No. Please
They're
don't
trying to
interrupt.
avoid a nuclear.
Okay. First of all, don't interrupt. So we don't interrupt people here, and let
sorry.
CJ finish his point. Okay, and then I will. I now see where you're going with this, and I'll address that momentarily. But
Yeah.
CJ, finish your point, please. Photography, I will mute your mic if you interrupt again. Carry on, CJ.
I apologize.
Yeah, so Sweden wants to join NATO, and it looks like it's very close to happening. As you correctly pointed out, of course, Poland is already part of NATO, but you have to remember with the NATO alliance, it's not an automatic reprisal or anything like that, right? Even Article 4 and Article 5, even if it was a deliberate attack by a Russian missile, it doesn't mean nuclear war or anything like that, right? Just look a couple years back, Turkey shot down a Russian jet, and which is a NATO member attacking Russia, and guess what? Nothing came of it. So these things are set in place. There's de-escalation lines. I'm not personally concerned, and I'm a fighting member of NATO, so I wouldn't be concerned if you weren't, if you know what I mean.
As am I.
Oh well, that's great. But so then you should know as well as all of us that it's not really a concern. And the best way to end all of this, of course, especially with missiles going into Poland, is, well, how did this all start? Russian missiles in Ukraine. So the less that happens, the less everyone has to worry, I would say.
So, do you believe that there should be further sanctions on Russia?
Yep, I think we're all in agreement that there should be further sanctions on Russia.
What further sanctions can we put on Russia that we haven't already put?
There's quite a bit more that can be done. We can put on additional sanctions on oil exports, for example, gas exports, and so forth.
But that's harming us.
Sorry?
That would only be harming Europe.
Okay, that's nonsense. So you can see right now that that's what people were saying at the beginning. It hasn't happened. In terms of economies, our economies are far stronger. Europe has got plenty of gas to get over the winter. It's not a concern. And it's just, look, at the end of the day, Russia invaded Ukraine. Russia will lose. They are losing, in the process of losing, and they will be expelled from Ukraine, and that will be the outcome. How long that takes, or but the sequence of events will happen. That is what will happen. Russia will be kicked out of Ukraine, and good riddance to them. And then after that, they will spend the next 50 years trying to repair whatever damage they've done to themselves, but that will be their doing. The rest of it is it's just a lot of talking points that we see quite a bit in the space, and I wouldn't worry too much. I think this is one of the clearest cases I've seen in my lifetime, of basically naked aggression being deterred.
Okay. You obviously are a very intelligent guy, and you do obviously, if not have family, you yourself will remember the Second World War.
Yeah. So, like, where are you going? If you could just quickly get to your point, because I
Well,
think it's
the
time
Ru-
to move on here. Okay.
the Russia will not give up unless Russia.
They will be given up, right?
They
So
will
it's
not
it's
unless
not a question of
no.
them giving up. They're
They've
getting their
only
asses kicked.
no.
So
They won't. They won't. They won't
okay. All
unless
right.
unless unless NATO get involved.
No,
Right.
that's incorrect.
Ukraine is
That's
not a
okay.
strong enough
All
country.
right, I'm muting your mic. Okay, so I'll be really clear here. All right, Ukraine. Okay, everything you just said is goes against the facts on the ground, right? So bluntly, they have been giving up. And if you can't see that with your own eyes, then I can't help you because they have been beaten back in Kiev, in Sumy, in Kharkiv. Ukraine has liberated over more than 8,000 kilometers of their territory. They have abandoned Kherson because they are being beaten. And bluntly, Ukraine knows exactly what they're fighting for, and the Russians don't. They are sending a bunch of Mobliks who are poorly trained, and they're absolutely getting massacred. Their losses are staggering. It's the losses they haven't seen since the Second World War. So, at some point, even from that old guy, Sun Tzu, he said, a country cannot be perpetually at war. They can't. They can't sustain it militarily, economically, or strategically. And so at the end of the day, this has an end. And the end is that they will lose because if they couldn't achieve the victory with the so-called greatest army in the world, or second greatest army in the world, or whatever they claim to have been within the first month, this is just like silly. It's clear that they've already lost. They just haven't you know admitted it yet, or they're hoping for a bunch of things, but whatever they try is not going to work because we can see the military situation on the ground. We can see them being beaten back. You can see that with your own eyes. So that's just a matter of time. So I'm not exactly sure where you're going with this, but I think at this point it's getting a bit silly. So I appreciate you coming up to voice your concerns, but we have to be fact based, right? We
Yeah.
have to look at what's happening, what's actually happening, and what's provable. And it is provable that they are being pushed back. So
Yeah.
to say that they have an unlimited capacity to fight this war is just simply incorrect, right?
Yes. The only thing that I would be concerned about is that Russia have already launched a weapon of mass destruction that we cannot defend against, a hyper missile.
Okay, so again, now this is actually a subject I know a thing or two about. So I will tell you right now that that is total nonsense. All nuclear weapons, for example, all WMDs are
No,
hypersonic by
not
definition. So they have no, um, and it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, if they're dumb enough to use any sort of WMD, it will be the end of Russia, and at the bare minimum, the end of their their army and navy in and air force in Ukraine for sure. That has been communicated to them, and by the way, they wouldn't be working the deconfliction lines, burning up the telephones, begging people not to nuke them if they do something stupid. They wouldn't be working those phones if they didn't understand the consequences of doing something stupid. So we've gone through a number of talking points here that are quite common. I would really ask you to reconsider some of these points. We've been through them numerous times. They're not really going to go anywhere. Russia started this war. They are committing atrocities at a grand scale. They're committing a genocide. Ukrainians are fighting back. They're being armed to the teeth in order to do so. They will liberate their country, and that is what will happen. I see CJ has his hand up, and then we have other speakers who want to come up, so I would like to give them a chance as well. And CJ, I'll let you wrap it up, please.
Oh, okay.
I was hoping that if Colby's still around, I have a follow-up for this, because one thing that was interesting about this latest Russian missile strike, it took them 6 weeks to accumulate enough missiles and drones to really try again, as you might say, because they need a lot of rounds to saturate Ukrainian air defenses. One of the things that was interesting was these missiles, at least one of them was produced this summer, which I guess is a little bit concerning with obviously the sanctions, some of the sanctions in place supposedly trying to prevent this, but also, we're really obviously hoping that they're running low on missiles. I guess, Colby, I was curious on your thoughts on that, considering you track this much more closely than I do.
Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. Just on the question of what them being able to produce new missiles with regard to the one being produced this summer.
Yeah, I know. John had said it probably was only between 3 and 6 a month, and so that isn't a lot by any stretch. And if they need to have about 100 before they go for an attack on Ukraine in a large number, then perhaps it's not too concerning. But I was just wondering if there had been any follow up on that since.
Right. Yeah. I don't think I've seen anything really further on that. I saw all the same reporting and all the same estimates that their missile production. I think they were talking about cruise missiles specifically, rather than ballistic, being a pretty low rate of production, like just a few per month. I think that's probably in the ballpark. I mean, it's unknowable for us. Obviously, NATO intelligence is going to have probably a better idea. But if it was a lot higher than that, I think that we'd be seeing more consistent fires of the Russians than what we're seeing. And it comes in waves, so they obviously are stocking up on munitions and then expending them, and then it's going to take quite a while for those to be restocked with low levels of production. So I think that's right, but I haven't seen anything further. It's all a lot of guesswork, at least on the open source side, I think. But I'll definitely let everybody know if I see any further news that might give any indication of what their production capacity is going to be. The interesting thing will be with the fire that happened at the facility in Podolsk, whether that puts an end to any future production, because that was a major subcomponents manufacturer for all of their ballistic missiles. At least I don't know about the cruise missiles, but all the ballistic and all the surface to air missiles, I think we're getting components from that factory outside of Moscow. So what low level of production existed might be kaput. Time will tell.
Well, I think not only is that good news, but I saw today too, and I was hoping someone could confirm this, because if it's true, it would be great news. And that was that the Hawk systems donated by the U.S. and some other countries, these air defense systems, which are, albeit somewhat old, yet probably effective against some of the cruise missiles, if not all of the drones that Russia is using, that these systems had been integrated and were about to be online as soon as this next week. Hopefully, someone can confirm that that's true, because if so, it is another important capability being added on, even if it's short range mostly and pretty slow. It still adds to the protection overall, and would be great news. Hopefully someone can give me a yes there.
That is true. It arrived a while ago now. It was announced during a visit of the Spanish foreign minister to Kiev. So it's been at least 2 weeks, I think, since that was announced that it had arrived. I suspect it might even be operational right now, and they're just not saying so. But I know a couple days ago, I think there was a spokesperson for either the Ukrainian MOD or the chief of staff or the Air Force Command maybe said that they expected Hawk to be operational very soon. So wouldn't be surprised if it actually is operational right now, and we may get video soon of interceptions and missile debris that could confirm that it is in service. So yeah, I do expect definitely if it's not already in service, it will be soon. Hawk has a record against aerodynamic missiles. So I suspect it probably will be effective. The drones, the small drones, maybe less so because these Hawk missiles are really, really big. And big missiles tend to be a little bit less maneuverable, less effective against like small targets. But certainly the cruise missiles, Hawk is probably pretty well suited against that. And then the interesting thing is that the Juliet and Kilo variants of Hawk are good against short-range ballistic missiles as well. So I don't know what standard Spain's missiles were upgraded to, but presumably all of the missiles that are coming out of American stock and being refurbished should be of that standard. So at the very least, when those arrive, that's more ballistic missile defense capabilities for Ukraine, which is obviously a weak point since they don't have very many systems that have that ability.
And then last but not least, hopefully, I haven't seen anything about this, but I was thinking about it earlier today. And really, I know Thomas Sliner's going to want to talk about it. So I guess we should get ready. And that is about the IRIS-T. So we know one system has been delivered and it's performing exceptionally well, at least on 3 specific indications by the Ukrainian General Staff of 100% interception rate, which is as advertised, which is good. But I remember at the Ramstein 6, so one meeting ago, after that October 10th strike, it was announced by the German government that they were moving up the delivery of 3 more future systems to arrive much quicker. And I was hoping perhaps before Thomas comes, we can have an update of when that might be.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He probably have a good idea. I think that I have to go back and check if they announced when the second system. There are some people who were saying the second system's already there. I think I saw some reporting where people believe that there was in fact 2 systems in Ukraine now. But if not, I think it might have been like December or January, and then I think the balance, all 4 were supposed to arrive by end of Q2 next year.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Brian, I see that you're up and looking forward to a conversation. I wanted to move on to Trident just ahead of you, Brian, if that's okay, because I have a lot of stuff to discuss with you. So let's go to Trident because I think he had his hand up for this conversation, and then we'll move to you, Brian, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, and Brian, I'll just jump ahead. I'm going to put my hand back down. I was going to speak to some, I hesitate to call them points made, but I think you did an elegant job. I don't think there's anything that needs to be said. I will just say that I don't believe that Ukraine ever landed on the moon, and I'm passionate about that. So I'll give my time back to Brian.
Excellent. Okay, so Brian, if you'd like to introduce yourself and give the audience a bit of a background of the sort of work you've been doing, I would really love to hear from you.
Oh, thanks, Bloke, and thanks everybody. It's really wonderful to always be a part of this conversation. I think you handled that last one pretty darn well. So I'm an American. I live in California. Live in the Bay Area. A long time tech guy, and the story. I'll be brief, Bloke. But the story is, I was working for a company running technology for a company called Equinix, which is a global data center company, and in that role, I was running all the software development and network development for the company, and and we needed to build a software team. And so in 2019, I made the decision to build that team in Warsaw, and went over to Warsaw and really, fell in love with the place and the people and the really great education system. Just an amazing group of humans. And in building out that team, I worked with Google. The guy that's there, he's brilliant, and he's a big supporter of Ukraine. His name's Antonio Gulli, Dr. Gulli. He's Italian. He now lives in Italy, but he was living in Warsaw. And basically, Kubernetes and most of the software that Google builds is actually built for that particular platform in Poland. And so I decided to build this there. And we weren't huge, but we built it. I don't know, 100 people, and maybe 20 were Ukrainians. And I had a woman who worked for me for years who's Ukrainian. Her name's Yelena Parker. She lives in London now. Brilliant, hardworking. So I just had this experience that was really positive in the tech space with both Poles and Ukrainians. So I left Equinix in April of 2019. So I guess I built it in 2018, and I got to work with them. And when the war broke out in February, I called. One of the guys that I met during that time was a deputy prime minister. He's kind of like like the head of the like the Chamber of Commerce for Warsaw, kind of. And anyway, he's a long time government guy, and he and I hit it off, and one day everybody was kind of surprised that he spent so much time with me, because he said, "Hey, let's go check out Warsaw." And so he took me to the Warsaw, where you could still see the bullet holes in the buildings from World War II. And he says, that's where my grandmother and my grandfather, who didn't know each other at the time, were taken to the concentration camps where they had my mother. Just incredible stories and all this stuff. And so we got to become pretty close. Well, when the war broke out, I called him and I said, Tomas, what do you need? Like, what can we do? What do you need? And he works with, he's worked across the Belarusian border. He's worked with the Ukrainians. And so he said, what we need is medical supplies. And so this was like the first week in March. And I said, okay, what do you need? And he gave me a list. I said, get me a list. And, and I just started buying out stores. And, they wanted things like hemostatic bandages and tourniquets and plasma. And this was back when they just didn't have a lot of, the aid. One of the things I find out, I love these organizations that deliver aid, but it takes a while for the bureaucracy to move. And so I packed up a couple 100 pounds of stuff and flew over, and he had sort of greased the skids at the Warsaw airport. And so I just got in without any, didn't even look at my bags. And I just delivered these things to a government official, who then took me to, these folks that knew that what I said, well, what else do they need? We need generators. I said, okay, let's go get some generators. We need, whatever they needed. We need boots, we need sleeping bags, so we just went shopping, and then we did what we could do. And then the country manager for the company that I worked at, he was also there. And I said, his name's Robert. And I said, Robert, let's go down to the border to Medica and see what we can see what they need. And what we saw was we found out that the kids really like these juice boxes. They're almost like applesauce in like a box. And so they have a Costco equivalent. I don't know what it's called. I forget. It's not Tesco, but it's a Polish Costco, basically. And so we went out, we just filled our cars with these juice boxes and powdered milk and just all this stuff. Because what we found was that these shelters were just overrun. So we delivered these things, and I met this guy named Kamil Pruzanowski. And And Bloke, I'll send you his name. He's an incredible guy. But basically, he and some buddies, these are Poles that live down in Yarosław, down near the border in the southeast corner of Poland. His friend was sort of a real estate guy, and they just started retrofitting buildings to create shelters. And one of them was in Radimno, and I said, "What do you need?" And he goes, "We need beds." I go, "How many do you need?" And he goes, "We need 400." I said, "Okay." And so I said, "Let's go pick them. Let's go pick them on, on oh, what's the Swedish company? IKEA." And so we picked out 200 bunk beds and all the beddings and mattress. I mean, we were just sort of slamming it together. And I mean, these guys did all the work. I just helped them financially, and and uh, you know, basically they've been supporting these kids. And since then, I've gone back a few times. And in fact, one time we went back, we filled up the van and we drove into Ukraine because one of the guys there runs a trucking company. I don't know, maybe 10 trucks, 8 to 10 trucks, and he has friends all over Ukraine. And so we drove into Ukraine. Um, we drove to Kiev, and we met a guy and this woman. The guy was kind of like a special forces captain kind of guy that was guarding, you know. I mean, he had pictures of him with Zelensky and him with the prime minister of Poland, and I mean, in a group, not just him. But so he was, and he went around with us, and the woman that went around with us was in charge of refugees and displaced people. and and so we went to Bucha, and this was in I don't know, July, and we went to Irpin and we went to Borodyanka. And it's very hard to just even talk about that and what I saw. And I have pictures that I shouldn't. It just it's just hard to describe. And what when we finished this time in Kiev and around this area, we drove back and we stopped in Lviv. And I said, one of the things that the kids don't have, I mean, they get to play outside at the shelters, and these guys have done an amazing job. But what they don't have is a lot of books in their native language. And so when we were in Lviv, I said, "Hey, let's buy as many books as we can fit in the van, several boxes." And I didn't know what to buy, so I just went to this local bookstore, beautiful bookstore, and I, wanted speaking English, and I said, and Lviv is just a beautiful town. I mean, both Kiev and Lviv, but I just asked them for help. I said, "You know what? These are for kids that are with their moms or their grandma, and they don't have anything. They share phones. They play outside. We got them swing sets and all that kind of stuff, but they don't have any books in their language." And so she goes, "Well, how old are they?" And I said, "Well," and I got a list, and I said, "Well, we got 200 or 300 kids that are between 3 and 16. So male and female." And so we just put together a list that, she said, "Okay, if we want to buy." So she picked out these books. She goes, "Oh yeah, this is a favorite of Ukrainian children, and this is a favorite." And so we just packed as many books as we could, and we took them back. And again, I have pictures when I got there. I stamped them all, and then we had to divide them between the shelters. I didn't have enough, but I had what I had. And oh my gosh, the kids came running out, and they jump on your back, and they're so excited. And I'll never forget this one picture of this young girl clutching a book to her chest with both arms, because it was like a little piece of home. So so I came back, and I was working with one of the issues is that the foundations that I was working with there in Poland aren't 501c3s. So getting Americans to donate to something that they can't get especially if you have a foundation or whatever, you can't get a tax deduction. So I found this really cool organization called Nova Ukraine. And Nova Ukraine said, when I met with the founder in Palo Alto, he's Jewish, he's on the board. His name's Michael Simbersky. And Michael said, I would be happy if you make donations to us, we will donate that to Poland Welcomes. So what I found is Nova Ukraine's a platform that I could use in Silicon Valley. So what I decided to do last month is my goal was to raise $40,000 to buy 10,000 books. The books are about $4 each. I have 3 publishers in Ukraine that I'm working with because with the power outages and everything, I may have to spread the wealth. But what was great is I finally got it online like November 9th, so 10 days ago, and I've raised so far $21,000. And I've got friends who are chairman of the board and things, so I know I have another 5 or 6,000. So what I'm just trying to do is get the word out that in the midst of all this, and I'm an ex-military guy, and I was in NATO long ago. I'm an older guy, but the kids are just under so much pressure. And if you look at it, depends on what numbers you look at. There's 700 to 800,000 in Poland refugees. The Ukraine, the latest podcast is just had a psychiatrist on talking about the damage to the children that this is doing. And so I'm just trying to bring a piece of home to them for Christmas, basically. And so I'm gonna stop the fundraiser whatever I raise, and then it's going. I'm gonna pay whatever distribution, and if I have to go over there again to organize, people in Ukraine are helping me, and we're just gonna try and buy as many books as we can and distribute them to the kids in the shelters in Poland. So so that's the story in a nutshell, bloke. And like I said, the first time I didn't know about this site. I'm so glad you're here because I can just turn it on and listen and not feel like I'm the only person or American or whatever thinking like, like this just has to stop, So, but in the meantime, we got to help the kids and the moms and the grandmoms, but the kids. So anyway, that's it.
That's an amazing story, Brian. I really appreciate your work and folks. Yeah, by all means, please just to share and retweet the space. Maybe mention a bit about what you've heard here, and if you have questions for Brian and what he's doing, to get books to the kids, if you could please request the mic. Feel free to ask Brian some questions, and let's pull together and see what we can do to help out. Brian, why don't you tell me a little bit more about the current effort underway and how you're going to make it all happen?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we call it's a silly name, but I think this was a little bit of Ukrainian humor, and the guy is a lawyer, so I think this is why it's called Operation Santa Book Clause, CLAUSE. And again, it's on the novaukraine.crowdchange.co site. And so right now the 3 publishers that we're talking to in Ukraine are Old Lion Publishing in Kyiv, what's called Art Tech, Art Economy is another one in Kyiv, and then Publishing House in Kyiv. And so, they've said they'll give me a 25% discount on because the orders will be sizable. And so what the intention is the woman who got us the the safe passage to Bucha and around Kiev, she's helping me to get the numbers. I'm working with the Polish foundations to get the numbers of kids, and then I'm working with her, and it's hard because you got to get basically a big spreadsheet of you know you'd like to know male, female, you'd like to know the age groups and numbers so that you can try and order intelligently. So I got to get the demand side sorted, and then on the supply side, I'm telling them, I said, it's sort of, I don't know. I grew up with things like Curious George and the Berenstain Bears and Dr. Seuss, whatever. I'm not a politically correct guy. I don't know what's okay anymore, but those are the books that remind me of my childhood and bring me back. And so I asked them, I said, because they were asking me what books, and I said, look, guys, I don't know. I need your help to tell me what are the books that Ukrainian children were raised with. And I mean, these are beautiful books. Like there's fairy princesses. There's this one, it's like a gopher. I don't know. I forget the name of it, but it's super cute. And everybody they lit up when they saw that. And so that's the two things now is that the fundraising will end at some point in the not too distant future. And then I'm going to nail down the supply side with Natalia. And then I'm probably going to go back over to Poland to sort out the shelters where to go, because there's a group of nuns. In fact, Thomas calls them, it's sort of funny. He calls them the Holy Order of Tactical Nuns, because they were delivering stuff over the border to the Ukrainians. They know where a lot of the children are around Warsaw, and so it's just organizing. I mean, I don't have an organization or anything. I'm just doing this myself with some friends, and so that's sort of the plan. Every single dollars that we raise is going to go to buying books, and NOV Ukraine, because they're an organization, they can pay the publishers directly. So anyway, that's the current plan. It's as much of a plan as I have right now. I just wanted to see what the response was, and I have to share this one story, because this just about broke my heart in a good way. Now, if this doesn't make you just feel amazing. My daughter, so I have 4 kids. My daughter's in grad school in Boston, and she has a friend, and so my daughter's 25, and this is a young man that she went to high school with. So I'm gonna try and get through this without being a baby, but just if I get a little choked up, I gotta stop. So I saw a donation come in for $1,000 from a 25-year-old kid. Okay. And it's a friend of my daughter's. And I said, Natalie, what is, like, I can't let him do this. And so she said, oh my gosh. So she followed up with him. And here's what his text to her that she sent to me said. It says, I've been feeling pretty convicted recently about how lucky I am to come home every day to a warm meal and a warm bed, when there are so many kids out there who are just unlucky enough to be born in a stretch of land some greedy man wants for his own. And since I got a promotion at work, I've got some extra tithing money, and I haven't committed anything yet. So when I saw your dad's post on LinkedIn and saw the drawing of Snoopy, because a young Ukrainian girl had drawn for me Snoopy in blue and gold when she got the books. She goes, and when I saw the drawing of Snoopy, my heart just melted. I wish I could be there to see the smiles on those kids' faces. This is a 25-year-old California kid, works at NASA, saying, you know, I mean, I just couldn't believe it. And so, you know, the chairman of Qualcomm donated the ex leader, one of the top two guys at AT&T. These are all people that I know from these days. They all have given, and so I've gotten as low as $5, and I've gotten $5,000. So, you know, it just goes to show that, you know, it just we got to help these people.
Thank you, Brian, and of course, take your time. And we have some listeners with questions. Anyone else who would like to come up and ask a question about what Brian's experience is and what he's trying to do for the children of Ukraine, especially just before the holidays, please feel free to request the mic and come up and ask your question. Go ahead, Beth.
Hello, Brian. I'm on my Peloton right now, so if I'm a little out of breath, that's why.
That's awesome.
Okay. Fantastic. Fantastic. All of it. I enjoyed hearing about your experiences and how you have decided to help these children. I'm a professor out here in California also. So in my milieu, in my circle of influence, educators, and they would be into books, right? That's
Yeah.
something they can understand. And from a heart space support, I wanted to know what's your deadline? What is this website? Because as educators, they're so smart for everything. They'll want to make sure it's all legit. So I would need to have to provide them the website. And I think there was a third question, but I can't remember. But deadline and website.
Okay. So the deadline that I put, I can't remember. I think I put December 16th.
Great.
I may do it a little sooner than that, but let's say December 16th. That's what's on the website. And
okay.
the website, bloke, I you know, even though I'm a techie, I couldn't figure out how. I hear this thing about putting something up in the nest or putting something.
Just send it to me. I'll check it out and I'll throw it up in the nest for you.
It's in your direct. It's in your DMs. I sent it to you just before this.
Okay. I'll take care of this, Brian.
Okay. Thank you, Beth.
I will put the word out, and thank you for what you're doing.
Are you in Northern California or Southern California?
SoCal.
Yeah, so I'm right now. I'm in SoCal because I'm getting a PhD in leadership and change at Pepperdine.
Nice.
Yeah.
I teach out at UCR and also adjunct at RCC out here east of you. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for your support.
Yeah, thank you. Just because they are professors, the easier we make it for them, the less complicated it'll be. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, totally.
Thank you, Brian.
Beth.
So, Brian, could you, just describe a little more about your trip and the things you saw and what brought you to this and what you've noticed that, obviously, you know, the kids must really love getting these books, and talk about their reactions and how they're coping, if you could.
Yeah. So the kids really miss having their dads around because when you do go and spend time there, they follow you around. Like when we were making the beds, and I have a really good friend, and this man is a saint. He's lived there for 9 months. He's Irish. His name's John Doyle, and and John has lived there in a little room in these shelters. He put together most of these beds, and it's like the handyman, and he's a DJ, and he would go home for a week, and he downloaded Ukrainian music and was a DJ. And so we have videos of the kids with their moms dancing and singing, the latest Ukrainian pop music here in a Polish shelter. And then all of a sudden the Ukrainian national anthem would come on, and they would all sing at the top of their lungs. And um, so the kids are, so they really cling to men that are there visiting. And how they're coping is pretty interesting, because the Polish experience, I think, while hard, they've really, really done a good job of, like, for example, I mean, it's just crazy, the stuff that would happen. So like in Redimno one day, since I had rented a car, I was there, and I was in putting together a bed or doing something, and they came running to me and they said, "Could you drive two kids to the hospital?" And I thought, "Oh my God." And what had happened is we had these Israeli volunteers come in, and they really worked hard putting together climbing structures and all this different stuff, and they got them a trampoline. And well, one girl broke her leg, and one guy broke his finger or something. And so the moms, they didn't know, how they were going to get to the hospital. And the hospital was in Shemish, which is near Medica, near the border. And so they said, "Would you drive him?" I said, "Absolutely." So I'm driving, and I could hear the girl. They were both, sitting in the seat, holding their kids. And, I could hear her just whimpering. And so because, I had my phone connected with Spotify to the car, I didn't know what to play. So I just played, Disney princess music. And it was funny. She sort of stopped whimpering, and I could even hear her doing a little singing, just little moments like that. There's uh um and then I waited and actually visited Tesco at the border crossing and saw that. And I didn't understand why every country in Europe, and many even in Asia, like Australia and Canada, had desks in this big clearinghouse of refugees to work on their paperwork for passports and all this, but there wasn't a US desk. So I personally felt a little bit of shame with that. Um, but the Poles have really integrated them. They go to, and this foundation, it's called Poland Welcomes. And if you check out polandwelcomes.org, they have put everything into this. Like, it's a band of friends, but the mom teaches kindergarten. So from day one, these Ukrainian children that were of that age were going to her kindergarten, her private kindergarten. The others got integrated into the schools, and the Polish kids made room for them. They had health care. They got, meals were cooked for them, because in the center place in Yaroslavl, they had a kitchen that they used to deliver meals, 2 hot meals a day, a breakfast and then dinner. And and everybody just pitched in. There was a Scottish guy, and come to find out, he's like of nobility. Um, Scrimgeour, Harry Scrimgeour, I think is his name. I know I'm butchering the pronunciation of the last name, but Harry is literally, I think, Scottish royalty. And anyway, he was delivering pizzas. He just funded it all himself. To all of these things where this truck would pull up, and the kids knew it, and they lined up because they knew they could just stuff themselves with pizza. And Harry and his team were dressed as pirates, and and they would go from shelter to shelter, and it was a pretty happy day when Harry the pizza guy came. um and so sometimes kids would cry, and obviously sometimes they would squabble with each other just like kids do. But the kids that I saw in Poland um were adjusting. I saw really interesting things like Romanis, which is a Ukrainian group of people, would come in, and there were spats with some of the other Ukrainians, and I saw that. But then we brought in people to educate and teach acceptance and living together, because it gets close quarters, right? Everybody's, you're packing people into rooms, and um, and some of these buildings were old. And they had to be retrofitted. And this guy, I mean, there was no money for it, so this guy just paid for it. Uh, and in fact, if for those of you that are, still living in 80s music like me, Johnny Hates Jazz, Shattered Dreams, the song Shattered Dreams. I think it's Clark Blatchley or something. He came over recently, spent time with Poland Welcomes, and was blown away. And so he has re-released Shattered Dreams for for Ukraine, for Poland Welcomes, and they were just interviewed on Sky News yesterday of what decided to do it. So this isn't like a what they call it, a dog and pony show. This is like really people living together, making it work, trying to take care of these kids through a rough time. So
Thank you, Brian. So we have some new speakers up.
Yep.
So Daniel, the way it usually works here is if you press on the little when you come up to speak, just mute your mic and then press the little heart-shaped button, and then on the right-hand side of your screen there will be a hand which will raise your hand, and that's how I'll know that you want to speak, and then we go in order of hands. Is that okay, Daniel?
Probably. Sorry, I'm a French speaker, so I would.
De Montréal, de Québec?
I'm a Québécois, yeah.
Okay, d'accord. Yeah, if do you have a question?
I don't have a question, just a suggestion for Brian. Trying to get some foundation for money. I think people, very people who want to give money don't want to put their identity on the internet. So maybe just selling some foundation card on the um, every store, like Canadian Tire, or they did it for like video game. You can buy Roblox video game card. Buying cards is more easy that putting your MasterCard or Visa card on the internet.
thank you. Yeah, we thought about Amazon wish lists for people that don't want to do that, and then then it's completely separate. But that's an even further one. I was just trying to hit for Christmas, so I do appreciate that.
Thank you, Daniel. Anda, I believe you're next.
Hi. Good morning. I have a question. So You said the kids are missing their dads, and that's perfectly normal and um, understandable. Um, are there any kind of games that you? So actually, I have two questions. Um, are they mostly girls or mostly boys, or like equal um, in numbers? And are there any games that they need to that can they can be engaged in to play and spend their free time doing something useful, um, and useful in the meaning they are learning and playing, and the time passes easier, and basically they have an activity. um, do I make any sense?
Yeah, you really do, and I appreciate you speaking in English so I can understand. So I appreciate that. So your first question was, it's pretty evenly spaced. There was a few more girls than boys, but not much. So it was, and the age distribution, they're mostly younger. Um, but there were some teenagers um, and older kids. And in fact, it was beautiful. I gave one of like a little boom box, music box to one of the 15-year-old boys, 16-year-old boys, and he was super helpful carrying some heavy stuff. And I I showed him the Google Translate and I said, look, you can be a leader here. These kids are going to look up to you. Um, so I'm going to give you this. And then, when you feel like, they need to, we need to have some music and have a little fun, you now have this for you. And he asked me, he says, is this for me or is this for me to share? I said, this is for you, but it's for you to share as a young leader. Um, and so, his chest kind of puffed out, and he loved that. So with regard to games, it's a great question because I thought about like board games, and I think as I start to get closer to making the order, we may we may take some of that money and buy games. Um, you know, it's you don't want them just sitting on screens, and there's not, first of all, there's not really computers, but there are phones, and they share the phones, and they all sit under the hotspot at the shelter. Um, and then they have the playground, as I mentioned, that they go out to, and for the older kids, they go to school. But I do think that, so I've thought about even contacting the Lego company, and thinking, is, could we get Legos there? So, with the not a lot of time before now and Christmas, I just said, and because of I mean, tears are streaming down my face when I saw these kids just hug these books. I thought, this is a little bit, and this is something they can take and they can put it under their pillow. And it's theirs. And but I am thinking about games, and in particular Legos. If I do go over there, I've already bought like Baby Yoda Lego kit. I bought some Lego kits, and I thought, you know what, I can fill several bags full of Legos. But it's a great question. I thought about games as well.
um, I was asking because I know there are three things that are developed during playing in groups, eh, besides bonding with the others and interacting directly with the others. You there is a small competition, you learn something, but there is, as you said, you take them from the screens, which kind of disconnect them from the people around them, and they get to connect with the people with which they are directly playing, and to bond with them. There are some games that can be board games that can be played in teams. So you kind of figure out which partner, which person is your team member, and um, you can learn to interact with him and try to be successful, right? They are competitive in general, and usually it allows them to have um, a fun time, right? There are small so the board games, it doesn't necessarily has to be this is for the room, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be um, a very large um, board with complicated stuff. It can be for example, it's a small thing that's called double. Just a second, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm coughing. And for example, double is it basically it's you have some cards with I don't know, 9 pictures on them, and with each card there is a match with the next one, and you need to put the match to figure out if you have a match in your hand and put it down. The first one who runs out of them is the winner, and well, they go from there. And it's a really fun uh, uh, thing. It's, for example, it trains attention, because you really need to pay attention. It makes them competitive, but it is also fun, and it's not hard, it's not expensive, it's not hard. There are a lot of games that can be this kind of games that are not expensive. They cost like something between, I don't know, 5 to 10 euros, for example, and that can be used and basically make their time um, make their time more fun, and make everything more entertaining, right? um there it won't take away their problems, but it will um help the time pass easier. And I think what you did with that child, with the 15-year-old child, adolescent, um, making him a small leader, appointing him as a leader, I think that was a brilliant idea, both for him, um, because it develops his abilities to lead, and for the others, because they can connect easier to him. So I think that was a brilliant move. Um, we are now on the 20th of November. Um, I don't know if in Poland we have a celebration in I'm from Romania, and we have a celebration in Romania for that goes first before Christmas. It is on the 6th of November of December. So my question is, are you shooting to get the gifts for Christmas, or earlier? And how can we help? For example, if we are for the people who are right now in the room, how can we help if you want to help?
Oh, so just to that point, Anda, I put the link to Nova Ukraine up into the nest to that campaign. So anyone listening, the link is in the nest.
Awesome. I will also try to reach. I have two more questions after, actually, and then an idea. Um, do the children or their mothers have or asked for um, um, therapy? In a, do you feel like they need it?
Yeah, it's a big it's a so first of all, I really do love the games idea and the benefits of the games that you outlined. Um, so I will put that on my list as I meet with these publishing houses. And I assume that they'll probably sell games because I went onto one website that could translate into English, and they did have games. So that's a great idea. The therapy thing, it's very interesting. The Poland welcomes uh, shelters had a Ukrainian PhD psychiatrist who specialized in family therapy in the shelter. She herself was a refugee, and um, she is there with them, and she meets. She has quote unquote clients. I mean, it's free, but she provides those services to all the shelters. She's a shared resource, but is dedicated to this particular. And I witnessed myself as I was in the main um, building, the main kind of the quote unquote, it's headquarters is a fancy word. It's not a headquarters, it's just the main office. Um, where she is, and there's also people living there, and I got to meet her, and she was like, yes, they not only need it now, they're going to need it for a long time. And that's that that Ukraine, the latest Telegraph, when they brought in that woman where she was describing, it was very consistent with what I saw, which is um you can, if kids know that they're safe and that someone is looking after them. It's just like when the little kids look back to see if mom or dad's looking at them. Um, you know, they they can survive and these kids are the ones that I've observed. I did not see children in Ukraine because the places I went, they were gone. I just met with people. I met with the mayor of Bucha and those people. I didn't see the kids. But the kids in Poland, it other than missing their father, which is big, um, they felt safe. They had food. They had friends. Um, they weren't super bored because some of them went off to school. They had a little stipend. They could walk down to the little store. The older ones could, and they were taking. I love how the older ones were looking after the younger ones, taking them by the hand to go down to get a candy bar or whatever. Um, um, but you're right about they. There is a need for therapy. There is, and I think we're going to have to figure out how to administer that in a I'm thinking of the now, but I'm also thinking of rebuilding, how we rebuild Ukraine. um and that's got to be a part of the fabric is therapeutic help, and I think there's going to need to be therapeutic help for the soldiers and for the moms who have had to bear the burden of being alone and getting on the road and taking the kids. So I think we're just beginning the help we need. I did have another idea that is just super nascent, but I advise a company called Mentor Cloud, which is a mentoring platform. And I've thought about how do we create mentors for these Ukrainian women? How do we get them together on this platform? And I think, um, uh, and I think this should be or could be Ukrainian women or women who want to mentor Ukrainian women, moms, etc. How do we provide them the support and the needs? I mean, the needs are just so great from what I saw, and again, God bless the Poles for what they've done, but yeah, I think it's just beginning the help we need to give.
Two more. Sorry, look. Two more questions, and then I promise I'm done. And thank you very much. So there are for Christmas. You mentioned Christmas, and I know one of the things that we associate with Christmas is are decorations, right? Making everything around you fun and gay and as possible. And I wondered if you taken into consideration and or someone from there. They can be the decoration doesn't have to be necessarily bought. They can be made out of, for example, out of colored paper and everything. And in making them, you can involve the children. So was this taken into consideration, or can it be taken into consideration? It doesn't cost much, and it can be fun and engaging, especially for the little ones.
Yeah, that they do that a lot at the shelters. When if you get to the link that Bloke shared in the nest, I put a little short video on there. There's a video message of me in my office, and I hold up the blue and yellow Snoopy that was made for me, and so there's beautiful, like I could share with you pictures of the art that they've done that is painted or finger painted or color pencils or whatever. But I think it's a great idea to turn that creativity towards decorations. I think that's a great idea. So I've jotted that down onto.
Thank you very much, Brian. I will DM you some videos if you have your DMs open.
I do, and I also don't mind. My email's coachlily@gmail. So
awesome.
It's just Coach COACH and my last name Lily@gmail. So anybody that wants to send me an email, I'm better on email than Twitter, and who knows how long Twitter will be up.
Okay. I noted that, and I will send you some videos, links, ideas, and maybe this would help. Um, and I really wanted to thank you very much for what you're doing, and for your time, and for sharing all this with us. I think it's really important to remember the children and what the world is doing besides the war itself. You know. And thank you, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ando.
Excellent. Well, I have some DMs. Some people are saying that your DMs weren't open. They were trying to reach you, but maybe in your Twitter profile or something, just let, yeah.
I'll check
Or
right
yeah.
now. I don't even know how to do it, but I'll figure it out. One thing, Anda did ask the question, are you going to try and get it? She asked two questions that I didn't answer that I'd like to answer really quickly. One is December 6th, you know, there's some things that are done earlier than Christmas. I'm going to try, and as I get this stuff lined up with the publishing houses, I'm going to try and start placing orders, you know, right now, or as soon as I can. And so there's it very likely that they could be before, you know, by December 6th, and Anda will get in contact directly. And then second is, you said, can I help? There's, you know, as he said, that there's this website, but I may also need help just logistics. And so people that are in Ukraine who want to help, I don't know if there's people on here that are in Ukraine, but or in Poland. If you want to go see Poland Welcomes, where the first, you know, where I got the idea delivering them this summer, Camille would be happy. I put in yours the remade Shattered Dreams link. So it just, if you're interested, I'll figure out how to turn on DMs, and please reach out to me. Allow messages from everyone. I see. I just turned it on. I figured it out.
All right, folks. So you know how to reach Brian now. Yeah, and thank you for all the work you do, Brian. I see we have no hands up now, but that's great. Feel free to continue to hang out, and glad you're a friend of the space, and come up anytime. And Slava Ukrainian, and thank you for the work you do.
Slava Ukrainian.
Okay, so Anda, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I am really well. Actually, I slept, and sleep is my superpower. I'm a fast charger, but I do need to to charge my batteries from time to time, and yeah, thank you for that. Um, and I'm looking forward for some thread I heard about, something someone worked really hard on.
Indeed. So Colby, I don't know if it's too late, Colby. Now, are you still around, Colby?
I'm here. Midnight between Saturday and Sunday probably isn't the best time to be publishing my thesis here. But I don't know. I've been promising it for quite a while now, so I just kind of had to pull the trigger on it because I'm not going to have time to get it done tomorrow morning, and I wanted to get it done before, because I knew I wasn't going to have time tomorrow because we're going to interview Thomas tomorrow, probably for 4 hours. So I definitely wasn't going to write it tomorrow. So
Thomas is he's amazing. He has stamina to go on for 4 hours, far more than you or I suspect. But yeah, so apparently this is all my fault because I asked you a question last night and you said you were going to write a thread about it, right? I'm vicariously trying to take credit for this. So why don't you throw it up? Do you want me to throw it up in the nest for you, Colby, or
it's
can you do
there.
that, please?
It's there on top. It's the first thing in the nest right now.
Awesome. And this is a subject about how Ukraine can defend itself. So why don't you kick it off, Colby, and say, first of all, what were you thinking about? What was the problem that we were all thinking about, and what you decided to write in the nest?
So the discussion around air defense Ukraine for most of the war is centered around surface air missiles primarily, for very good reasons. But the emergence of the threat from loitering munitions, which has grown as the war has gone on, prompted this this thread, because loitering munitions they're not brand new. They've been around for a while, but obviously this is the first time we're really seeing them used in large scale, and obviously this is the first conventional war we've had in a while. So this is a new dynamic, and the problem that is posed by loitering munitions is that they're fairly cheap, and surface-to-air missiles are fairly expensive. So for any country, even the United States, surface-to-air missiles are not a good firing solution against very cheap loitering munitions, because it's not economically feasible to shoot them down with a very expensive system. So you need to have a more affordable firing solution that still is effective at destroying what are fairly simple pieces of technology, but can be quite deadly, because a $20,000 loitering munition compared to a multi-million-dollar cruise missile can still significantly damage civilian power infrastructure. It can take out $1 million tank, or other expensive equipment. So there needs to be you need to have solutions that themselves are affordable to defeat these sort of lower tech loitering munitions. So this thread basically details some of the possible firing solutions that could be provided to Ukraine to fill this capability gap that sort of exists. Ukraine already has some of these systems. It's just a question of how can we get them more, and what other systems might exist that fit the bill.
Excellent. And I had a bunch of questions for you about. So one of the things that I had asked earlier is about the progress being made to defend, power stations, to defend civilian infrastructure, and where you were mentioning that progress has been made here, or like one of the interesting things that came out of the conversation yesterday was that we really weren't expecting the Gepards to be as useful as they were before. Certainly at the beginning, to defend civilians, and defend civilian infrastructure, and now we find them really helpful. So is that part of your thread as well?
Yeah, the Gepards are in there. They're the first thing I talked about, actually. System that Ukraine's already using, a system that's proven to be pretty effective. Probably the most effective system available in this class, and we're talking about automatic cannons. Is what this thread is almost entirely about, because that is the affordable firing solution. Because surface-to-air missiles are expensive, but automatic cannon rounds are cheap, comparatively speaking. That is the best firing solution to destroy these loitering munitions or other unmanned aerial vehicles. So the Gepard is certainly the best sort of self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, conventional self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, because it has a pretty capable radar, good fire control. So that's where I start, and then I kind of explain some of the other systems that are available that are sort of in that same spectrum.
Thank you, Colby. So if folks, if you have some questions about Colby's thread, or if you have questions in general about the Russian invasion of Ukraine and some comments, please request to speak. And then once you're up here, press on the heart-shaped icon at the bottom of your screen, and a bunch of stuff will pop up. And on the right-hand side, you can raise your hand. And that's how I know that when you're up on the speakers panel, you want to speak. I notice Mila Levu, I haven't heard from you before. I see that you came up to speak. Do you have a question for Colby about his thread, or a comment about a question or comment about the Russian invasion of Ukraine? There we go. Go ahead.
Oh, hi everyone. My name is Mila. I am originally from Ethiopia, but I live here in the US. I just want to say that I'm sorry, this is my first time, but I've been following about the Ukraine situation. It is really heartbreaking, and the same thing happening and where I grew up as Tigray, Ethiopia, and we just have to stand with humanity. We have to stop this, and it's just really unacceptable. And in 21st century, that we have to see people suffering, kids suffering. And I'm sorry, I don't know what to say about the situation, but I'm just very heartbroken what is happening. People are suffering everywhere. And as a people, we have to stand with humanity. If we don't stand with humanity, people cannot be safe everywhere. So I just don't have any question or anything to say, but I am so sorry what is happening in Ukraine, and I'm so sorry what is happening in Tigray, Ethiopia. I'm fortunately I have lost 12 of my family members, including my little brother, and I don't know where my family is. As 2 years, everything been shut down. I cannot communicate it with my family. Everything has been blocked out. And the same thing what is happening in Ukraine. What I'm asking everyone here is please, let's stand with humanity. Politics, everyone can come and go, but we have to stand with people that, the people needs us. The people that don't have anything to do with politics need us. So I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say. I am just speechless at this time. And please stay strong and let's unite it together and help each other. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Millie Levu. I hope I've pronounced your name wrong. If right, if I pronounced it wrong, please correct me so that I can say your name properly. And yeah, indeed, the Russian invasion of Ukraine is not just about Ukraine in the sense that they're fighting to liberate their country from a genocide. And why this is so important for all of us, of course, is because uh, God forbid the Russians should ever succeed at anything like this, because that would send the message that anyone would be allowed to do, behave and commit genocides, and that's why it's so important for us to support Ukraine and their effort to liberate themselves from this genocidal invasion, and it has implications all over the world, because Russia has caused a lot of trouble in Africa. Wagner has been working in Mali. Some of the arms being supplied by Russia have been used all over Africa and in Tigray as well. So defeating the Russians, helping the Ukrainians defeat the Russians in Ukraine will be a good thing for the world overall. So I really appreciate your comments, and thank you for coming up to speak.
And thank you. Also, to so I had a question earlier, and it is for Colby. I got the chance to look at your thread, and I know I've noticed in the thread a topic I know we touched upon previously, the CRAM. And if I remember correctly, what you told me then, I think back then it was also up. Gunny was up, right? And what you both explained to me back then was that, for example, the CRAM, you can use it to place it, for example, near a fixed central or an electrical power transformer or something, to basically to protect it, and to let other mobile options. You actually added so many in the thread. I didn't realize there are so many.
That's just a fraction.
Okay, so
No, it's there aren't that many. I mean, historically there are a lot. This is the problem, is that there aren't actually that many different self-propelled anti-aircraft guns that are in service these days. Certainly not, among countries that would be inclined to give them to Ukraine. Sorry, continue.
So my question was, out of all of these, I have heard here in the space about the Gepards. Of this, these are kind of familiar to me, and you have put here something that is called Biella. So it is from Poland, and you said here that it is to be replaced with a SHORAD system. Do you think these ones, being from Russian origin, right? Can they be sent? Do we have a better chance to see them in Ukraine, given the fact that they are not under the same restrictions like the leopards, for example, meaning they don't need approval from Germany or other country, and for sure they are not going to request permission from Russia. I think that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, at the beginning of the war, I have a recollection of Russia trying to argue that former Warsaw Pact countries had no legal authorization to send that equipment to Ukraine, which was just kind of a mega lol. So it might be wish casting on my part, which I really don't usually do, but I feel like the Polish systems are, at least they should be, one of the more probable deliveries, because Poland's always obviously been very supportive of Ukraine. And especially, I think that if the United States steps up and tells Poland, yeah, we'll help you. We can offer Striker M-SHORAD at a discount, maybe sweeten the deal, and then the United States can win that bid and provide that system to Poland. Then Poland can give up these to Ukraine. Poland's already buying a lot of systems from the United States. I think it's definitely in the United States' interest to secure more contracts with Poland. So that's a no-brainer in my opinion for the United States could use USAI money to subsidize General Dynamics bid to Poland for the M-SHORAD that they're looking for, and then Ukraine can get these right away and put those to use. So I think that's there's a decent shot of that happening. Romania, with Romania's Gepards, Romania obviously is being very quiet about what they're doing to support Ukraine. I posted, it still might even be in the nest, the picture of the Romanian armored personnel carrier that's in Ukraine. We know that there is Romanian artillery ammunition that's been found in Ukraine. So Romania is definitely doing their part. Whether Romania be willing to give up their Gepards or not, I don't know. This is another situation which the United States and other NATO countries can think of what they can do to help Romania replace those Gepards with a newer system so that Ukraine can get the Gepards. Those are all things that should be done in the short term. Again, these are the kind of things that should have been arranged back in March, but better late than never. And of course, I detail, the United States could as well provide directly to Ukraine some of the new Striker M-SHORADs, because field testing your new equipment is always good, and especially because the United States is developing new directed energy weapons to go on the M-SHORAD. The potential of field testing those prototypes is something that the DoD definitely should be seriously considering.
I don't know if Romania is going to. I don't recognize anything, and it never happened, right? So, um, and I don't know what you're talking about with those stats. No, honestly, I really am. I really wonder how this will fare up, because it broke in our newspapers like 12 hours after you post yesterday morning, 12 hours after you posted the piece of news about the tabs. It broke also in our news, but with not many detail, and it was clearly collected from Twitter and as a main source, the main idea, and documented a bit